Therefore, it is necessary to carry out processes of reflection and exchange of knowledge and experiences, where the context, problems, and projects of each community, their values and priorities are identified, and this requires a flexible approach from the point of view of monitoring and public policies, which respond to these other realities with varied economic, social, and educational conditions. This process will result in regulations that help to organize the diversity of initiatives that can be generated from the territories without conditioning these actions and practices of the communities themselves. Community networks are initiatives that differ from other connectivity strategies from the unconnected because it is the community themselves who install, operate, maintain, and manage the network. For this to happen, for communities to develop their own networks and connectivity projects, it's necessary to create training and capacity building processes to exchange knowledge and experiences that enable people in the communities to obtain the necessary knowledge and skills for the installation, maintenance, and operation of the networks in technical, organizational, and administrative issues. In this panel, we will reflect on the importance, challenge, and achievements of experience of training or capacity building programs linked to community networks, the goals, the challenge that our panelists have living in their processes, and now they will bring us more information and reflections about this topic. Thank you to all for being here. Carlos, please present our panelists.
Thanks a lot, Lilian. Lilian is right now in Colombia, and I am in Mexico, and all the other organized is in Ndunge, who are in Kenya right now. So we are in very different parts of the world, and our panel is also from different parts of the world, and also for different kinds of training processes, very different between them, but all share this characteristic to train people who can maintain, operate, install, and expand their own networks. And this is very important to understand for this panel. This is not about digital, another type of training about the use of these technologies, but to understand how the infrastructure works and how to maintain it and develop it. And in this panel, we have Rob McCannon. He is from the Alberta University in Canada, University of Alberta, sorry. And he works in a project with adult educators in the north of Canada that are right now training in these topics. And I want to ask him to start with his presentation.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Carlos. Hi everyone. I was wondering, can I share my screen? I have a few slides to go with my presentation today.
Do you have this?
Great.
Or
thanks.
You want to?
Can you see okay? Great. Thanks. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. It's bright and early here in Canada. It's about 12:30, so I haven't stayed up this late in a little while. So I hope I can still present okay. So yes, just to introduce the project here. So it's called Digital NWT. So I'm just one person out of a team of people working on this, presenting today. And I'll be speaking about the project in Northern Canada. which is involving Indigenous peoples living in the northern parts of the country. I'm not an Indigenous person. I'm just a visitor on those territories, and honored and privileged to be able to work with people on this project. So just introducing you to the land and the territories that we're working with and the peoples who live there. So this is the northern part of Canada. You can see on my left here, this is kind of a map of Canada and the United States. So we're working in this area called the Northwest Territories. You can see it in green there. And this is a very diverse region. So it's known as Nunatsiaq by the Inuvialuit, the Inuit peoples, who are kind of living in this northern part of that territory, as well as Denede, which is the First Nations peoples that are living elsewhere in these different regions. So if you look at these different colors in different parts of the territories, each of these are very diverse communities and nations of Indigenous peoples that are separated by, so there many of them are in very small communities that are only fly-in communities, or maybe have ice roads that you can only access in parts of the year. And so oftentimes, it's people are very reliant on telecommunication services to access public services, banks, etc. Right? So these are quite small, remote communities. This is just a photo in the middle of the beautiful territories. It's not all mountainous like this. Some of it's like sort of flatter and in the tundra and so on as you get further north. And then on the right are just some photos from some of the people's activities, of course, like tanning moose and caribou hides at the top here. And then this is on the bottom, it's Katladeche First Nation that made their own fiber optic community network. And just showing you it can get pretty cold there. So when they're digging the trench to put their line, they're working in minus 40 degrees Celsius. So it can be quite cold up there. So in terms of our project, here are some of the partners that we're working with. So our project is led by 4 Indigenous organizations from the different regions that I just shared about, as well as us at the university and some educational institutions in the north. And the focus is on community-based digital literacy training, whereby we use a train-the-trainer approach. So we work with communities and adult educators at the college to co-create digital literacy courses on different topics, and then share those materials on a free open access basis, whereby they're taken up and taught inside these smaller communities. So they range in topics from the basics, how to use devices, how to search the internet, and so on, to things like digital storytelling, data collection, and community networks, which I'll talk about today. So in terms of how we go about creating these courses, so we have like teams of peer reviewers from the communities that give us feedback on them. We also try to build a community. There's not a lot of internet access. I should have said that it's expensive, it's limited, and it's somewhat unreliable in many communities. But of course, social media and so on is also very, very popular. So we try to do some engagement there. And then as well, we're doing door-to-door household surveys where we're learning from people about what their self-reported levels of digital literacy are, as well as what types of topics that they're involved in. And this is just on the left is a video of one of the adult educators talking about some of the project's resources. This is something actually one of Carlos and I's colleagues from Redes, Maria Alvarez, came up and so we have friends in Mexico that we're working with on this project, and she introduced us to one of the exercises they use, whereby we kind of weave a network among participants and then demonstrate that the internet's really about the connections between people rather than the technology. So just throw in a ball of yarn between us, and then we understand that we're weaving a network there. And then we did some digital storytelling just to really demonstrate what people, the storytelling aspects of digital literacy, how you can put together words, images, and sound into short digital stories, whereby people could talk about why they're interested in technologies, what some of their concerns are, what some of their hopes are, and so on. We also tried in the curriculum to profile local digital innovators. So this would range, for example, JC here on the bottom is doing a language revitalization campaign using social media. It's a hashtag Speak Gwich'in to me. Gwich'in is her language. So we try to showcase some of the work she's doing, as well as people working on community networks, such as Sidonie Okina on the right here, who's working with the Internet Society to set up a community network in her community of Uluhaktak. We're right now working to actually build up a course whereby we're looking at the process of planning and then demonstrating community networks. So we have some different exercises that we work through with people in the communities. So for example, here on the left, you can see an exercise where they have like a tabletop, almost like a board game, where they have 3D printed pieces of different aspects of infrastructure, different houses, resources, and so on, like hospitals, schools. They place those on a map of their own community. So each community has a map, and then they wire that up with a ball of yarn to show how it connects. And the idea behind this to help them visualize what a community network is and kind of build a model of it. And then we are working with a group called Wacoma Technologies on their Nimble kit, which is a offline first mesh networking technology. And because of COVID, we couldn't visit these communities in person. So we worked with people in the communities to try to geographically distribute the manufacturing of these units. So they're kind of little kits that we have 3D printed shelving, and then you put the components in the shelving, which we can see in the middle here. And then you would build a small scale demonstration mesh network. So these are Ubiquity access points. And then we preload that with some content and services that people could use offline so they don't have to connect to the rest of the internet. Am I okay for a few more minutes? I don't want to take up too much time here.
Yes, you have 1-2 minutes more.
Sure, okay. So just the last thing I'll talk about is I mentioned that, so we're looking at community networks as kind of an alternative to some of the limitations of the internet connectivity available in these communities. And one thing we've learned from talking to people there is the limitations in data and information about their level of connectivity. So I mentioned that these are very small remote communities, geographically remote communities. So we've been working with them to try to collect information about their levels of connectivity with the goal of pointing out to policymakers and regulators about the gaps in universal access. So we're using some user-generated tests, such as on the right here. This is based on the MLab model in the US, adopted in Canada by a group called the Canadian Internet Registration Authority. So people can run a dashboard where they click and measure their internet speed, and then it plots it on a map. So we did some campaigns to try to encourage people to run the test. And the final thing I'll mention is we've been adapting and using the Open Data Kit platform, using Android tablets, and then having people do household surveys to try to collect some more information on levels of connectivity. So people kind of go through our training, and then they gain some introductory kind of expertise and experience in local data collection for topics related to technology and digital literacy. And the last thing I'll say in my presentation is that we try to take this information from the folks we're learning alongside in the communities and then present this back to the policymakers. So in Canada, the regulator, which is a CRTC, or Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, is currently looking at the state of telecommunications in the north, but there's a big gap in available information. And so we're working with our partners in the communities to try to collect some information there on what the services are like in these areas, at the same time as working to build community networks. So yeah, thank you so much for hearing me today. And yeah, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rob, for this wonderful presentation. And maybe we can start to highlight some things that I think it is important. For example, you talked about the content the local content and how to do. It's important to link it with infrastructure and other digital platforms. You also talk about how this training about technologies is inserted in other processes like these adult educators, the work that they develop in the north of Canada, and in a specific with different kinds of cultures. And also something that it is important is how you manage these challenges to train people in COVID times. So with different methodologies and different imaginations, and also with collaboration, very important collaborations about technical issues and pedagogical issues, like this collaboration with Wacoma and the Nimble. I think it is very, very important also to highlight. So thanks a lot, Rob. And then I want to present you Rhonda. Rhonda is I hope to pronounce it well. It's Rhonda Selesny Green, and she works in ISOC, Internet Society, developing the training strategy, and they are doing a wonderful job, for example, to develop an online platform to help people to train themselves and to structure a whole training strategy from ISOC there. So Rhonda, it's very nice to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night, maybe in the case of Rob. We're really glad to have you here. And this is a topic near and dear to my heart. So I'm actually looking forward to hearing the other speakers. So I'll share my slides just now and start my timer as well. So if you hear my timer go off and I stop abruptly, so that I don't take over the time for everyone else. So as Carlos mentioned, my name is Dr. Rhonda Selesny Green, and I'm the Global Head of Training and E-Learning at the Internet Society. And what I want to focus on today is building on the theme of this session itself, is how we are doing things at the Internet Society to help people move from knowledge acquisition to community-based action. This is something that the Internet Society has been doing long before I arrived. But when I joined the organization in January of 2020, one of my focuses was on making sure that we were staying true to this idea of action and not just learning for the sake of learning. So for those of you who may not know, the Internet Society is a global nonprofit working to ensure that the Internet of Opportunity benefits all. Next year, we're actually turning 30. So we were founded in 1992 by many of the founders of the Internet. And since then, and from the beginning, education has kind of been coded in our DNA. So in some way, shape, or form, since 1992, we've been engaged in education efforts, and those efforts have been instrumental to reaching many, many people around the world. In fact, at least since 2013, when the digital component of our training and e-learning work was launched, our e-learning work, we reached over 100,000 people. And I'm happy to also note that at present, we've reached almost 9,000 people in this year alone with the work that we do. So with that in mind, I want to get in a little bit to our approach and what it is that we do exactly. So as I mentioned, the Internet Society has been engaged in training and e-learning for quite some time. And one of the mandates that I had when I joined was to kind of reimagine our learning. And as you might imagine, by the time I told you that I joined the organization in January 2020, once the pandemic went worldwide, that it meant that I had to reimagine even our training and e-learning in every sense of the word. So one of the ways that I've done that is take taken an approach to do an end-to-end rebuild of all of our courses. So if any of you are familiar with the Internet Society, then you know some of our most popular courses include building wireless community networks. They also include our courses on network operations, but we're also well known for our course that we offer on internet governance. And in fact, in the past year, we have partnered with several internet governance forums in different countries and also in different regions around the world to help make sure that people have the latest up-to-date knowledge and skills that they need to be able to take action in their community. And when we say action, we mean that can be technical action. So, helping to do things related to network operations or global routing security. We also mean the business aspects of this. So our IXPs course, which will launch next year, is going to focus not just on the technical components of IXPs, but also the business, the social sustainability, which a lot of people tend to forget about whenever they're doing international development projects that involve technology. If it doesn't work socially from a sustainability standpoint, it will never fly. Separate from this, we are also in the process of working with our long-term partner, IEEE, on redeveloping our community networks course. And next year, we're actually going to have two courses related to community networks. One is going to be about building community networks, and the other is going to be about a community assessment so that people can understand how, whether, if at all, they should be developing community networks where they live. And then separate from that, we also encourage people to take action related to advocacy. So our courses in our advocacy section are some of the most popular that we have. Encryption, which was boosted by our Global Encryption Day that we helped facilitate in October. All of these things are equipping people to take action from day one. So what is different about what we do and why have we been able to achieve the success and reach that we have? One of the things that I'm most proud of personally as someone who is neurodiverse is that all of our courses are now made accessible, including mobile accessible. So my PhD, if you know anything about it, was in mobile learning. So that was one of the things that I wanted to change, because we know now, although we suspected then, based on feedback, that mobile was a huge vehicle for people to join our courses. And we're seeing rates of about 90% of people who are learning with their mobile phones. So we're putting a mobile first approach forward, and also making sure that everyone can learn with us, no matter their abilities. And then we also engage a community of practitioners. So although some of our courses are self-paced, the majority of them are moderated by tutors. And these are people in the community. Some of them have formerly worked in government. Some of them are currently involved in Internet Society chapters. Some of them are currently still working either in the public or private sector in the areas that our topics are covered by. We also make sure that we are updating the content every year so that people come with the latest and greatest knowledge. And one of the things that we did that we've started this year as well is a partnership with the university to obtain micro-credentials for our courses, and then also to get industry backing from the nearly 80 members that we have at the Internet Society itself. So our approach, as I mentioned, particularly when we do face-to-face work, is a substantial community engagement. And I know that was part of the reason that Carlos invited me here, because we have a long-standing partnership with him and his colleagues, not only at the APC, but at other organizations that are doing work in the area of community development, focusing on technology and particularly the infrastructure. From what I'm told, in the past year, we had I think it was about 7 at least new internet exchange points that launched across Latin America and sub-Saharan Africa. So we kind of measure our success in the outputs in terms of not just who the people that we reach, but also in terms of the impact that we have in terms of growing the internet infrastructure. And so my kind of call to action to all of you, if you want to get involved and want to support our work, we really welcome that. And I was so delighted to see what Rob presented as well, since a lot of our work also occurs with Northern Indigenous communities. And each year we have an Indigenous Connectivity Summit. So I'll end there, just short of my time. But if you have any questions, happy to take them at the end if we have time for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Rhonda, also for a wonderful presentation and to very, very quickly explain all the job that, as you said, ISOC has been doing for 30 years and why this experience is important to the action that you are doing right now. And I think you mentioned a very important thing, that it is how through this we can make possible actions in the communities, how this transforming practical solutions for their needs or for their plans and objectives. And I think this question is very interesting, and we can try to think about it in the rest of the panel. Thanks a lot, Rhonda.
No problem. Thank you, Carlos.
And then I want to present you Roxana Whitmer-Jescu. Roxana works in ITU. She is senior in the Office of Digital Inclusion, and is focal point for Indigenous people, for accessibility and older persons. And we are doing a lot of job also with them. So it's a pleasure to have you here, Roxana.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and good morning, everyone. First of all, we are talking about meaningful access. So I will just, with your permission, let's try to step back a little bit and try to see exactly what it is meaningful connectivity. So we know from some definition that is a framework to track the components of connectivity that matters most for all users and help also decision makers to adopt the policies needed to connect people to an internet that is useful and empowering. From the experience that we have here in ITU, in the development sector, actually, of ITU, we are working for, as Carlos mentioned, for over 20 years in digital inclusion of all people, regardless of their gender, age, ability, or location. My question would be how to access this internet. Is this connectivity enough? And how to arrive from the access to the use of internet. And with your permission, I would like to share what for us, it's the 6 A's, which are compulsory to enable us all to arrive to this empowerment of people through technology. So first of all, when we talk about access in ITU, we talk about connectivity. And is this access enough to say that the people are connected, that they can use internet? So for us, the second pillar, it will be affordability. And this affordability will enable people from one hand to pay the internet or to be able to access to this internet connectivity, but also to the device. And then the key word for us is accessibility. And the accessibility, it's different from affordability. Sometimes people use the access to internet thinking to the affordability. but the accessibility is about the usability of the technology. And for us, the accessibility has another 3 A's, which is adoption of policies, is the accessible ICTs, like the smart technology, so the ICTs that can be used by everyone, who have embedded accessibility feature from the design stage of fabrication. And of course, what we're talking today, capacity building. So alphabetization, capacity building, and even beyond what we call adoption, because we make a difference between being skilled or adopt the technology. So the fact that people are using naturally and go to technology to be used. So from here, we know that capacity building, so it's education and enable us to access information, and information is power. And education is also a life process. And I have for you a very nice quote from Alvin Toffler. And I mention here because he was an American writer, but he was a futurist and a businessman known for his work discussing modern technologies, including the digital revolution and the communication revolution, with emphasis of their effects in cultures worldwide. And he said, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And I was quoting. So with this in mind, for us in the development sector of the ITU, the capacity building is an investment in the effectiveness and future sustainability of the people. And if I make reference to the training program that we established already since 2005, a Taylor One training program from Indigenous community, we say that when capacity building is successful, it strengthens an ability to fulfill its mission over time, and thereby, in this case, is enhancing the indigenous communities' possibility to have an impact in the life of the people. And there is a lot of nice story to say, but I only want to focus in one. After the years, we realize that regardless all our efforts, we are not necessarily very successful. Regardless the numbers were very successful, but I would like to talk in terms of quality. So, and why we didn't manage from the very beginning to achieve this is because we didn't really involved indigenous people and indigenous knowledge and indigenous needs from the very beginning of our training program. And with the help of experts who dedicate their life to work in indigenous community, like Carlos here present, we arrived to the conclusion that quantity, it's very important. So to train indigenous people on how to use technology to achieve their social and economic development, or for a specific activity, we realize that some key issue here are let's say self-sustainability, and how to develop a training program for, in this case, it was for technical promoters in telecommunication and broadcasting in indigenous communities, who can later on be part of the community knowledge. And we were quite reluctant because it's a huge investment and the numbers are quite small because require a whole year program. But this was actually the most, I would say, valuable training that we managed to do in this 17 years by now. So I would say, in short, that from our experience, the most important thing that we have to keep in mind is that from time to time, we cannot see immediately big numbers or big results. But if we consider self-sustainability, socioeconomic development, and concrete targets like how to help a community to really enable them access what they need, what they really are interested to, and how to tailor this capacity building program to their own interest. I do believe in this case would be preservation of cultural heritage, access to education, job opportunities, or whatever other. And we put the right pillars. I do believe, even if the result is not immediately visible, I do believe is the right way to go. And with your permission, I would also like to share a very short video. It's only 2 minutes, in which we try in few words to put a whole story of 15 years of work, in which we try to leave no one behind and to respect everyone's needs, aspirations, goals, culture, and to adapt technology to be human-centered, and to adapt technology in a way that people really want to embrace technology and be empowered with. So Carlos, can you share this video? And of course, I'm all yours for whatever additional information or detail with about our training courses or whatever other work that IDU is doing in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxana. Yes, I can share the video. Just
Leaving no one behind means ensuring that technology is people-centered and developed from the bottom up, in compliance with universal design and catering for the abilities and needs of all communities, including those of the elderly and indigenous peoples.
Muchas veces estas tecnologías llegan como a posicionarse dentro de las comunidades sin considerar mucho las formas propias, ¿no? de saber, de sentir, de conocer, de intercambiar.
Digital inclusion is a goal in itself, and also a powerful enabler. When technology is built and deployed, considering the needs and values of these communities, it could become a transformative voice for cultural preservation, self-determination, and empowerment.
Este proceso de formación aporta a mi comunidad a través de mi persona los conocimientos de alguna manera básicos, ¿no? De entrada, de inicio, para que no tengamos como comunidad que estar dependiendo de alguien más, sobre todo de fuera.
Technology needs to be put into the hands of the people who are going to use it, but for that, training and capacity building are key. ITU, in collaboration with other institutions, has been carrying out comprehensive training programs for indigenous peoples, and in so fulfilling the mandate of its members and stakeholders.
Lo que queremos lograr es una visión crítica de las tecnologías, conocimiento sobre cómo manejarlas, para después apropiarlas y transformarlas en la medida en la que la comunidad quiere solucionar temas o lograr los sueños que se han propuesto.
Want to know more? Visit our website, partner with us, and let us work together to leave no one behind and no one offline.
Muchas gracias, Carlos.
thanks a lot, Roxana. And yeah, we will open a new call for this program. Sorry. I don't know what happened here. It is, yeah, it's okay. We will open a new call for this training program in the beginning of the next year, so we'll be attentive for this, and I hope in the future we can also work in another training program similar for another regions. So thanks a lot, Roxana. I think just want to highlight two things that you shared with us. One of these things is all these definitions of what meaningful connectivity needs to be understand more beyond the connectivity itself, and also the education as a life process. If we understand that, we also understand that the technologies is also something that make better or worse the life processes for the people. And if the technologies are appropriated and are developed by the people itself, it can be very good because they can be sustain their life in their own ways to do it and to live better with the technologies too. So
our goal is definitely to empower people. So we do hope that the technology should be deployed, as I told before, being human-centered, considering the needs, be adapted to the people, to the requirements, to the interest, and there is no sense to use the technology to harm people. We want to empower them. So let's try to find the right approach and to ensure that we empower people through technology.
Thanks a lot, Roxana. I want to send some greetings from here to the people who are in Poland. We can see you sit there in the room. And also a special greeting to the Uganda Remote Hub. It's a pleasure to you select us to be here. So greetings from here, from Mexico. Here is 3 in the morning, so it's also very early, but we are very happy to be here with you. The next speaker is also, I think, a very interesting process. She's Risper Niambok, and she works in Tunapanda Network, in a project from the Tunapanda Institute in Kenya, and they are doing with another organization that we are working with in LOCNET, the initiative from APC and Rhizomatica, to develop their own national schools for community networks. So the next two speakers, she and Gustav, will be talking about this process in which they are designing and thinking how to develop a contextualized and a very meaningful training process in their country. So Risper, it's a pleasure to have you here and see you. I can see you right now.
Thank you so much, Carlos. First of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here. And I feel very, very honored to share this moment with all of you in the room and in this space to just talk about our experiences and what we've learned so far with the process. So I've really loved the presentations that have already happened, because they sort of speak to my presentation and just summarizes like the whole purpose of why we are doing what we are doing. And just to add on to to what Roxana has just mentioned, in terms of technology being a really huge part in when it's in the hands of the community themselves and not us handing it down to the community. It's not a top-down, but it's a bottom-up approach. And there's something interesting I came across that says connectivity is only good for those with devices. The devices are only good to those who have the knowledge to use them. And I think that is where this whole work of other than just connectivity, how can we meaningfully participate in the online space, and how can we better use our technology to also boost our socioeconomic status, to boost our knowledge and skills to be very, very competitive in this competitive world, ideally. So I had wanted to share that before I jump into what's my presentation. So we have been doing a couple of things with regards to this training. It's actually, it started in 2020, where we met with Carlos and the team to just learn on the alternative way of capacity building the communities that we engage with. So that got us, we were already using our own processes in training, but then getting people to use the participatory action research methodology to engage the different communities that we were training, and also engage the different community networks around Kenya, so that we have knowledge and also we have documentations of the work that we are doing for easy learning and easy exchanges. So in 2020, last year, we started with scenario building, just planning on how this training would look like, and also the Work 2 team, that is Carlos and his team, shared with us a guide to just help us understand what it means to have a human-centered design in creating the training processes and engaging the community from the on-go of training, of creating these training processes. So when thinking through it, engaging the community in the design phase, in the implementation phase, and also just when evaluating the entire processes. So after scenario building, we did seeing phase, where we mapped out the different community networks in Kenya. Initially, we got 4, but our goal was to get 7 community networks. And once we had already mapped them out, we did an interview with all the community networks just to understand where they are, what their community networks are doing, what are some of the successes that they've experienced, challenges, and also best practices that they've been applying. And mostly, what are the training needs or some of the training areas that they would have loved to be trained on. And from that, we came up with a report on that data, which is actually the thinking phase, where we just analyzed what they talked about, came up with a report that summarizes all the training needs, the experiences, and then from there, from there we narrowed down, because there was a lot of training needs that came from that interview. So we narrowed it down to core areas. We came up with 8 core areas that we are training the community networks on. Just to mention them, we are training them on community and community networks. There is one on policy and regulation, sustainability, and financial management. We also have organizational processes and structures of our community networks. There's also policy and regulation. We will also be training them on sustainability and, of course, the connectivity bit, which is the network infrastructure. So how we have arranged this process is we have mentorships, online mentorships that have been ongoing since October this year. And what we are doing there is inviting experts from different regions, from different places, both locally and global, from the global space, to just come and speak about these experiences, and mostly speak about them from the experiences, from when they started it and how they've been facing issues or handling or tackling challenges. So at the mentorship bit is not more of information share. It's not more of tackling the problem at hand, but just creating that space for everyone to share their experiences. So once the expert shares, the community networks are able to ask questions and also just refine, get their understanding more, or but also like in terms of what has been happening on ground. And then from the data that we got there, it will now help us to create a National School of Community Networks, where now we invite network experts. Actually, we have formed an advisory committee which constitute of experts, constitute of the community networks representatives themselves, just talking and elaborating more on these issues that have been raised through the research and also through the mentorship. From that, we are creating curriculum that are quite vast in terms of the coverage, and we are also glad that we are partnering with ISOC in doing so. So just creating curriculum that resonates with the needs of the community networks, and also a curriculum that responds to their different needs. It's a very interesting process, because as we are also interacting with them, we are realizing that there are curriculum that already exist, and so we don't need to replicate energy. It's just a matter of strengthening or refining or adding on to what already exists. So that is in terms of the mentorship and the advisory committee that we are looking forward to creating. So something also that we are doing right now is, we actually, at the moment, we have all the community networks. We've come to the coastal region of Kenya, and we are having our first exchange. So this is the first time the community networks are meeting each other. And so the main purpose of our travel to the coastal region of Kenya was to visit one of the community network. It's called Dunia Moja Community Network, headed by Twahir. So he has hosted us here in the coastal region, and it's been quite interesting so far and fun. So the first day when we got here, we went for boat riding, had team bonding, just people to get to know each other, to just share with each other before now getting into the sessions. I don't know, we have a couple of photos that we can share. Carlos? Thank you. So this is the setup of where we are at the moment, and we've been having different conversations since the first day we got here. So like yesterday we were training on community networks, and just looking at the access bit, community, whereby we were talking about community networks and not just implying more on the access, but also there's the aspect of organizational and technological management processes in favor of their dreams, desires, needs, and process of the communities in which they're developed. And for us, creating and managing community network is not just a technical matter, but a way of using, appropriating, and transforming communication tools in a particular territory with their ways of life, development, objective, culture, and its own identity. And this process has just brought that into life. So that was the first day, which was yesterday. Today, we are doing more of deployment. So we are doing site visits to the different areas that will be deploying the, as one of our goals, we were to deploy Wi-Fi hotspots around the area. So that is what we'll be doing today, the whole of today. Yeah, thank you, Carlos. So those are like some of the photos of just the sessions ongoing. So we definitely feel like this is a very good process in bringing everyone together, in creating meaningful content that enables us to create meaningful community networks and also create meaningful network for the community themselves. So I'm very happy to see what we have for the next upcoming days, and also just to learn more on what the rest of the speakers have in store for us. So thank you so much, Carlos, and back to you.
Thanks a lot, Risper. I think it's very interesting how you are address this challenge of design a school of community networks that faced the needs, dreams, ways of learning, ways of sharing knowledge in the communities that you are work with, and also how we need to think beyond the workshops or beyond the specific activities, and more to think on a comprehensive program with other type of capacity building, like the mentorships and also this advisory committee and everything you are doing there. And also another thing that I think it is shared with all the examples that we had in this panel is that it's important to make networks between the people, to make these spaces to let people encounter themselves and share their dreams and share their problems, and make it possible to make a networks of technicians or people who know how to manage and maintain and their own network. So thanks a lot, Risper. And also send my greetings to the people who are right now in this process there. Also, I want to present you the final speaker of the panel. He's Gustav Hariman Iskandar, and he is from Indonesia, and he works in Common Room, an organization who also works right now with community networks, and also they are developing their own national school of community networks, and they have another training program that it is very important, that is the Rural ICT Camp. But I let Gustav to share with us all this process and reflection.
Thank you, Carlos. Hello, everyone. I hope you are in the good health, despite of very challenging situations that we have at the moment. I will try to share some of our story from Indonesia, developing local community network, as well as establishing the School of Community Networks with a lot of interesting challenge, but as well opportunities. Let me share some of a picture. So yeah, I think same like everyone during the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, internet connectivity is already an essential tools dealing with our daily life, not only for communications, but also for many aspects. And in Indonesia, even though that we have a quite significant growth in internet penetrations in many regions in Indonesia, but the digital divide are still a real challenge for us in general. Some of this challenge primarily confront with many components and issues, ranging from the absence of basic internet infrastructure, geographical challenge, because Indonesia is very big, so many islands, remote places, and so on. And there are differences in bandwidth costs between Java and out of Java Island. And there are so many other reasons why digital divide is a real challenge in Indonesia. which include lack of digital skills and gender gap. Digital skill index in Indonesia is quite low, based on a report made by our government. And the community networks is part of strategy to support, develop, and consolidate citizen initiative in developing the community-based internet infrastructure in their region. This initiative is part of the Digital Access Program, as well as initiative that we developed together with APC to address the digital divide challenges in Indonesia. Apart from digital divide, I think globally speaking, we have a lot of similarities in terms of common challenges. In Indonesia, we have quite huge population growth, for example, as well as increasing gap in development between urban and rural areas. And we also experiencing the impact of climate change, as well as the latest COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. And in West Java alone, it is predicted we are going to have 100 million people in 2045. So it's going to be, well, some people say it's going to be like a benefit, but this is going to be from some perspective, it's going to be also a population challenge as well. And digital divide is not only in Indonesia, but in West Java is one of the most populated province in Indonesia. And we still experience the digital divide challenges, especially in the southern coastal area, where we are focusing our initiative at the moment. So what is community networks? Based on our understanding, community networks is basically local internet infrastructure that are made by people for the people and used and utilized by for the people. And we have a certain framework for this. It has to be legal, which means comply with the existing policy and regulations. The internet also have to be a safe space for everyone. It should be affordable and meaningful. And in regards to develop the local community-based internet infrastructure, we developing some kind of a framework, which we call it 5L, which stands for low tech, low energies, because in rural areas sometimes we have problems with energy supply. It should be low maintenance. It should be easy for everyone to look at. And everyone should be have an access to learn how to build it. And local support is one of the main important aspect from this framework. And what we are understand about meaningful communication is it should be directly related with some agenda that is important for us. For example, to improve public services. Developing a platform for remote educations, health services, and COVID-19 pandemic response, and so on and so on. And the School of Community Networks, actually, the cross-cutting approach in order to deal with existing digital divide challenges, especially in rural areas and remote places in Indonesia. So we focusing our effort in developing curricula and training materials that are directly engaged with policy and regulations, human rights and gender equality, digital literacy, as well as internet for rural innovation in terms of improving public educations, COVID-19 pandemic response, to improve our education process, as well as economic recovery, and to support the local knowledge and content production and distributions, to make internet more relevant for many people in our country. And this is the two locations that we are working at the moment. The first is in the Kasapuan Ciptaglar Indigenous Community, and the other one is in Cilacap district. Both is located in southern coastal areas of West Java. And we develop a multi-stakeholder collaboration for this, involving government, civil society organizations, education sector, private sector, as well as international partners like APC and FCDO, including SIDA and ITU. So this is the School of Community Network Development locations at the moment. From the northern part of Sumatra in Aceh. This is like the margin area of Indonesia to Papua. So there are 7 locations, and there are several additional locations. And how we decided to work in these locations is by many input, either from the board of advisors of School of Community Network, as well as some partner organizations that closely working with us, like ICT Watch and ICT Indonesia National ICT Volunteer Network. So this is some of the activities that we are organized. We actually try to do an online workshop, but based on our experience, face-to-face and on-site workshop activities is more impactful, even though it was quite challenging during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So we have to comply with the COVID-19 prevention protocols in order to do this. And yeah, this is some of the activity. We do workshop with teachers, with citizens, with youth communities, and so on. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Carlos.
Thanks a lot, Gustav. I think your experience are also very, very, very interesting, and because a lot of things, but especially I like very much these 5 L's to understand meaningful connectivity, how we need to develop low tech, local support, low energy, low maintenance, and low learning curve. So if we can achieve that and we focus on that, I think the training process in specific technical issues will be very, 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 very nice, and we will have a very good processes. And also, if we link that with another processes like the legal, the economic, the educational, and the whole process that communities lives, it is very, very important to understand the whole panorama to develop meaningful training programs for meaningful access and connectivity. So thanks a lot, Gustav. So this is now the time to open the floor to have some questions, comments, be sharing experience and other experiences of training. So just please raise your hand or take the mic in the room in Poland. So we are happy to listen to you.
Yeah. Hi. Can I go first?
Yes.
Hi. My name is Sean O'Shukru. I've been active in community networks and community media for a long time, but I really appreciated the presentations. I think everybody here has. They've been really fantastic, enlightening, and it's so great to see so many things happening in different parts of the world. In fact, I hope to be able to visit a number of you because I am currently doing an evaluation for APC Rhizomatica and SIDA of the LockNet project that's been mentioned there a couple of times. So it's been a brilliant opportunity for me to actually at least see you face to face and to learn more about the projects. So I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, because this evaluation really is about seeing, it's about looking at the environment for community networks and what is needed to kind of expand the movement into something more. And I was struck by the contrast between Kenya and Indonesia, for instance, both of which I hope to visit over the next couple of months. You mightn't know it, but that's the case. I'll be asking you in the near future. And I'm wondering, in Kenya, for instance, the questions that I would have there immediately are, what do you think is needed to expand what's going on in community networks? into new communities. I was delighted to hear there were 6 or 7, I think, communities, community networks going of different kinds, but both in terms of motivating communities, in terms of building their knowledge about these possibilities, but also on the other side in terms of regulation, financing, policy, that kind of stuff. So what are the main barriers, but what are the main opportunities and what would be needed? And then if I could ask Gustav, in Indonesia, a similar question, but it's obviously a very, very different situation in Indonesia where it seems to be, I hesitate to say top down. I don't mean top down, it's a bottom up process, but nevertheless, there is a support for a program here to do this. But I do have the same question still as to, are there limits to that kind of expansion into communities, and what actions could be taken, and are you taking, to extend that network into different areas? So that's 2 questions, one for Risper and one for Gustav. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Sean. We can put together 2 or 3 questions. We have another in the room, and we have also the Uganda Remote Hub. They hand up. So the one in the room, and then the Uganda Remote Hub.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Wisdom Donko. I'm from Ghana, and I'm the president and CEO of Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. I have a couple of interventions. The first one is for us in the developing countries to be able to succeed in initiatives such as yours. I think there are 1 or 2 things that we need to consider when it comes to community network. The first one is we have to look at the role of a central government in planning this, but ultimate implementation should be by local government in collaboration with local communities and leaders. Most often we see people coming from the developed world coming to our communities to initiate such a good program, but then we realize that they come with all the expertise, and then they implement what they have to do, and then when they leave, the project dies off. So we need to look at that. The number 2 is one size fits all approach from the global world does not work in the developing world, but incentives, transfer of skills, knowledge and all that is another key. What we are also realizing is that you come to the developing world to initiate this nice project, and then the local leaders most often are not involved in those processes. And when you finish the project and you leave, the project turns to a white elephant. So we need to also look at that. And then also looking at the enabling environment for private sector to strive is key. But investment incentives have to be geared towards host countries enjoying local content. Yes, again, nice project comes to Africa, and then we forget about the local content, and then we tend to look at Facebook, Skype, and all that. So I think some of these projects have to be geared towards some of the economic activities within the locality, looking at the various sectors of government. Number one example is agriculture. You know, agric employs about 70 to 80% of our population. So if we can initiate such project and then look at content related to agric, for example, a farmer sitting in the rural community doesn't need internet to browse Facebook and all that. The farmer needs a local content. For example, a farmer goes to farm, the farmer plants the crop grows, and then there is a particular disease affecting that crop, and then the farmer doesn't know anything. So what can a farmer do? So if there's a content, the farmer can just pick the phone, take a snapshot of that disease of the plant, and then send to maybe a central server or something for analysis. And then the results come back to the farmer as such in the local language. I think that we should be solving a problem. The other example is we are all talking about food securities. Farmers do their produce and then they don't get buyers to buy the product. So if the network is there, then a farmer can use the network to locate a buyer. We should be solving a problem within developing countries. So we should not be thinking just about the community network, but then we should look at the various economic activities of those communities, health, education, and all that. So I think that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's one last in the room, if you don't mind.
No, please. We have a schedule with another hands here in the Zoom room. So please go ahead with all this process in an hybrid format. And please, if we can, if I might ask you if your question go more quickly to address all of them. So we need to go to Uganda Remote Hub that has his hand up for some time, please.
So I go ahead or I just sit?
No, just please wait.
Okay.
Go ahead, Alan Magesi, Uganda Remote Hub. We can't hear you. Do you have a question or not? Please.
I think it's still on mute.
Well,
we can hear you now.
Yes. I think the mic was unmuted. Thank you so much, Carlos. It is important that we understand the context of our discussion this morning. Firstly, my name is Alan Magezi, and I'm joined in from here in the remote hub in Uganda. And I'm liking the fact that we're having our conversation mainly concentrating around building capacities in respect to how we can attain meaningful access. And if you realize, most of the speakers were mainly focusing around community networks. So this is evident that the community networks are playing a very quite important role in building the capacities so that different communities have meaningful access. But then my question is how is the ground leveled for these community networks? Of course, by nature, community networks are non-profit organizations. So if a community network has to fully impact its agenda, how do you then lay out that ground in respect to other big budget companies that are running profit kind of sessions? In brief, I just want to think that if we're looking at how we can help the community networks, then we should focus two major aspects. One is the necessary regulations and policies needed when these community networks are doing their work. The other is that affordable and necessary infrastructure. Of course, putting in place infrastructure is quite expensive for these community networks that really don't run big budgets. So I think our discussion we're having, I personally come from the Internet Society, but Uganda chapter. So this whole year I've been engaging with different service providers on how we can cost share in terms of infrastructure. How do we, for instance, share the backbone, the fiber with the community networks that at least the community attains meaningful connectivity and as well access. And the other is the rightful policies and regulations. For instance, if I quoted Uganda's case, the Ugandan regulator, the telecom regulator, that is Uganda Communication Commission, requires any community networks in the country to pay a license of $2,500 US. and that was, we are thinking it is quite a huge amount for our community networks that is just starting and is running a non-profit session. We think that is a big one, and I feel as a global conversation, we think that some of these regulations should be some sort of tailor-made, some sort of customized in line with the kind of work each service provider is doing. Lastly, the other is in terms of actually now I'll come to the session. I think Rhoda from ISOC put in place of how ISOC has really run different sessions in terms of building capacity, and she highlighted the fact that we are running different courses. Yes, it is true that ISOC, and we want to upload ISOC for that several education, especially e-learning, has been affected. But then in respect to that, we are continuing the discussion in regard to multilingualism, different content in different languages. And still to add to that, ISOC, I think, has been running a webinar series in regard to how you can access your content in your local language. Because we believe some of the content being accessed is in a few languages. Why should I be limited out why should I have to go to a different kind of language to access content? For instance, if I'm here in East Africa, I can access my content in Kiswahili. If I'm in Portugal, I can access my content, local content in Portuguese. If I'm in London, I can access in English. So that's the kind of discussion we're trying to build on. And we want to thank ISOC, that is Internet Society, for pulling too much resources in terms of human resource, in terms of finances as well. It has really devoted all it can to make sure that at least enough necessary capacity has been built to attain meaningful access and connectivity around the globe. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Alan. So, Akintun Seriki, and the question in the room, and we need to finish the questions to answer some of them. So please, Akintun.
Hello. It's good morning here. Good afternoon, good evening, everywhere you are. I'm so happy to be here. My name is Akitunde from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. And I'd like to just say I'm actually a very new member of ISOC, and I'm just trying to find my way around it. So my question is, some of my questions are really going to go towards ISOC itself and other areas. The very first question is to ask, especially for societies like ISOC and even ITU, for someone who is probably just looking around in his environment, like in Nigeria, for instance, or anywhere in Nigeria, looking at communities where you could develop a community network, and you really want something like this to start, and you really have no direct access to probably any major organizations or anything like that. What are the step-by-step guide or guidelines you give for somebody just coming in and looking to say, okay, I really want to, I think a community network is going to benefit communities around me. What are there a kind of step-by-step guidelines for somebody just coming in? What does he need to learn? How would you say, okay, take this step, connect with this person, connect with these people, and then go from there to really getting to the point of where RISPA is at the moment, and then getting to really establish a community network that can really help. That's one question for both I think Rhonda and Roxana, and then I would also like to build on what the brother from Ghana said. It's really a case of really tailoring solutions in community network development across different areas to their local experiences. Even within a particular country, different regions have different needs when it comes to community networking. And I don't know if the big organizations are actually really looking at that. Like, for instance, most of the developing countries generally need capacities building that tends towards helping them to not just use the internet, but actually for socioeconomic sustenance. So I think a lot of community networks should be moving towards or tending towards really looking at the problems each individual community is having and trying to solve those problems with the community network plan that they are having. So I don't know if there are certain plans in place from these major organizations as well to really adapt development of community networks to different localities, each community. How do you really look at what is in need and how to adapt the idea of developing such a community network for specific communities as well? And then you have to look at the chapters or the different development setups are being created across different countries. How do you really monitor? For instance, the Internet Society in Nigeria, does ISOC have a way to really check on what they've been doing? Do you have a way to really know that there is an impact being made by having an ISOC chapter somewhere? And is there a way that you really check and see that there is an impact being made, that you measure success and try to expand on that? Those are my questions. Thank you.
And thanks a lot. Some of the answers are right now in the chat. Rhonda help us with some of the guide you can follow. And also there is my email, my personal email and my work email to contact me, and I can share with you and contact with other people if you want to answer them. We don't have time to answer all the questions today because we have only 1 minute left. So if you want to comment, the person in the floor who wants to address some topic, and we need to finish this panel. I'm sorry.
Yes, very quickly for the guy in Nigeria, because my name's Naza Nicholas from Internet Society Tanzania chapter. And for the guy who is, I don't know his name, but he was asking about the guidelines for starting community networks. I mean, you can visit the ISOC portal global. There are some information there. And also consider the issue of what happens if in your remote village, there is a problem of water. What does the villagers normally do? They will come and sit around the fire and try to find a solution for that. So you can do that the African way. That is what the community networks is all about. So you approach people and ask whether internet access is the problem. So if it's the problem, you find a communal way of trying to address that challenge. Through that, I think you will be able to address the issue of avoiding the notion of imported menu type of community networks. I don't think I have enough time to be able to ask questions, but we also tried to implement community networks in Tanzania in 2017. And I think the challenge has been the issue of spectrum, the issue of policies that govern the establishment of community networks. And I was wondering from the guy who was presenting from Indonesia, what sort of angle or approach do you employ to be able to, to get the policymakers on the table to accept the issue of having a policy framework for the community networks? Because it has been a very challenge in Tanzania because most of the telcos are the ones who are getting the access to the spectrum. And I was wondering, I mean, what angle or what approaches are you using to be able to get the community networks, licensed, given the amount of money that you have to pay for the spectrum? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your question and your comment also. I forgot to mention that there is Niels Brock, who are in their phone right now, but he is from LogNet Initiative too, so you can talk with him, the people who are in Poland, to go in deep to the topics about community networks. And also there is a panel tomorrow of the NEMA Coalition on Community Connectivity, who will be addressing some of the issues that you are asking for here in your questions. And for the last minute, Risper, do you want to share some things?
Yes, thank you so much, Carlos. This is just to respond to the question from Sean quickly. So how we are engaging or how we want to make the other community, other people to maybe own or start their own community networks or engage other community networks in Kenya. Number one is through the National School of Community Network, which is supposed to build a national consortium of community networks, and this will enable our give us a choice, one voice. For instance, in when we want to maybe have conversations with the government, or even like the recent scenarios where we got a framework. That was because there was one voice of community networks raising certain issues. So it helped us invite other community networks in this space, and also talk about our challenges with one voice. And then there is also the element of documentation. So what we realized is that many CNs are doing things in silos. So there's a lot of content, there's a lot of initiatives that are already ongoing, but no one knows about them because they're not well documented. And so you find people are just CNs are just replicating energies. So how about documenting the processes maybe through videos or through curriculums as what the training is all about, so that even when we're inviting other passionate individuals who want to start their own community network, there's already a strong guiding documentation on like the processes, or like even the experiences of other community networks that can be easily accessed and also easily used, because it should be easy to also easy and palatable to the users who be using it. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that on like how we also are thinking to engage other community networks or other people who are passionate in starting the same.
Thanks, Lisbeth. Well, thank you all. We have no more time to continue this discussion. Thanks, everyone. I think this is really, really great, and we need to continue with these efforts to find ourselves and to develop these training processes or capacity building processes to make another networks and to make another possible worlds possible. So thank you very much, and see you in the next occasion.
Okay, Melissa's there, so maybe Melissa can just check with the organizers.
Okay.
She's also on WhatsApp.
Would it be possible for us to also take a virtual picture? Maybe we can turn on our videos.
Okay, we can do that quickly. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you able to hear us in the room?
Good afternoon, Paul.
Yep, we can hear you in the room, Paul.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, brilliant. We're on time, or within a minute of being on time. So, firstly, welcome to everybody. My name is Paul Rowney. I'm the moderator for this session. We have an interesting and dynamic session. It's a follow-on from previous interventions that Aficta has had at the IGF, which deals with digital inclusivity and unlocking the digital potential in the developing and least developed countries. We have an exciting and well-informed panel. So on that note, I'm going to quickly hand over the floor to our chair of Aficta, who's going to give a few words and formally open this session. Thabo.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. And good morning to all in this session, workshop. My name is Thabo Mashikwane. I'm the chair of Aficta. We are currently running a summit, so it's concurrent to this. And I would like to welcome all in the session, panelists, as well as our moderator, as well as all attendees into the session. The session that we are running, which is a workshop 158 on digital inclusivity in developing and least developed countries, it's a very critical workshop in that it addresses now what we call user connectivity versus content. And within that, I think our panelists are going to address a couple of policy questions. And with those policy questions is to look at the barriers to universal and meaningful access, as well as the practical, locally driven policy solutions. And with that, it's them sharing in terms of their expertise and their experiences as to how to surpass this. And we as Aficta, as an advocacy group in Africa, we very much, this very much lies at the core of our interests and our purpose itself. I would like to welcome everyone, especially the panelists into this workshop. And I will give over to our moderator. Thank you. Is Inye here? Inye Kemamboda and Paul?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to moderate this session.
Thank you.
So thank you, Thabo, and for those who don't know, Ficta is a private sector-led organization in Africa that brings together ICT industry professionals and helps frame the policy on the continent. So when you look at our workshop, we're looking at user connectivity versus content, and you'll see a deeper dive in this as we move forward. And we are getting connected, although it's still slow, but we are over the 50%. But it's not just about getting connected. Connection has to be meaningful, but also the content that we have access to has to be meaningful to the person that's using it. So on our panel today, we have Issa Ibrahim Jaul. Issa is the director and CEO of Abuja Geographic Information Systems. Welcome, Issa.
Thank you very much. Nice to be in this forum. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Melissa Sassi. She's in the room. I think she can wave. Melissa, can you wave?
Yep, right here. Thank you, Paul.
Melissa is a great friend and supporter of Ficta. She is the global head for IBM Hyper Project Accelerator. I'm sure she'll give some insight into what that is. So welcome, Melissa. We have Mary Uduma. Mary is well known in the IGF corridors. She's also a coordinator for the West Africa IGF, amongst her many hats. I believe Mary is in the room. Mary?
I'm here.
Welcome, Mary. We also have... thank you, Mary. We also have Kulusia Joanna, who is the Assistant Professor of International Law, University Lodz of Poland. Is Kulusia in the room or online?
Yes, I am. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Joanna. Welcome. Jane Coffin was also part of our panel. Jane has submitted her apology. She has an emergency that she needs to tend to, but she will be reading the transcripts and will be available to answer questions if there are any that would have been directed towards her. So our session is driven by two specific policy questions. I'm going to pose these policy questions one at a time to our panelists for their intervention and thoughts. And then after each policy question, we will open the floor for any questions and comments. We can use the hands up in the room or online. This is a nice, we've got used to this hybrid environment. We're all equals, whether we're in the room or on the online. So please, if you're online, please feel free to enter in the chat or raise your hand on Zoom. And in the room, if you can raise your hand, and then one of our online panelists will ensure that you get to ask your question. So I'm going to first pose the first policy question, which is barriers to universal and meaningful access. What are the main challenges that people face in obtaining and making full use of internet access? To what extent are these the result of social, economic, and cultural factors? And to what extent do they result from aspects of the digital environment? How can we use the response to these questions to better understand the intersection between digital policies and other policy areas? So I'm going to first pose this in order of introduction of the speakers. So Issa, if you can have an intervention on that, please. Issa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. One thing for sure is that internet access also in Africa still costs some money because most of the access is through the telco operators, the mobile operators. And we know that the bandwidth costs some money. So there is need for us to improve on that. So it's kind of challenge because most of the people in the rural areas, because their access is through the mobile. And probably this is associated to lack of also fiber connectivity. to most of the population. For example, in Nigeria, we have some of the main operators of the provision of main operators that are providing access through the fiber, like the main one company that brought the fiber into Lagos. But the connectivity downstream is also an issue where you have some of the operators taking the connectivity to the last mile through microwave links. And this is affecting the ability of the people to connect in terms of cost, and also the connection is not very, very good, even though there is availability of the 4G technology, but this is mostly available in the city areas. In addition, also, if there is no content for the people to access, there will be issues in terms of connectivity. Even if you have the access, if the content is not there, you cannot access. And the content has to be localized. The content that has to do with the local interests of the population. And also, there are other cultural barriers that we need to look at, which is preventing people from accessing some of the contents that are out there. But the most important aspect is our ability to try and as much as possible to put up content related to information that the local population need, which means that government has a big role to play in terms of policy formulation, in terms of providing the necessary infrastructure, creating the enabling environment for the public sector to now provide the infrastructure also, and then ensuring that there is security in terms of content, security in terms of access. I know there are other service providers that have improved in terms of connectivity, but we still have a lot to do in that area.
Thank you, Isa. Okay, I'm posing the same question now to Melissa. Melissa, the floor is yours.
Hey everyone, so Melissa Sassy from IBM, and I have the wonderful opportunity in my role at IBM to run student and entrepreneur experience globally within the IBM Z division of IBM. So that leads me to engage with lots of young people, and I think that as we look at the concept of connectivity or content, I don't think it's about or. It's about and. And one of the things that I always say is, and it's kind of one of my coin phrases, and that's be an and not an or. When I look at my own career, I think about what is the intersection of whatever it is I want to be and whoever I am. And it's not about am I this or am I that, I'm this and that. And, we can go out and build all the connectivity solutions in the world, but if there are not enabling ecosystems to enable people to make meaningful use of the internet, we're building technology for the sake of technology. In my role, one of the biggest things that I focus on are two separate things. One is enabling students, so young people as well as individuals of all ages, to build digital skills. And when I say digital skills, I think part of that is being safe and secure online. So really understanding how do you not just be a consumer of technology, but also how do you be a creator, a maker, and doer empowered by technology. And I don't think everybody's going to be an engineer. I don't think everybody needs to learn, everything there is about, computer science. But regardless of who you are, including all of us in the room, need to understand the basic building blocks of computer science and understand, how things have been built, where have they come from. And I think the biggest piece as well, assuming that you've got these digital skills, and I know those are all defined, differently depending upon who you are, which I can point you to a good framework that I like. But I think the other piece is how do you drive outcomes? And I look at outcomes in a few different ways. The majority of my focus when I put on my entrepreneur hat at IBM is creating entrepreneurs, enabling entrepreneurs. And this isn't just about how do we bring, Silicon Valley tech bro from Silicon Valley onto the continent or wherever to create a quote unquote local solution. But, how is it that we can, enable through digital skills, through capacity building, through funding, locally grown solutions in local languages. I'll give you a few different examples of the startups that I am personally working with on the continent. So one is Credit Plus out of Uganda, and they provide temporary loans for cash flow gaps. And this is not about your predator loan that takes advantage of someone who needs support between paycheck to paycheck, but really looking at how do we help the unbanked to manage their bills in a way that is not predatory in nature. Second one is Leaf, which is all about virtual banking and savings for migrants. The third one of my favorites, is PayHippo. And they just landed $3 million in funding. They provide small business loans, a 97% payback. They reduce the amount of time that it takes for small and medium enterprises on the continent to get access to funds. And then the last one, and I'm sure that many of my startups on the continent right now are like, wait a second, how did I not make the top 4? But WayAPay. And they are based out of Kenya and are doing some really interesting things when it comes to cross-border payments. And they are launching a challenger bank in the US focused on expats and enabling expats to send money back home. So again, skills, local content, outcomes such as economic empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, I'm now passing the floor to Mary and Duma. Mary.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul, for giving me the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are connecting to us. When we talk about inclusivity, we are looking holistically what would affect my connecting to the internet. Somebody has already raised the issue of affordability. I also want to raise the issue of availability. You can afford it, but it's not available. What will make it not to be available? It might be that there's no dial tone around your area, or there's no data connectivity around your area. But the fact still remains that we have other factors that affect our connectivity, which is the adjacent infrastructure. We know that there's the telecom infrastructure or data infrastructure that would have, but what of the adjacent infrastructure where you have the dial tone, but you can't charge your device to even connect? So it affects the connectivity or inclusivity. So that's something we should look at. And then I'll also look at when you say availability or accessibility, the content, does it address the need of the people, the need of those in living in disability? Do we take them into consideration? So that's one of the things. Language, Melissa had already said about language. That is very, very important because some will want to connect. Some are indigenous people that will not speak our African language, like the colonial masters' language of English, French, and Portuguese or Arabic. So what do we do? How do we make sure that there's language that they could meaningfully understand what is happening on the internet? Even when you want to do financial intervention using the technology, if it is written in the language the local people cannot understand, so it becomes a problem. So, and then there's the issue of trust. In some of our communities, people don't trust the internet. We had a program in one of our communities in Nigeria, and one woman stood up to tell me that, Madam, internet is bad. It's not good for our children. It brings wrong thing. They learn wrong language. They learn things that are not our culture. So that brings me back to the education or the digital skill training or education. How do we inform the local people that internet is good and they can connect and do some of their businesses? Okay. So, and somebody has mentioned infrastructure, and the session before now talked about community networks. There's no way we can get the local people connect if there's no data, if there's no connectivity. So we should be looking at where we have infrastructure in terms of community networks, asking the people to own the networks, and they will understand it and they run it and they will not sabotage the network. So that is important for us to also look at. And last not the least, local content. If I live in a community where they produce rice, the content I want to see is what the production of rice and also the marketing of my rice, and what variety, what can I do to improve my economic situation as a rice producer or a rice farmer. So that local content is very, very key. So there's connectivity, as Melissa said, and content, and it's not one or. So is both connectivity and content. There are a lot of things. Okay, if we even look at health sector, people want to get diagnosed for diseases that are not easily available. Treated within their community. So the content on the internet on connectivity should be able to solve people's, as long as you solve the local problems and issues, then people will desire to connect to the internet. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Mary, for that insightful intervention. We're now moving over to Joanna. Joanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. I'm a bit puzzled. I've been a fan of Mary Uduma for a long time, and we did not coordinate notes, but I must admit that the points that Mary had just raised are on my list one by one. So what is left for me to do is to emphasize the need for regional capacity building. Now, I work at the university here in Lodz in Poland. My day job is capacity building. I focus on international law, I focus on security, I focus on human rights. So I'm going to emphasize these aspects. But the overarching point here is indeed capacity building, something that Mary just emphasized in much detail and elaborated on with vivid examples. So I'm going to try and reiterate that point with reference to specific areas where capacity building might be useful. Because of the pandemic, we largely rely on internet connectivity, as we do here today. Keeping the networks safe is paramount, has always been, but has become forever more so the case since we do rely on internet connectivity. Keeping the network safe, however, means a lot of things. On one hand, it means national critical infrastructures. So connectivity that is safe as provided by large tech companies, national critical infrastructure operators. On the other hand, however, security means that the end user is safe and knows how to ensure that the device they are using, the websites they are visiting, are secured. So when we talk about meaningful connectivity, ensuring connectivity, security comes at the top of that list. We can only ensure security when we ensure that the end user is aware of potential threats. When we talk about capacity building, this does come down to day-to-day end user education. It's the kids who need to be encouraged, I agree with Mary, to use the internet for the safety of their education. to be aware where the threats lie. But it is also the education of the older generation. We had a panel here in Katowice yesterday that was focused on bringing online also those who are not digital natives. When we talk about organized capacity building platforms, I'm going to wear my GFCE hat, which is the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. There is an Africa hub that has been launched recently by the GFC. There is a session tomorrow happening, elaborating the standards for cybersecurity education. And that, as already noted, means a variety of issues, including that we educate end users in the regions what are the particular threats that they must be made aware of. And I just want to add another point with regards to building meaningful connectivity and starting from day one. Also, the Council of Europe has a focused capacity building project called GLACY Plus that builds on getting new generations online and making sure that from that very beginning, they remain safe. Safety comes with certain obligations, but it is the safeguard that ensures our rights. So I'm just going to toss in there that second leg of this debate, the second avenue that needs to be pursued. And these are individual rights and freedoms. When we do want to ensure meaningful communications, we need to make sure that that education includes also privacy concerns, as well as freedom of expression standards. We will discuss a little bit more during this session, as I understand from the agenda, the power of service providers, platforms, if you will. So I'm just going to stop here, and I'm very excited to hear what other panelists have to say. Again, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Joanna. So we're going to pause here and just open the floor for questions, interventions from the participants. As I mentioned, those online, you can post your question in the chat or use the hands up. Those on the floor, if they can put their hands up. Okay, I see a hand up in the floor. If you could just state your name and to whom you'd like to pose the question, or if it's a general question. Thank you.
I am Raja Asif Mahmood from Pakistan, and I want to know the solution for the third world, where the content, local content is less available and the harmful content is more available, and misuse of the internet is wasting huge budgets. Thank you.
Would someone from the panel like to respond to this question?
I've got one thing I can quickly say, and then I'll pass it over to my my co-panelists. But so shukriya for your question, and assalamu alaikum. I've spent a lot of time in Pakistan specifically. I was there 3 times in 2019, and I think that this is where I go back to how do we enable local change makers to understand what's in front of them, what are the possibilities when it comes to impacting the world in a positive way. And I know that when I say positive, that can mean many different things to many different people, whereas, if I sit at home and in my culture, someone might say, hey, this is fine. This is great. This is freedom of expression. And we might go somewhere else and say, no, this is bad. This is harmful for young people. And I think when it comes to the internet, it's hard to make that balance around, what's good, versus bad. But I think the key is really, specifically in developing countries, as well as around the world, how do we make sure that people understand their ability to have a voice? And this could be as simple as, how do you use social media in a positive way to create local content? One of the trainings that I often give is personal branding. And that's around how do you understand what your individual superpowers are, and how do you take the mic? How do you take your voice and put it into something as simple as LinkedIn or TikTok or Medium, or something that may not require advanced technical skills, all the way through to, I look at an organization specifically in Pakistan called Circle Women. And they're doing some amazing work around how do you empower local women in local communities to understand how do they create content, how do they freelance, how do they make a business out of it versus just sharing their own words, so that it's not just, hey, how do I share my skills forward? How do I have a voice? But how do I make an income out of it as well?
Paul?
Yes, Mary, the
Yes,
floor is yours.
we have Kosi here. Dr. Kosi is one of the panelists as well. So remember to ask him the question. But for the time being, there's another hand being raised. Do we allow Kosi or do we have the hands?
Let's answer the hand. Sorry, I wasn't aware Kosi was with us. I apologize.
Okay.
Let's answer the question first.
Okay, all right.
Kuntedi.
I have two hands here.
Okay. Right. We have one online as well.
Can I go on?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So my name
is Naza Nicholas, and I am the Tanzania Digital Inclusion Program Manager at Internet Society Tanzania chapter. And I would like to share what we are doing in Tanzania in terms of inclusivity. We have created what we call Women and Youth Innovation Hubs. And basically what we are trying to address the issue of connectivity and content development. This program is a 20 years digital gaps, bridging and innovation program in Tanzania. And we are trying to create about 200 women and youth innovation hubs all over Tanzania. Given the level of expansive, or should I say, Tanzania is a very expansive nation, almost 1 million square kilometer area. And we have about 169 districts, and we're trying to create digital hubs in those areas to close the digital divide in rural and urban places. And basically what we are trying to do is try to have communities, develop a platform where they can share knowledge to solve the issues using the local knowledge. For example, on the issue of climate change, we think that the indigenous knowledge is very key in terms of trying to create solutions for the climate change, and also having things like digital community libraries where they can put content and share content and get the content from the National Library, so that they can also go on and participate in e-learning, where they can do the continuing education from where they are. So basically what we are trying to do is address the issue of connectivity gaps in rural and urban areas, and also the issue of the internet multilingualism, where people can actually share content in local languages. The issue of digital skills is very key. That is also what we are trying to do. Ensure that women get the digital skills that are necessary to make them not only safe online, but also be able to acquire entrepreneurial skills that are available all over the internet. And we believe with 6 million young people and women trained on digital skills that are important over the next 10 years, I think will go a long way to be able to empower and create capacity for our communities in rural and urban Tanzania. So that is basically what we are doing. This project is divided into, like I said, into 2 areas: women and youth digital innovation hubs, and internet for public schools project. So we are trying to empower the schools, the public schools that are underserved in rural and urban Tanzania. And so far we have connected around 10 schools using internet light equipment that is a donation from Basic Internet Foundation, who is our partner. And we're also trying to bring Facebook, which is Meta, to be able to work with us to connect around 20,000 schools over the next 10 years. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the intervention. Quickly. Mary, we have one hand up from the Zoom. I'd like to give the floor to Kintudi first.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was really nice to hear from the man from Tanzania first, because it's more or less a question and an idea that I've been thinking about, and I just want to put it out there to see what any of the panelists think in terms of this. For one thing, the cyber plan, I think, makes a lot of sense, and it's something that I and a group of friends have been thinking about, in terms of spreading the need for capacity building for e-learning and for training the young generation to learn more and have more access to be able to learn about digital skills. But my question and this is just an idea I'm putting forward, and I would just want to ask what any of the panelists think about it. I think in terms of capacity building and training our young generation to be more content creators and content consumers, as Melissa said. I don't know if we could adopt a system that is kind of already on ground in Nigeria, for instance. I know a lot of countries or other countries also have the same in the educational system. We have a lot of schools, especially secondary schools and even primary schools, that they have these societies. They have literary societies. They have the engineering societies, science societies, and all that, who have regular activities, like weekly activities on a regular basis, and probably some other major activities, maybe during the holidays. If this could be an avenue that we could tap into, it's a plan I and a friend are working on. We're already building some ideas around it. Creating a kind of internet society, for instance, or digital learning societies in schools that we can syndicate across different schools across different regions as well, and use that as an access to continue to have access to these children or these students, and then continue giving them access to be able to learn and also build themselves. There are mentorship ideas that can work with this as well, and then use that to be something that it doesn't go away. Since it's a society that is always going to be in the system, once the children keep coming into the schools to learn, they keep being part of this particular setup and continue to grow with it. And we can use that as a way to build the future generation to learn more about something like internet governance, for instance, which most people don't talk about enough, and other aspects of digital space. I don't know if any of the panelists have a project that is close to something like this, or I think in this direction, or if this is a good idea that can actually be used at all. Thank you.
Do you want to go first, or you want me to go? Yeah, you can go first.
Okay. Thank you very much. Access internet to education, learn more about what is internet in school, or permits students to have internet to learn their study and something like that is very important. It's very important for us in Africa, in rural area, in urban area, because when we have the position of government, something like we need to plan how our people will have internet and what they can do with internet. We have strategy, something like we have a national universal access strategy, and to let people to have internet in health area, education area, agriculture area, and something like that is important for them. Every time you are using internet to know, I'm using for what? Is to have knowledge, is to do my business, and also to have information from government. We have platform to put information to citizens. That is very important when we are making strategy to make internet for people.
So, Wisdom still has a question to ask.
Okay, last question.
Thank you very much, Rooney. This is Wisdom Donko, the President and CEO of Africa Open Data and Internet Research Foundation. We've been doing a lot of work in that regard. So I have some few observations when it comes to community network in the developing countries. I think there are some few issues that we need to address. Mary did mention some of them. Local content, we need to align some of this local content to economic activities, depending on the locality of that community. And also, when it comes to community network, the question that we normally ask is the government interested? Because government is also a business. They are also doing business. And then sometimes we have these big telcos who normally influence some of these processes. If Vodafone, for example, doesn't see the economic activity of certain areas, they wouldn't go. And also it comes to license spectrum allocation. You realize that all the spectrum that we have in Africa are being controlled by the big telcos. So we really need to look at that and see what we can do to address the issues. If maybe a small portion of the spectrum can be allocated to non-governmental organizations, that means that they can go in for such license and then start going into the communities and developing community networks. The TV white space looks like it's not working. The license is very expensive. So that also has to be, we need to look at that. And then finally, looking at cybersecurity and human rights campaigns and all that, I think we are spending too much money in that aspect. We need to channel some of those money into community network, because if you are saying cybersecurity, you are building capacity where there is no network. So how do we secure ourselves? So we need to make sure we have those networks, and then capacity can come in, then the human rights can come in. But for now, I think we need to channel more of those money into community network. I'm not saying we should not do cybersecurity. We should do it, but when you look at Africa, we have those big organizations like the banks. They have money to do those cybersecurity. Government have money to do cybersecurity to secure its networks. Other company organizations, they have those monies. And then you realize that government itself is spending more money on cybersecurity campaigns over areas where there is no network. And the human rights also come in with all those campaigns. So we really need to look at that. And finally, your initiative, I only heard you mention Uganda, Kenya. I didn't hear any initiative from West. Western Africa, Southern Africa, Northern Africa. So
I only included 4 examples, but I
Okay.
could certainly spend a lot of time talking about my work in Tunisia, South Africa, activities that I've done in, Ethiopia and other countries. And there are so many other places I could mention, and I apologize.
Yes.
As we all know, Africa is a big place. And
Yes.
if I spent, the next, let's say, half an hour, I probably would miss something about language, culture, religion, food.
Okay.
You're never going to win. But apologies for if I missed anyone's location.
Okay, over to you. Back to you, Paul.
Thank
And
you.
they
Thank you.
want to support the idea from the online intervention. Sorry if I missed the name. I think they are great initiative that we should also look at.
And Mary, we do have one more question in the room.
Okay.
If it's okay, Paul. Don't want to steal your thunder there.
We've actually running a little late, so if we can include that question in the next round of questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Next round.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we still have a bit of the program to follow. So I'm now going to pose the second policy question, and I'm going to pose this first to Kosi. Kosi is with the government of Benin. Apologies, Kosi, for not introducing you earlier. The policy question is practical local driven policy solutions. What lessons can be drawn and how from successful policy solutions to universal access and meaningful connectivity around the world when taking into account local specificities and needs? In particular, what are the relevant practices implemented by local actors, such as local government, civil society, local providers, entrepreneurs, to advance universal and meaningful access? So, Kosi, if I may pose that question to you first. Thank you.
We have many lessons to be learned when we talk about access and universal access to people. We have to promote the initiative regarding the capacity of each organization. Private sector sometimes have some initiative. NGO have also some initiative. They are coming for government. They don't come every time with the practical solution and showing we need to make this, we have this opportunity, and we look for that money. Is it possible to get it in Universal Access Fund, for example, to make it? We don't every time have some option like that. The option we have is something like we have activity for our communities and we need money. We don't know exactly what kind of activity we've done, what will be the impact of that activity for all the citizens in the countries or in the area. For government, it's very difficult to take a decision in that area. It's very difficult. When you have the problems like electricity, we don't have electricity, we don't have water, we don't have a road in some place, it's difficult to say people need internet in the area where we don't have electricity. We're supposed to make first the solution for electricity before look at internet, look at any other thing. We need also to promote our economy. We need to promote our culture to the world. We're supposed to use internet for that, but step by step, we're supposed to make something before do another one. We have some NGOs who contribute to putting the community network in the place in our countries. In Benin, for example, the license to have community network is free. It's free to charge for NGO. It's free to charge. You have only to make declaration. We need to use that license to make network in our community. Regulator told the operators, people need internet in this area. We can use 1% of our universal access fund to let you go to the area and you build the network with the population, with the area there. But some NGO can coordinate with that network, but it's not to make benefits, it's not to make profit. If it is to make profit, we be in challenge with the operator. That is not good. Operators are working on that. Thank you.
Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Kosi. I'm now going to pose the same question to Joanna. Joanna, the floor is yours. So I'm working in reverse order now.
That is fine, sir. Thank you very much. I am enjoying this discussion. Thank you, everyone, for the diversity of voices. Now, I'm going to focus on this question, and I do appreciate it because it is a very practical one. And I myself am a very pragmatic person. So I'm just going to point out existing initiatives that could help facilitate that regional, national, or local focus that is being mentioned through and through during this session. So I did mention I'm a fan of Mary, and that's because we both work within ICANN. We have ICANN networks in place, but I do see many other ICANN colleagues in the room. So I would point to that platform where the African region, the AFRALO, as we like to refer to it, has been very active. You guys do have strong community leaders who do what seems to be the most feasible thing with regard to ensuring meaningful access. So what they do is they look at what others have done. And I'm going to use the example of cybersecurity policies or national infrastructure policies. And Africa coming online with the next billion, as we like to say, has the freedom of choice to opt in what they find is feasible. It seems as if there is a market of ideas out there, and the African leaders can easily point you to experiences from other regions of the world which worked or which have not worked. This likely brings me back to the debate around service providers. We hosted this session with the Polish Foreign Ministry on Monday, where we had the African perspective represented, where it was emphasized that indeed it makes sense to get involved into internet governance dialogues like this one, like ICANN, like ISOC, the Internet Society. I regret that Jane could not join us here today for utterly important personal reasons, but you did have Internet Society on the agenda. Internet Society does exactly that. It points you into the directions which have proven to work better somewhere else. So as much as the challenge of coming online is a vivid one, at the same time, it gives you an opportunity to select the solutions that are already available. And I would say that the way to get people active is to show them why it matters. You will decide what kind of connectivity comes into your area, into your town, your village, your city. ISOC is supporting wonderful projects with solar-powered internet accessibility. So as much as there are infrastructure challenges, I'm going to argue that supporting the leaders, keeping your eyes open to ongoing dialogues, and just picking what works for you would probably be the best way to proceed. And there are platforms, as already said, with ICANN, the IGF, the Council of Europe that I already mentioned, that will help you facilitate engaging the local communities and emphasizing to them, again, going back to capacity building, why it matters to get involved, because you will be shaping the local internet, the bubble that will fuel those rice workers that Mary mentioned. I'm going to stop here. I'm really excited to hear other speakers. Thank you.
So, thank you. Chasing to find the mute. Thank you, Joanna. Mary, the floor is yours.
I think I outlined some of the practical ways. I've said that one of the things I want to reemphasize is what Kosi said. There should be a synergy between the government and those that want to provide one thing or the other, whether it's a foundation, whether it's ISOC or any other group that is providing some. interventions. Our brother from Tanzania has said there's a foundation that is supporting them, but I don't know whether government is involved in it. Most times government don't understand what we're doing as civil society. So if we could, in Egypt, one of the sessions we had in Egypt was the fact that at the office of the presidency or whichever or prime minister, there is all those that will want to support Egypt. What do they call it? Social corporate responsibility. There's a coordination. There's a synergy. So that not only that we will not repeat what others have done, but also coordinate to know, oh, okay, these are communities that had expressed needs. So these needs, which organization, whether is a local telco or is a foundation that would, so there should be coordination, there should be synergy, so that there's a fact that when MTN was doing SchoolNet, Ministry of Communication in Nigeria was doing SchoolNet, NCC, Nigerian Communications Commission was doing SchoolNet, then another organization will come. So that coordination is not there. If we do it, whether it's capacity building or is pure intervention on infrastructure or trust or cybersecurity, there should be synergy. Digital cooperation at the local level is very, very key. It's only that will help us get these things ongoing, and we'll see results. So I want to support Kosi on that, because it's from government. He will be able to know when we from civil society are making our proposals. That might not be the vision of the government, but if we do a multi-stakeholder thing, if there's a platform to harmonize activities, if there's a platform to synergize, I think we'll go far. That's my intervention for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Moving the floor to Melissa.
So I'll just echo that. Yeah, multi-stakeholder approach. I think we all know that, and it doesn't always work, in all corners of the earth. I want to reflect on something that we, as IBM, did with the government of Cape Verde. So for those of you who may not be familiar with Cape Verde, small island state off of the west coast of Africa. Another location, I forgot that earlier, guys. So 500,000 people, small country. I had an opportunity to meet one of the leaders in one of their ministries at IGF, actually. And he came up to me, this was in Berlin a couple years ago, and he said, I'd love to do something in Cape Verde. Do you know where Cape Verde is? And of course, bring me to Cape Verde. Still haven't went to Cape Verde. That said, we had this conversation around, what could big tech, meaning IBM, what could IBM do to support Cape Verde and the government? And we looked across a number of different areas that they were focused on. Building capacity for youth in the area of digital skills, building capacity in the area of entrepreneurship, looking at early stage entrepreneurs and how can we help them to build and scale. And so we came up with a number of different activities. And yesterday we had a design thinking session, workshop. You can feel free to check it out. And we walked through, how can you replicate this in your corner of the earth? We kicked it off by creating a National Day of Code. We did that through the Prime Minister, through the Prime Minister's office, through the Ministry of Education, through the Ministry of IT, and their, economic development team. We worked with the Secretary of State, who joined us in our talk yesterday. And it went all the way up to the minister level, and it went down to the teachers, down to the students. We even brought, some famous celebrities who are, role models for young people to say, hey, you might have thought that computer science wasn't for you, young girl living in a village in Cape Verde. It is for you. And no, it's not all about math. And no, it's not too hard for you. And no, it's not for boys. And yeah, you can be an entrepreneur as well. We did this whole entire takeover of the day. We did that in 2019. We replicated it in 2020. And we kicked off a series of hackathons. We did a hackathon around looking at one of the local challenges in the country, tourism. And we worked with the Ministry of Tourism to say, what kind of funding might you have available to provide a local entrepreneur with a really awesome idea? We did capacity building for the startups, taught them how to build pitch stacks, helped them to practice their pitches, talked to them about, why startups fail. We brought in mentors from all over the world to help them look at their ideas, refine their ideas. We gave them cloud credits to help them build their solutions, to help them learn how to deploy on the cloud. And they ended up with, the winner ended up with a contract, actual money from the Ministry of Tourism to go out and execute their idea. So I think there are many different things that can be done, but it's often a localized solution that is specific for that country. That's what we did in Cape Verde. You can obviously, again, check out the recording if you'd like to learn more, or I'm always happy to engage after, should anyone want to do a National Day of Code or other kind of accommodating activities in collaboration with my team.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, we're now going to open up the floor for questions. We have an online question. I don't know if there's any hands up. And
we have some hands up here. So
okay,
the one we suspended first.
Okay, let me first take the online question, and then we'll move to the questions from the floor.
Okay, then.
Keodi, you have your hand up. Would you like to take the floor?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Kaide from Africa Secretariat. We have our summit holding currently, and it is as well broadcasting the IGF session to all the participants. So from the house here, we have Mr. Inye Kemabonta, who is giving his intervention. I would like to post it on the chat, and then if it is possible, I can also read it out to the participants.
Please, can we take our questions first?
Cody, let's just post it to the chat, please, so we can continue with the session. Okay, Mary, can you take a question from the floor? Can you please state your name first, and then the question?
My name is Resma Dongol. I am from Nepal, and I'm information professional. So thank you for this wonderful session, and I'd love to. I'm getting many learnings from this session. Thank you for that, and congratulations to panelists for briefing in detail. Like in my country, I'm far happy that like internet has been more accessible there. Like during this pandemic time, like many students, they used to have their classes and assignment online. So many younger children and adults have learned many things through this digitization. So as a information professional, we have to work like 85% in the internet only. Like we have to give bibliographic information, cataloging this all. So there's many I'm happy that Nepal is growing in the internet. So we have we had on September 2019, like Nepal IGF Internet Forum was there in the Kathmandu. So I'm happy that at least Nepal is doing many things in the internet, and we are going in the grassroots level for the capacity building for the children's and for the community people, and we are giving the education for the social medias and that all who is illiterate then also we are giving their trainings how to use social media, how to get the education like for the elderly people also how to use, they are far they don't know how to like for the Instagram and for Facebook and LinkedIn, they don't know how to use, but we are giving the trainings. Like I'm the Secretary General of Nepal Library Association also, so we are doing so many social works on that for using the internet to the grassroots level, to like all, like we are doing massive things. And still I'm happy if IBM will be giving some like trainings for in our country through collaboration with our Ministry of Educations, Nepal Library Associations, and some of my offices. Then it will be like a great achievement for us in Nepal. Thank you.
Sure. So happy to collaborate. We can exchange details afterward. I think I run coding camps and, with my team all over the world. And it's not just about, hey, how do you go out and become a computer scientist? Part of it is emotional intelligence, communication, the basic building blocks of just being online, all the way through to, kind of how do you prepare for the future of work, professional development skills, entrepreneurial thinking. I kind of came up with this little thing called Dr. Sassy's trifecta of skills, but I'm happy to share those with you. And I've got a mobile application that should be coming out in March, so we can talk more about that. Will it be in everyone's dialect? Definitely not, but slowly, step by step with open source technology, perhaps others can help to bring it to the forefront in their corners of the earth.
Thank you very much. Please just tell us your name and
Okay, sure. So my name is Catherine Richard Kimambo. I'm from Tanzania. I work with a foundation called Basic Internet Foundation, where we connect rural areas with internet. So our major project this year is school connectivity, which is a multi-stakeholder project. We involve the government, we work with mobile network operators, civil society organizations, the likes of content creators, and people who offer digital skills. But my comment rather is on the policy, because we have been a victim of policy for a long time. So I would really disagree with what Mary and Kosi were saying, because for the government, it feels as if we are letting the government off the hook when we say that they have to prioritize maybe something like building the roads or building the classrooms. But when really most development stakeholders, when they come to a country, let's say as Tanzania, they would want to invest in ensuring that rural areas are connected. But for my case in Tanzania, it took us something like 1 full year to have a permit even to go and install. So when we say we want partnership with the government, it could be not only about funding, it could be about the supportive mechanism. What are they putting in place to support people who want to do connectivity in rural areas? I think Nazar can agree with me, because most of the program, even getting a permit to go and install from the government, is a problem. So that also being one of the biggest challenge in terms of policy. I remember we were about to receive donation of devices, and we were heavily taxed as internet service providers. Imagine, because we are receiving a donation of tax. Exactly. So that is the biggest challenge so far. Because we are speaking with the Ministry of Education that the program is about education and we're receiving this, we are not making any profit out of it, but still they say this is not our problem, speak with the Ministry of ICT. We go to the Ministry of ICT, speak with the Ministry of Finance. So we are just going around in circles and no one is willing to assist, and the program is donor funded. So I think it's about time for the government themselves to be accountable, that they really are speaking big about connectivity, but they're not doing something on the ground. It's the grassroots organization, that are really suffering from the consequences of policy. And what mechanism are they putting in place? That is my take from this.
It's hard. It's so hard. I can echo that. When I worked at Microsoft, I had 400 laptops that I sent to Tunisia in collaboration with HP. It took me a year to get the contract done. It took me a year to get the contract done. By that time, what device are you on now? The devices are old. And I had to work with the Ministry of IT, the Ministry of ICT, and I had to work with the Customs Bureau, and I had to have contracts with each of them. They didn't talk to one another. It was hard. And then what happened? I got them over there. I went and visited some of the schools. I'm not going to comment on where some of those devices went, but I'm 100% sure they did not always end up into the hands of where they should have been. We've all seen that as well.
Yes,
Okay, we have another question on site.
Thank you very much. Yes, just to add up, especially the tax issue is one area that we relate to. My name is Wisdom Donko from Ghana. Yes, the tax issue is something we really need to look into, because it looks like these days our government are beginning to shift their attention to the digital space. And in my country, for example, now everything about e-government, government want to begin to tax it. As I'm speaking now, Parliament is arguing. The minority is saying no, the majority is saying yes. So they are arguing about this electronic tax and all that. We really need to look at it when it comes to community network. And then I know a lot of people that have called me that if government is able to pass it, then they are going to stop using those digital devices. Already, mobile money platforms are being taxed. And then they want to introduce another tax on mobile money. That means that the sender is going to be taxed. The one receiving the money is also going to be taxed on that same money. So these are issues. Yes, another thing that we also need to look out for is issues of government PPP. Yes, we really need to look at that, because most often when it comes to government partnering private sector, and then they get a consultant, they bring all the consultants, they bring consultants from outside, they come in, if they are executing the project, they don't even involve the local community, they don't involve the grassroots, and then they finish their program, they leave, and then they expect we, the locals, to use that platform. Then it turns to a white elephant and everybody looking at it, because I've not been involved from the beginning. I'm not interested. So we really have to look at that. Yes, and when it comes to you bringing the machines into the country, I've also experienced same thing. I have initiative, and what we do is connecting schools. We've been able to do a number of them throughout the whole country. And then we try to have a partner government, especially Ministry of Communicating, so that we have that tax exempt. And then it's been years now. But then we find our way out. And what we did was try to identify some of the Minister of Parliament. And then we just tell them, we are coming to your constituency to come and do this project, and we need to work with you. Once the MP from Parliament gives that consent, then they own that project as theirs, and then they move in and help you. And then that way you'll be able to avoid some of those headaches and all that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think this is what I can even share.
Okay.
Example, I used to work with government in the Ministry of Communication, an agency. You know, in Ghana, we were able to lay fiber cable throughout the whole country, Ghana. That was with the previous government under the leadership of Professor Kwenu. You know, he understands his community things, so we did that. But then, after the previous government leaving, and then a new government coming, and then that is where the issues also started. So you realize that the policy that placed that fiber there was ignored, and then the fiber is lying down, not being utilized.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Wisdom.
Thank you.
We have a couple of questions from the floor, Mary. If we can go to the online.
Online. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. But before we end, we should allow Kosi to defend himself because he has been challenged.
Okay. Thank you.
But
Kosi, the floor is yours.
Okay, Kosi.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but government is not there to make problem for NGO or private sectors. All thing is process. all the thing is processed. When we need to make something with government, we came with all the paper. Sometimes we came only with the paper who can interest government. We don't say all things is outside. Government is supposed to know all, because partnership is not free every time. It's not free every time. There are some no deal outside, and you will get it. And after you go to another negotiation, we will talk. We will tell to you. We will give you this thing. And do you remember your people get this thing? Do you remember that? Is to let you support us here. Negotiation is not like that. We are looking for negotiation all the time. We are getting something. We are going to the project. We're supposed to have all the information around the project. That is very important for government.
Okay, may I defend myself?
Okay.
That I said the synergy
minute.
will be at the highest level, not at the ministries. It should be at the office of the Prime Minister or the presidency. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 questions from the online participants. I'd first like to give the floor to India.
Oh, Paul, thank you. I had tried to comment much earlier when you were on the first policy question, but I assume that's past now. You might not be relevant. So, but I typed a bit of what I wanted to speak about. Or would you still want me to talk?
It's fine. Feel free to comment, even on the first policy question. 1 minute.
On the first policy question, yes. I'll try to be brief, even though my texts were quite extensive. And your permission to turn off my video to lessen the pressure on my bandwidth, if you don't mind. Now, fantastic interventions I heard about the first policy question you posed. And it was clear to me that everyone understood the 3 A's: availability, affordability, and accessibility. And I thought when I listened to 2, if not all the panelists, they hinted at a 4th one, which was content. But I say it should actually be appropriate content. And my point is, I give an example of Nigeria. There are over 150 million phones, almost the population of the whole country. Now, more than half of those phones are feature phones used for texts only. And MTN, against all predictions, as a major service provider, in 6 months, made so much profit that even shocked them. They made so much profit in 6 months that were anticipated to have been for 5 years. Now, with feature phones and basic connectivity, not internet at all, but with the texting feature, what happened was that a certain need of the people had been served. Now, if we piggyback on that, looking at what the people want to be able to communicate, to connect, using simple feature of text messages. So innovators build solutions around texting so that Nigerians can now do financial transactions using text USSD codes. They can also access some level of educational content, learning content, using USSD codes. So many people are beginning to access financial data, educational material. What is left, therefore, is health material. And someone I know is also building solutions around that too, using ordinary text USSD codes to access doctors, for instance. So what's my point? Appropriate content. I remember that Abo, the president of AFICTA, used a maxim sometime when we spoke. He said, if you want a man to use a pencil, give him a paper to sign. Now, if the objective is to use the internet, that's the tool. So how do you make them use the internet? Now, let's take the paper to represent a check he needs to sign to cash his money. Let's take the paper to mean signing an agreement to give his child scholarship, educational scholarship. Let's take the paper he would sign to mean access to healthcare. Wouldn't he sign it? He would, but he doesn't have a pencil. What you wanted to do was make him use a pencil. But you provide the content you know he's struggling with, he needs. So my recommendation, therefore, is African governments need to understand what they're struggling with, what their real needs are. And I mentioned three: health, education, and food. Now, if government were to digitize their records and data, innovators will build solutions to create the kind of solutions Nigerians need. I've given the example of the USSD code, which is an innovative intervention that enables Nigerians to transact financially.
Thank you, India.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take two more questions, quick if we can, because we're getting close to the end of this session. And then I just want to give the floor to our panelists just to give a final thought. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. First of all, thank you very much. This was very informative. This is Yusuf Kileo from Tanzania, a cybersecurity and digital forensics investigation expert. Actually, I want to, I heard a lot of people talking of capacity building, spoke of awareness, spoke of challenges that probably the government is taxing this, is doing that. And I've heard also the story of misusing social media platforms, not being used to brand people, not to use them to brand themselves and so on. So my comment, briefly, I would say that our African countries, most of the challenge that we experience today is because of a few things, but three major problems that we have. The first one is that we mostly experience a lot of people with wrong skill sets sitting in the right places. As a result, you find these people are not really sure of what they want when it comes to ICT, internet governance, and so on. They do not really know how to push this agenda of ICT forward. As a result, you see we have things in Africa that probably are coming up or to citizens, and unfortunately, the same people start complaining that we are not really doing our things properly. So we have this as one of the very huge challenge. But second thing is that people in our African country and globally at large lack awareness. And when I say awareness, I mean that people are not aware that these are the things that the internet can be beneficial to us in this particular area, and so on and so on. Only thing that they see is that probably if you use the internet, you may, it's there only for entertainment, utilize it in the wrong way, publishing wrong things, and doing things that they're probably not supposed to be done through internet. And they end up abusing the internet. So lack of awareness. And that's why I normally call upon governments from different countries to make sure that at least they push this agenda of teaching our people or raising awareness to our people to understand that internet has a lot of benefits. One can utilize it to make money. One can utilize it to simplify things that they're doing, for example, communications, doing different activities and so on. But in addition, another challenge that I've seen in most of our African countries, we really don't pay much attention when it comes to capacity building. Our people lack of knowledge. They really don't know things that they don't really acquire knowledge that we currently need for us to progress as nations in Africa. And of course, these happen to be a problem globally as well. So I would call upon these three things. And of course, I've heard the story of collaboration. I've seen that different countries have similar problem where you go to a country, you find we have a lot of institutions. I've heard the lady from Nigeria, I believe, from the panelist, she mentioned about not collaborating from one point to another. So you find different institutions within the government, they don't really collaborate, they don't really share intelligence, share information. As a result, you see things are not moving the way we expect them to move. So this is something that I really call upon people that are attending this particular workshop to go out with. For example, I hope that when we go back to our countries, to make sure that country now, institution now will collaborate. Collaboration will be increased. We have to do the reforms to make sure that we put the right skill set to the right places. People who have will and wants to do these particular jobs of ICT, to make sure that our ICT is moving, and also to raise awareness and to keep on providing knowledge, capacity building to our people, so that we can meet the needed target when these things are needed to be reached some places. This is what I wanted to contribute from the discussion that I've heard, and I believe that it will be impactful, and people can be able to go back and implement this to bring changes to our countries and to stop complaining different things. Instead, we need to get things done and make these things moving the way we want them to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. We're coming close to the end. I want to give the floor to Yusuf Ahmed, who's been waiting patiently online. Yusuf?
All right. Good morning, everyone. From this side of the, yes, okay. Yeah, mine would just be a kind of a comment and submission to what we have been saying. A whole lot of people have spoken my mind, but I just want to bring out a few points whereby I think that in Africa mostly, we have a big challenge, which if not targeted, if not properly dealt with, we might just be doing a lot of talk around without getting the necessary actions in place. And I kind of think that government has a major role to play. Most often, I would say in Africa, there's an iota of fear with government, which is a fear of allowing people to understand what the benefit of internet it really is. Because mostly when you talk about people having access to internet, that is having access to what really better their life, having access to how best they can do things, going against a primitive way of doing things, a better way of doing things. But there's this fear of replacement that cuts across government institutions, whereby a whole lot of people think that, okay, yes, by the time that digital technology comes into play in the government sector, a whole lot of people might have to lose their jobs because they may have to be replaced with digital experiences, whereby people really don't want to learn and sink into what we have today. That is the world of today, which also can cut across fear of freedom. Freedom of, okay, a lot of people are being disenfranchised from getting this. I cannot think that it's a bit strategic for African leaders that are trying to make sure that a whole lot of people do not get access to the internet. Yes, and there needs to be a political will for it to work. Smart laws need to be put in place. We need to look for a very bold legislators that have to put legislation in place to make sure that all of these laws support what we are talking about. And because most laws, for instance, most laws in Africa, in context of my own country, if you look at it side by side, you would realize that most laws are targeted at generating revenue rather than going to the core of what they really should be. So I would just enjoy everyone that is in the government corridor, most especially in Africa, that it is the time for us to put away all sense of bias and make sure that we make internet accessible and approach and embrace the digital inclusiveness across board, so that the future generation will be happy about it. A whole lot of dreams have been shattered due to the political will from that top, and it cuts across every strata. When I say every strata, from the federal to the state to the local government. So I cannot think that it is high time that something is done about that. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. I wish we had more time to continue this discussion, but we are right at the last couple of minutes. I don't know how the session will end, whether we get cut off, but I just want to give each of our panelists just 1 minute just to give a last passing thought. And I'd like to start with Kosi, if I may. Kosi, just 1 minute just to give a last thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Government need to have everybody on the board. We're supposed to collaborate and make the thing for our citizen. When we are talking about content, it's not to go to the social media. Social media is not the content for us. Content for us is the thing we can do for our education, for our health, for our agriculture, and so on that. Or our culture, we're supposed to let the world know our culture. Our culture in Africa, me, I'm from Benin, Behanze country. I know, let people know Behanze. Who is Behanze? What thing they do for the world. It's important for me. We're supposed to make all this together. Thank you.
Okay, I've been told we have 1 minute left. I just want to give the floor to Joanna.
Thank you very much. I'm honored and humbled. Just thank you for having me. And just to commiserate with those who have been complaining about the quality of engagement, it's not just an African issue. We struggle with this across the board. So brainstorming sessions like this, I believe, are highly useful. Thank you for hosting me. Thank you for having me. And I regret not being able to catch up on those coffee conversations that you guys will be having later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. And then Issa, online, just in case we get cut off online. Issa,
thank you very much. I must say that, like other speakers said, there is need for collaboration between government, the private sector, and the NGO, and that government has a very key role to play in terms of driving universal access, the way it was done in Nigeria with the establishment of the institutions, Nigerian Communication Commission, the NIDA to do the policy, which at the moment has driven the 3G and the 4G technology in terms of mobile access. And another key thing that I want to say is that government must come online. By coming online, putting services online, it will drive traffic and it will ensure that citizens access the internet in order to access government services. Another key thing that I would like to say is this content development. We must build capacity in terms of content development. It's very critical, and we must utilize the cloud technology that is available to create awareness for our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Issa. I'm going to hand the floor to Mary and Melissa to close out there in case we get cut off. And thank you, everybody, for joining, just in case we get disconnected.
I just want to say thank you to everybody, and it's been a very exciting discussion. I've learned a lot, and I want to see us action on these things we have learned today. Thank you.
So in closing, speaking of action, I'm easy to find in social media. It's Dr. Melissa Sassy. If you are an educator, if you are part of government, an NGO working on capacity building in the area of digital skills or entrepreneurship, look me up, DM me, send me a message, and I'd love to see what I can individually do to take this from a conversation in this room or on Zoom or wherever you may be joining from, and turn it into actual action, actual impact. So maybe next year we can continue this conversation by bringing impacted individuals who have changed their lives through technology and been empowered by such capacity building efforts. Thank you.
Okay, on that note then, I close this session. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the IGF.
digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning and welcome. Maybe let's give it one more minute for online participants to tune in and for on-site participants to find their way to the meeting room. It is wonderful to have everybody here in this unique, but very appropriate to the subject matter hybrid setting, given how pervasive online reality made our offline reality in the last couple of months. All right, looks like we have critical mass. So let's get started. My name is Anna Kompanek. I am the Director of Global Programs at the Center for International Private Enterprise, or CIPE, joining you from Washington, DC, where we are based. However, CIPE works in countries around the world with private sector reformers and other types of civil society organizations and activists on a wide range of issues in the democratic and market-oriented spheres. Technology more broadly and internet freedom more specifically has become a major issue in our work, really a powerful undercurrent. Today also, obviously, the importance of internet in our lives has been greatly amplified by the global pandemic. Our topic today deals with forging trust in the digital economy and specifically looking at the consumer perspective. We all appreciate how much the internet and the ability to conduct e-commerce in particular has simplified our lives. We all enjoy the benefits of wide access to goods from around the world, the convenience of shopping from your own house. At the same time, there are a number of issues or risks that e-commerce has created and also the pandemic highlighted. For one, I've been recently looking at the OECD Committee on Consumer Policy survey of 13 countries that looked at the personal and financial detriments that consumers online experience. And in fact, almost half of the surveyed consumers experienced some kind of problem with their online order, although the majority sought redress. Still about 50% afterwards were not happy with the resolution. Problems with product and delivery of it were the leading causes of complaints, not surprisingly. Let's also keep in mind the detriments that go beyond the financials. Many survey respondents also noted issues with stress associated with dealing with having to address when something goes wrong with your order. And of course, those issues just scratch the surface of considerations or potential risks online. These findings don't go into issues like data privacy violations, potentially misleading ads or representations of goods online, or cybersecurity risks. At the same time, as I mentioned, there is a huge opportunity here, huge global opportunity for also economic empowerment of entrepreneurs and businesses around the world who can find new markets online. In fact, Poland, the host of IGF this year, is such an example where also the e-commerce has been growing as one of the fastest countries in Europe. And by 2025, it is projected to cover about 20% of the market. So 1 in 4 consumers will be shopping online. So that's a huge opportunity both for consumers and for local businesses, but also a risk. So how do we move forward accounting for both? To help me answer this question today, I have with me a wonderful international panel, hybrid panel. Let me briefly introduce them. Their detailed bios are on the website. Starting with Przemysław Pałka, who also goes by Przemek, assistant professor at the Future of Law lab at Jagiellonian University in Kraków, Poland. He is also an affiliated fellow at the Yale Law School Information Society Project. Then actually on site in Katowice, we have Paula Gazez, advisor to the presidency of the Council of Ministers of Peru in charge of digital regulation, with special focus on digital economy, cybersecurity, and digital skills. Paula takes the award for traveling the farthest, I think, on our panel. My travel involved moving from one room to another in my house. So Paula, thank you so much for making the trip. Paula is also a lecturer at the University of Peru and an open internet leader, which is a program that Skype manages together with National Democratic Institute and Center for International Media Assistance. And last but not least, we have Pinkan Odrin, researcher from the Center for Indonesian Policy Studies, or CHIP, a leading Indonesian public policy think tank based in Jakarta. Welcome to the panelists. Welcome again to the audience. And let's get our conversation started. So first, I would like to focus on potential issues or risks that we see as the consumers purchase more goods and services online. And for the initial comments, I will turn to Przemek. Could you tell us more about your views or your observations on the common risks and problems that consumers face in the e-commerce sphere?
Thank you very much, Anna, for the voice, for the kind introduction, and thanks for the whole Skype team for putting together this panel, and thanks everybody for coming. Indeed, in my opening remarks, I wanted to think about the question, what precisely are the kinds of harms that consumers face in e-commerce and how these harms might impact their trust in digital economy. Or put in other words, if we are to respond somehow to this process of digitalization, either through legislation or through activities of private enterprise, what should be the goals of this response? And as you said, even though internet, is amazing, it used to be seen as this democratic sphere for good, for liberation. Right now, the public opinion, the public narrative seem to be geared towards skepticism. Issues like fake news, privacy, cybersecurity, online manipulation, discrimination, etc., are on a radar. And I think it's important that we manage to distinguish different types of potential harms that consumers face, as these different harms might call for different responses. And maybe the most interesting way to do it from the consumer policy perspective is to look at the types of harms that occur when something goes wrong, that is, when technology malfunctions or where there is some fraudulent behavior by one of the parties to the transaction. And harms that occur even though everything went in accordance with a currently lawful business plan. And when it comes to the first type of harms, on one hand, we have the cybersecurity risks, as you mentioned. On the other, there's problems with particularly fraudulent behavior. If somebody, for example, orders a product but does not receive it or receives something else, this is becoming more and more complicated as more direct transactions between consumers in one jurisdiction and sellers in another jurisdiction become widespread. And even though those are large problems from the point of view of the consumers, policy-wise, I don't think they're that new. We're more or less used to dealing with them, definitely in one jurisdiction. And when it comes to transnational activities, there are questions about whether legislation can help much, whether we should rather rely on private enterprise activities, but it's not something that has changed that much. Maybe the scale has changed, but the character of the problem has not. A much more nuanced distinction can be seen when we look at the harms that can happen to consumers, even though everything works well. That is, the trader acts in accordance with its business plan and everything happens lawfully. And risks here can be almost entirely connected to pervasive data collection, because also due to the pandemic, we now spend more and more time online. Essentially, every move we make online is being recorded in some type of data point. And then this data can be used for various reasons, for targeted behavioral advertising, for designing services in a way that make them more engaging, that these people spend more time there, or can be used for price discrimination or other types of discrimination, like, for example, discrimination in access to content. And the problem with this type of harms are that even though they might impact consumer lives to a large degree, the legislation as it stands now not only does not prevent them, but also in a weird way legitimizes these types of activities. For when it comes to personal targeted advertising, for example, if a consumer agrees to their data being collected and used for such a purpose, the only threshold that the company must meet is for the advertisement not to be misleading. However, with the ability to show us ads on our smartphones essentially anytime, everybody is vulnerable at one time or another, right? Like, we might be tired, we might be sleepy, we might be particularly stressed. This type of feelings might come also from the way that the service we're interacting with has been designed. And that is something that definitely needs to be addressed. Because even though for now it is lawful, it not only comes with monetary costs if somebody pays more for something that is not in accordance with their preferences, but also with psychological costs, stress, as you mentioned, and that is something I think that we should be thinking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Przemek. And let me turn it over to Paula. Paula, I hope you can hear us well. Give us your perspective, how some of those risks that Przemek identified have been exacerbated through the COVID-19 pandemic, and also just give us your perspective coming from a different part of the world, Latin America.
Thank you, Anna. I hope you can hear me well in Zoom. Thank you so much for joining us here also in the room. It is a pleasure to have this interesting discussion with you. First of all, I want to cite former UNCTAD Secretary General Mukisa Kituyi, who once said that consumer protection is not only an economic best practice, but also very vital for the success for digital revolution. And I could not agree more. Trust is fundamental to any human interaction, offline and online. And in this case, we need human to be safe online and to feel safe online. So it is it is our duty to foster this. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, Anna, during COVID, this mistrust has been exacerbated. I am an open internet leader, as you mentioned, and during 2020, I conducted a research regarding the contact tracing efforts developed in Colombia, Ecuador, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay, in order to examine the digital implications of these apps across the region. In March last year, when the mandatory quarantine periods started, many people had no choice but to become consumer of these contact tracing apps. And even though it was voluntary, in Latin America, there were record amounts of downloads. For example, in Peru, there are 40 million cell phones, of which 25 million have access to the internet. During
the first 10 days after the Peruvian app was launched, the government registered 1 million downloads, which is huge for Peru in the case of a recent launch. It is worth to highlight that according to my research, the privacy policies of these apps lack transparency regarding the implemented measures, security measures, and they were very vague and very confusing, difficult to understand by any internet user. Also, in some cases, the source code were not available for auditing. I know that the governments deployed these digital solutions in an emergency situation, but we need to bear in mind that this will not be the unique urgent circumstances, and that is why when performing initiatives that process personal data, it must be done with due respect for privacy as a fundamental of a democracy. Likewise, in my country, e-commerce transactions grew tremendously. In order for you to have a context, we have a year-over-the-year growth of 50%, an amount never reached before. And 70% of these online consumers were first-time online buyers. This context exposed them to many risks because of lack of digital skills, dissatisfaction when the process of the delivery, because also local entrepreneurs were not prepared to receive such huge amounts of orders. And also there were many scams and frauds. On the other hand, there were other troubles to build trust online, and I can mention fake news, data breaches that are exposing personal information of billions of people around the world, and the lack of harmonization of regulation, at least in a region. In Latin America, we have many different regulations regarding consumer protection, and authorities lack authority for enforcement abroad. So people do not feel comfortable when buying something from an e-commerce which is established abroad, because if something goes wrong, they do not have a claim. That's why in the CEPAL, we were discussing among many policymakers, how can we harmonize this and give consumers more channels to be prepared and to have their digital rights respected, but also to foster the development of cross-border exports and cross-border e-commerce. If you allow me, before finishing my participation, I would like to hear from the audience here on site and online, what are your concerns? So I'm going to share my screen so you can see the Menti code. Let me see in a second if I can do it. And you can please write down what are your concerns regarding consumer protection and digital economy. I think I found... It's very easy. You can go to www.menti.com and use the code that you see in the screen, 32732947. The question is, what are your main concerns around digital economy from a consumer perspective? And it will appear in the screen once you are entering. It's just 3 words, your main concerns. I know Prashmek and we have discussed some, but probably you have another ideas, so we can have more ideas of what are your concerns. Let me, I hope that in the Zoom are also seeing the screen, and that you can go into menti.com and use the code that you're seeing. Let me repeat, the code is 32732947. I can see now, for instance, data privacy, data breach, security. Yeah, that is the code. Thank you. Or also, please feel free here to tell me your concerns. I can see entrepreneurs trust, fake accounts. The word cloud is moving. Untrustworthy sellers. reliable delivery. So yes, and I believe many people are concerned regarding data breach and security because it is showing bigger now. But yes, this is our most common concerns regarding digital economy. Thank you very much, Anna. As you can see, these are the concerns of the audience, and now we can keep the conversation flowing.
Thank you, Paula. And all right, the screen sharing is stopped. All right, let's take another geographic perspective and move to Asia. Pinkan, take us to that space. What are some of the concerns, some of the risks, some of the issues and developments you see in Indonesia, or perhaps more broadly in the region when it comes to consumer trust in digital economy?
Yeah, thank you so much, Anna, and also for all the participants that joining online and also offline from Poland. Nice to meet you here, and good evening from Indonesia. So in recent years, I have worked with the other teams in Center for Indonesian Policy Studies on the digital economy issues, and we witness how digitalization across all sectors are actually benefiting many Indonesians as well as the Asian countries, especially during the economic shock brought by the COVID-19 pandemic for the past 2 years that we can see. And digital economy itself, we at CHIPS actually, it falls under our community livelihood research wing, because we believe that digitalization actually can bring inclusive growth, and it should be provided that it's supported with more enabling regulatory framework, as we also heard before from Prashmek and also Paula, that is really something that we need to have. And for the technology itself, it has made the sector easily accessible for many people in the region as well as in Indonesia, and allows more players in the digital economy to reach new markets. And that's also impacting more people become consumers of the digital products. And however, we also see that this rapid advancements of the digital economy also comes with certain new risk pertaining to users' data and also cybersecurity, which also seen in the region, like Paula already mentioned before, in Latin America, and it also appears in the Asian country as well. And it should be addressed through the regulatory framework. But I would like to share more, in particular in the area that is more prone to data privacy issues for many developing countries in Asia and also in Indonesia itself, especially from the people's perspective as a consumer in the peer-to-peer, which is the peer-to-peer lending or P2P lending, or specifically on the payday loan. So when people can borrow money online and they can pay it back in the time of few days or few weeks. So it's kind of a new financial products that we can enjoy in many countries in Asia. And it also comes with a certain kind of risk for the consumer if they are not aware of that. So access to mobile phones and the internet actually can help address the problems associated with the traditional financial services related to bank account, and also how to actually access the loan online for productive purposes or for more day-to-day activities. And 2/3 of unbanked Indonesians actually have access to a mobile phone at the moment, which means they can potentially also access the digital financial services, including the peer-to-peer lending as a product, and also other financial technology. However, from our research in 2019, it illustrated that this kind of innovation, actually lead to a greater financial inclusion for the unbanked population and brought more opportunity, but at the same time also comes with more risk, especially with the situation of low education levels and then low awareness on the importance of protecting personal data, insufficient experience with the financial services, especially in the digital sphere, and also limited access to judicial or extrajudicial complaint mechanism, and especially targeting more the low-income one and also those living in the rural area. So we really see this kind of things becomes the area where many people also put more like a bad intention. So they are having a predatory lending practices, and also we can see the practice of fraud as well. So the predatory lending practices, it also includes the excessive interest rate, and then aggressive debt collection practices, and misuse of consumers' personal data. And I think earlier, Presmec also already mentioned about the harmful effects that occurs on the economy, digital economy. And this is also appears not only in the e-commerce platforms, but also in the peer-to-peer lending and financial services in the digital sphere as well. So the personal data privacy here has become one thing that needs to be discussed more from the government perspective as well as from the multi-stakeholders in order to find a way to regulate this for more protection to the consumer sides, because we see that more people are into the technology adoption and they use this digital lending for their daily basis. So it's really important to raise awareness to the borrowers about their rights as a consumers, and also about how to actually report any kind of digital criminal things to the government. So I think that's what I can share from the perspective in Asia and also in Indonesia.
Thank you so much, Pinkan, and the entire panel. We scoped a broad landscape of risks and potential issues facing consumers online. I want to turn now a little more towards solutions, perhaps, starting with something that Pinkan already cued us for, which is let's talk a little bit more about the regulation of that space, since for governments, that's a natural response, right? If there's a problem, governments default to, well, let's pass a law and try to make it better somehow. But that may or may not always be the case. So I'll take my moderator's privilege and turn to the panel with another round of questions, but also I wanted to take this moment and remind our audience that they can also pose questions online through the chat, and also I believe on site there's a raise hands function. So we'll be sure to leave plenty of time for Q&A. So if you have questions, please do share and we'll get to them in turn. In the meantime, though, let me turn back to Przemek. When we think about, in particular, that data privacy regulation or other measures of consumer protection, the European Union is one of the leading actors globally, shaping new norms or passing laws and regulations on that subject. Give us your assessment of where legal and regulatory landscape stands in Europe from the consumer protection perspective.
Thank you, Anna. Indeed, in the EU, a lot has recently been passed, and even more is right now in the pipeline. Probably the most famous piece of legislation that most of you, I think, are familiar with is the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, which was passed in 2016, came into force in 2018. That was supposed to be a law that unified data protection laws further, initially harmonized by the directive, with both the goal of having the same standard for every country within the EU, but also protecting what is considered a fundamental right within the EU, that is personal data protection. And this act is being promoted fiercely by Brussels online as the model of data protection, both through legal requirements. If a European company wants to share data with a third country, that country can meet the requirements of the GDPR and get a Commission decision, but also through this rhetoric of, this is a template, this is how we do it, and this is how you guys should be thinking about it. In the meantime, in the pipeline, there's several other acts. There is a Digital Services Act and Digital Markets Act supposed to regulate the platforms. There's Artificial Intelligence Act, which is supposed to put on a horizontal model on how to govern AI in general. And I think right now is the perfect time to sort of look at the efficacy of the GDPR approach as it is flagged and used in other places. And I want to make clear that what I'm saying here is not don't regulate the internet, right? I'm not anti-regulation. I'm not one of the people who think that market will take care of itself. But at the same time, I do think that if we pass bad regulation, and especially if we try to promote it as far as possible, it can also have very harmful effects. And GDPR is a perfect example of that, right? It's been in force for more than 3 years now. But when it comes to practices of giants like Google, Facebook, Amazon, etc., that is fierce data collection and usage of this data to harm consumers, really not much has changed. What has changed is that huge costs have been incurred by the businesses, both the giants and the smaller ones. Anti-competitive phenomena have occurred where only the big players that can sort of afford the compliance with the law can certify that everything is fine. Then if you're another business, you'll be doing business with Microsoft or Google and not smaller emerging entities. And at the same time, all these companies that collect and use data now have tons of documentation that legitimizes these practices, right? Now they can show, look, we've got all these documents explaining why what we're doing is lawful. And I can see a very similar risk with this upcoming legislation in the AI regulation and in the Digital Services Act, where the way the Commission seems to be acting is they imagine a perfect world. They describe this world in a piece of legislation, and then they put a huge fine on companies that do not live up to the standards they draw up there, even though these standards sometimes are hard to achieve, sometimes are not very important. And the problem that we can see in Europe is that policymakers create this good feeling about themselves that comes from having passed a law, and then they say, well, if there are still some problems prevailing, that is probably because we have an issue with enforcement. But very little attention is devoted to the question what precisely it is that we want to achieve through these acts and whether these acts are the best way to do it. So completely agreeing with what Paula has said about the need for unified legal standards and what Pinkan has said about need for a regulatory framework, I would just say a word of caution. That is, first, if other countries look at the EU, remember that they also don't know what they're doing. And a word of caution to all of us to remember that simply because we pass a law that requires the world to be perfect, it does not yet mean that it's going to become one.
Very true observation, Przemek. Paula, let me turn to you as a fellow lawyer from outside of the EU. Obviously, legislation such as GDPR has also had this demonstration effect around the world, inspiring governments in other countries to pass similar laws with the same caveats that Przemek just mentioned, where regulation may not necessarily be the answer. So from your perspective, for an emerging market like Peru, is regulation the answer? If so, what kind? If not, what reservations would you have?
Thank you, Anna. Well, the simple answer is no. In my opinion, the regulation is not the answer and it's not the first option. But we need to think it carefully. First of all, we need to see what is the regulation that is in place in our countries. Because as you mentioned, I am an adjunct professor at the University of Lima. And when I do the e-commerce class, the first question I make is e-commerce regulated in Peru? And they all say, no, it isn't. And then I ask them, how about the Consumer Protection Code? Do you see this article when it says that it applies to any contract? It can be electronic or physical. Oh, yes, it applies, they said. So we need to understand that we don't need a regulation specifically for each business model or for each technology that comes. This is the first. If law is applicable, then we need to think what is the best way to solve the public problem that we have. Because sometimes with initiatives, we can solve the problem and we can help consumers. I am a firm believer that all consumers need to have the right to access adequate information to make informed decisions. Mostly in this scenario that I just mentioned, in Peru, for instance, more than 70% are first timers in buying online. So they have a lot of doubts and they need to see clear, transparent, easy to understand terms and conditions. But if we create a law, and actually as an advisor of the executive branch, I tend to have many conversations with the congressmen, because with very good intentions, they present bills only with obligations and fines. But fines is not the solution, because sometimes for entrepreneurs, it's easy to pay the fine, but keep doing it the way they're doing it. So we need to motivate them to comply with these solutions that are better for consumers. So what we need is customer-centric initiatives. And yesterday I was speaking with the, let me see the name because it's a bit difficult, but the Polish Union of Entrepreneurs and Employers. And it happens the same here. They told me regulators would like to approve some laws, but first is important to speak with the ones that are in need, consumers, and then to speak with the private sector, because they know how the market works. And just to tell you an experience we're doing in Peru, we form committees and multi-stakeholder committees, and we see there academia, the technical group as well, private sector and public sector. And then we discuss what is happening in the market. What do you think will be the solution? It's very difficult for us as moderators from the Agency of Digital Transformation to balance different points of view and interest, but from that discussions, we can make commitments and initiatives. We have seen that in e-commerce, the lack of digital skills is one of the main challenges, because people buy, but they do not understand what are they doing, how they use their credit cards or digital wallets. And we agreed that we will do a communication strategy that is better to approve a law with fines and many obligations to the local entrepreneurs, because it can jeopardize innovation. And we are aware that Peru is a developing country and we want our local entrepreneurs to keep growing. So this is my perspective, Anna. But I don't think it's only happening in Latin America. For what I discussed yesterday, some countries in Europe are suffering the same. So these spaces, these conferences are so important, because we can exchange views and think about best practices. And as Prashmek just mentioned, this will lead to a harmonization of norms or policies to bring a more in a space that consumers can trust. And this is our duty in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. So I'm hearing two important insights. One, that good intentions don't necessarily equal good results. That applies in the legislative sphere, but I think, more broadly in life, any sphere of life, but particularly when it comes to legislation and regulation. And another trend of concern is just passing the law top down, maybe inspired by another country, maybe without sufficient effort to translate local law to match local realities, and just relying on copying and pasting, and also passing the laws without sufficient consultation with the people that are affected by it, including local businesses. Well, let's continue that thread. Pinkham, tell us about your experience in Indonesia, and specifically, I know there are some interesting efforts you are working on that could maybe be an example of how to make regulation a little more inclusive, a little more participatory, and a little closer to the subjects who are being regulated.
Yeah, so what happened in Indonesia is actually also similar what Paula already shared in Peru related to the regulation itself. So the government cannot act alone to achieve this balance actually between the right amount of safeguards they are looking for and also the right amount of facilitation on fostering the digital economy as well as to protect the consumer rights at the same time. So the traditional policy making process are unequipped to keep up with this kind of dynamic sector of digital economy that is with the speed of innovation or to address the information asymmetry in practice. So the state-centered digital governance has resulted in more legal uncertainty and could come with the overburden for the private sectors, which also become the counterpart for the governments in fostering the digital economy sectors. So, for examples, in Indonesia, we also face several kind of issues like unclear local content stipulations and then restrictive content moderation for the user-generated content platforms, including for the e-commerce platforms, and then fake and costly data management obligation for the private sectors. And therefore, more accommodative approach is really needed here. And there's come up with approach called the co-regulation that should be considered for governments in Indonesia specifically. And also we believe that this concept also could be more streamlined in other countries in regulating their digital economy. So we are at CHIPS for the couple of years actually having a research and also advocacy on this issue. And we're also grateful for the amount of support coming from SIPE as one of our partners in doing so. So actually we implemented one of the guidelines that already published by SIPE and fostering this kind of multi-stakeholder approach in regulating digital economy and enabling for more inclusivity in the digital economy. So maybe you wonder about what is co-regulation approach. So the co-regulation approach itself allows sharing responsibilities between actors, be it the government and also the private sectors and civil society in tackling several challenges brought by the rapid transformation of digitalization, like issues that already mentioned, data governance and then digital divide within or between countries, and then uneven digital literacy skills and the inequality of access to the use of technology. So it actually goes beyond regulators simply getting their inputs from other non-government stakeholders, but also to consider the shared responsibilities in the implementation process. So it doesn't stop in the policy making process, but to give more responsibilities in conducting those policies in practice. And then, of course, we still need under the eye of regulators in implementing this co-regulation approach. But the idea actually to serve that the business also would be a better position to understand the market, as well as with the rapid development of the digital products that come in. So they will have also known what things to be enhanced to protect their consumers, be it from the digital products like the e-commerce platforms or the peer-to-peer lending platforms. So this kind of thing is really important to be heard. And we in CHIPS at Indonesia also talk to more government in the ministerial level, and they are actually open to this new approach. It's actually not really new, but it's new term perhaps because more people in the government of Indonesia usually only knows about the self-regulation, which is more centralized in the private sector as the sole actors. But with this co-regulation approach, we would like to bring collaborative action between multi-stakeholders between the government and also private sectors and civil society. So one of the example in Indonesia is the regulatory sandbox implementation for the financial technology services. It was proven successful in stimulating the innovation that results in more inclusive financial services. And from other countries, the neighboring countries of Indonesia, Singapore, this kind of regulatory sandbox actually occur in the personal data protection area. So they are working on several regulations on the personal data protection using this regulatory sandbox approach. So it's one thing that perhaps could be considered for countries in other regions as well in dealing with the rapid changes of digitalization.
Thank you, Vikan. And definitely, I think around the globe, we've seen other examples also of regulatory sandboxes as a useful approach where you sort of give a space for private sector to innovate, and then based on that experience, shape how the laws should apply more broadly. You also highlighted an important aspect of perhaps trying to match the softer version of governance, so self-regulation by business, with the harder regulation by government in this process of co-regulation. And just to give a note of explanation, I posted in the chat for our audience a link to the type resource that you mentioned. A while ago, we published a digital economy enabling environment guide with the audience in mind being primarily private sector, so business associations, chambers of commerce in emerging markets, where both new laws and regulations on issues like data privacy, consumer protection, cybersecurity are being passed, and yet the private sector beyond tech companies may not have very good understanding of the issues or ways to engage with the government. So our thoughts behind creating that resource was to give the private sector an additional tool. What we found interesting since then is that actually many policymakers have also been interested in this guide, which highlights probably another issue we haven't explored quite in depth, which is often government regulators also do not have full understanding of the issues or the implications. So there's education that needs to happen on both sides. All right, and before we move on to Q&A, let me also post a link to something else that we mentioned in conversation with Paula, which is the Open Internet for Democracy initiative. Paula is one of our wonderful alums. It's an annual non-residential leadership program. Some of the other open internet leaders also participate in this IGF. So if you look at the website and see their bios, some names and faces may look familiar from other panels. With that, let's turn to the Q&A, and looks like we have a raised hand on site. So let's see if we can connect there.
Hi, my name is Martina Derszniak-Noażą, and I'm from the Office of Consumer Protection in Poland. So it's very interesting to listen to this. And we also have a panel tomorrow on sustainable consumption in e-commerce. So I'm happy to hear this and to listen to everything. So my office is an enforcer of consumer law. So it's interesting to hear that discussion here, and also to listen a little bit what you think about the regulations and about law. We also participate, of course, in the policy making of consumer protection laws. For me, it's interesting to hear, and one of the panelists already answered partly to this question, because of course I agree that part of the I mean, from our perspective, enforcement of consumer law is essential, and personally, I think that it's a tool. Regulation is a tool that is guaranteeing compliance, because it's the strictest kind of tool that you can have for ensuring some kind of level of consumer protection, because it imposes some obligations, and they can be enforced by an authority. But I also agree that there is other kinds of actions that are necessary and that can help. And these are perhaps things like soft actions and cooperation and cooperation with different actors and different organizations. So I was interested to hear a little bit on that, because while I agree that this is very important also from the participative point of view, I mean, it enables also different perspectives, and it helps also regulators to see a little bit more the problems in the field. It's also making some kind of change. But for me, it's interesting to hear how can we make sure that this kind of soft actions and cooperation among different actors will also be effective. Thanks.
Is your question to a specific panelist, or should we open it up to?
No, it's just if anybody wants to answer, but that's just my reflection.
All right. Well, I would say since the question came from Poland, Przemek, maybe I'll give it to you first, and then we'll see if anyone else wants to chime in.
Sure. Thank you very much. Look, from the enforcer's point of view, of course, it seems like regulation is the thing that you want to have, right? Because then there is a particular norm, particular provision that you can focus on enforcing, and if somebody crosses it, then you can initiate proceedings, and it seems like something's happening. But when it comes to consumer protection itself, if you look at the types of problems that we currently see in digital economy, say with targeted advertising, imagine a situation in which I wake up in the morning, I'm tired, I had a rough night for whatever reason. The platform that shows me ads, say Facebook or Google, knows about it because they're tracking the time I usually sleep. They have the ability to influence the way I feel about the world through the content they show me, right? So Facebook shows me some sad or outrageous news in the morning, I feel bad about it. And then there is this product advertised to me, which based on the data analysis of my own data, on everybody else's data, is judged by the ad delivery system as much more likely for me to purchase in this particular moment. Now, this particular purchase might run against my long or medium-term preferences. In short, I don't need that product. I don't want that product. But in that particular moment, I feel like, buying it will soothe my emotional distress in which I find myself in. Now, is this unlawful under Polish or European consumer law? Not really, right? The ad is not deceptive. The ad is not misinformative. It's not misleading. It might be judged as an aggressive practice, but we all know how hard it is to meet that threshold. And so under the law, as it is, everything is fine, even though there is this particular harm that besets a consumer. And so this is on the point that law is regulation is necessary to ensure compliance. Sure, within the system that already exists, but there might be several problems that fall out of it. So I don't think anyone here is saying, well, do less regulation, do less enforcement. The sentiment strikes me as, let's be much more mindful when designing the law, and let's be much more, let's have a shared responsibility in its enforcement, right? It's not just for the Bureau of Consumer Protection in Poland to look at such practices, it's also for the competitors to look at such practices, right? If there is a consensus within a community that this type of practice should not be allowed, there might be certain companies that are better equipped through their technology, experience, knowledge of the market to detect this type of activities and maybe warn the enforcer, maybe warn the public. I think that is just the sentiment we were trying to flag here. Thank you for the question, though.
Thank you. And Pinkan, is there anything to add on that front from your experience of best practices in engaging the local stakeholders in developing the law, as we said, but also the extent to which you think enforcement is also a shared duty?
Yeah, so the enforcement itself already become one challenge in Indonesia, because for the digital economy sector, actually there are around 14 government institutions or ministries that are in charge for this. So there are a lot of regulations from the law until the ministerial level regulations that comes around 60 regulations at the moment, and some of them also overlap into each other. So with this kind of regulations, we need to do more dialogue on what regulation that actually need to be amended and what regulations are actually or are no longer working to protect the consumers and also to foster the digital economy sectors in Indonesia. So when we talk with more government institutions, we're also trying to emphasize this kind of thinking. So they would like to reconsider what they are planning, because most of the time they are thinking that by having more regulations in place, it actually great for the implementation process. But at the current state in Indonesia, with the large number of regulations in place, actually the implementation is not really well. So we can see there's like more a counterproductive reality compared to what they are trying to have with bringing more regulation in place. And yeah, I've also shared the same concern with Presnek before about this. And I believe that it's not only about the regional perspective, but perhaps more global perspectives on the regulatory framework as well.
Great, thank you, Pinkan. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Or Paula, did you want to also comment?
There is a question, Anna.
Yes.
Here on the
Okay,
side.
go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for interesting discussion. My name is Anna. I'm from Moscow University, and I completely agree that all e-commerce platform collects our personal data, information about our preferences, because we click agree button when we move to the platform and when we sign the user agreement. So it's the circumstance of user agreement, and nobody can define these terms. Only e-commerce platforms. And maybe you know some examples when states or maybe some organizations of self-regulation define the demands to e-commerce platforms about terms of user agreements. For example, if can I refuse to give all my personal data and to continue use the platform? Of course, no. It's a special type of contract when I join to the terms in whole, and I can change any circumstance, any terms of this agreement. How is it possible to regulate it? And if you know examples, we will be grateful for them. Thank you.
Paula, would you like to take this question? I'm turning to lawyers on the panel first.
Sure. Very quick, because I can see that we only have 1 minute, and maybe we can keep going the conversation in the side here. But yes, this is a huge challenge because companies are not understanding yet that people need to understand what is accepting. And that's why we need to start working in a more design thinking way. And regulators and lawyers need to start writing in a more simple way. Or first, to put the basic information in the beginning, and yes, make it mandatory that people should open and scroll down and read. And if we do it in a graphic way, in a Q&A way, that is we also as lecturers, professors should be teaching at school. This is what we're doing at University of Lima, actually. So probably a way of doing this roundtable, multi-stakeholder roundtables meeting that I mentioned is good. But yes, if this does not change, this is something that regulators can be tackling, because it's important. I mean, people are probably accepting to give all their life or their information to their company. So yes, we need to start looking at this. I'm sorry, I rushed, but I just see the clock.
Thank you, Paula. And yes, there are some tools that help to translate the legalese to something more understandable to the consumer. So I think there are tools where you can look at the user agreements, and it may maybe highlight the key sections of it. Przemek, do you have any other thoughts on that in our last minute or so of the panel?
I would just add that on top of making it easier for consumers to understand what they agree to, as was rightly pointed in the question, sometimes there is no real choice, right? Like I don't really have a choice whether I use Zoom or Google or Facebook because I have to, right? I'm forced to do so by my life circumstances. So on top of making it easier for people to know, there are various ways in which the law tries to remove that choice from the particular transaction. So within the EU, we, for example, have the unfair terms legislation. Certain terms just cannot be put in the contract. GDPR has it about the personal data collection part of the contract. But I think instead of doing what the EU is trying to do now, which is just pass one act that will solve all the problems with the platforms, we should just in a much more tailored way, look at the particular harmful types of activities that platforms engaged in when it comes to data, and just regulate them one by one. I know that lawyers, especially in Europe, don't like it. They just like one short law that is supposed to solve everything. But maybe, certain ways in which data is collected is not harmful, right? Like not all personalization of advertisements is bad. So just focus on the psychological harms, focus on the abuse of vulnerability parts, and respond maybe within consumer law, not necessarily within data protection law, would be my 1 minute answer.
Thank you. And given that we're out of time, I'll give the final word to Pinkan. Any final words on or thoughts on educating consumers or helping them better understand their rights online?
Yeah, so for the consumer itself, regarding their own rights in the digital spheres, especially in using the digital products, it's really important to actually aware of what you are using in daily basis and what are you obliged to do within that services. So when we already know about that, we become more aware in terms of the risk that may come in. So it's really important to actually be mindful about the products that we are using in, and also to put our personal data protection itself in our top of mind by creating passwords manager, and also put that in place. So more in terms of this self approach to protect about this. And we can also talk with our family and friends regarding this issue. So educating consumers can be started with our own circles. So it's really important to keep that in mind.
Thank you so much. With that, we are officially out of time. Many thanks again to the panel. Thank you very much to the audience, both on site in Katowice and online. And we hope to continue this conversation offline and online. So do stay in touch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, I think we are live now. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to this workshop number 13, Digital Transformation Challenges in Developing Countries. My name is Olga Cavalli. I am the co-founder and director of the South School of Internet Governance, and I will be moderating this workshop. Many thanks for joining today, and to the Polish government for organizing this new edition of the IGF. Unfortunately, we decided not to travel for different reasons related with vaccines and all that health things, but thanks to the internet, we are all connected today, and I can see you and we can interact. I see people in the room. Thank you very much for joining. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you there today. And this workshop is organized by the South School of Internet Governance, by the Center of Training in High Technology for Latin America and the Caribbean, CCATLAT, by ICOMLAC, the Latin American and Caribbean Federation. In all the activities at all levels. So we can agree that the digitalization is of high importance today, but at the same time, there's a digital divide because between those countries that have successfully navigated the increase of use of digital technology and those that have not, and there could be a danger of being left behind. Additional to this, there is the world economic crisis related with this COVID-19 pandemic, which is the worst after the Second World War, and it's impacting all countries of the world, but with a higher impact in developing countries, especially Latin America is the most affected region, as per the publications I have seen from the ICLAC and other organizations. The most impact of this pandemic is in Latin America, where I live and where I came from. So this workshop will be focusing those challenges for developing economies and capturing the benefits of digital transformation, especially in this time of COVID crisis. And we will try to also identify key elements of this transformation that may be implemented to help the developing economies. As you know, I'm always an optimistic of the use of technology. I am always an optimistic. So we will try to find this good advice from you as very important experts. So first, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Vinton Cerf, Vint, it's always an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for sharing your time and your knowledge with us. And as you know, some interesting projects have become unicorn startups from companies in developing regions. Some are from Argentina, which are very well known as Mercado Libre and others, which is very good, but still many small and medium enterprises and self-employed workers and professionals find it difficult to overcome the new challenges to embrace the digital transformation. So you see many small and medium enterprises, which is the basis of the economy in Latin America, for example, that have presence in the internet, but they don't include the technology in their processes and in their value of chain. So the challenges are several: new types of cyber attacks, lack of connectivity, affordability of services, devices, and tools for enhancing performance and productivity. So how do you see these small and medium enterprises and entrepreneurs could overcome these challenges? Are lessons learned during the last years and half a year that could be used in the mid and long term? And thank you very much for joining, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Olga, as always, and thank you for your enthusiasm and optimism. We can all take heart that somehow or other we'll figure out how to make our way through all of this. I'd like to split my keynote into two parts. One of them is that at the beginning, the more general observations about digital cooperation and why that's so important. And then I want to speak specifically to the role of SMEs in the online environment. So let me begin on this first part. I want to emphasize that the internet is an artifact. It's a deliberately designed global shared infrastructure, and it bears some of the characteristics of other natural shared ecosystems like the atmosphere, the oceans, and space, which are also fairly complex environments. So learning to maximize the utility of the internet while managing its risks is kind of like training wheels on a bicycle. If we can develop common norms and international behavioral agreements for the internet, we can apply these lessons to the other important sustainable development goals, many of which are aimed at shared and equally vital infrastructure. Secretary General Guterres' Digital Cooperation Initiative is representative of this mindset, and it could not be more timely. The Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace, on which I sit, has proposed a variety of norms aimed at protecting the use of the internet and its users. Some actors advocate for policies that would fragment the internet and erode its global potential. The term data sovereignty is often invoked in aid of this argument. One understandable motivation for this argument is to achieve control of access to data, a concept adjacent to privacy. But this desirable protection can be achieved by other means that need not fragment the internet. At the proper levels in the internet's layered protocol architecture, one can introduce cryptographic means both to enforce access control and to apply strong authentication to the identity of the accessing parties and also to the integrity of the data. I could not overemphasize that the free flow of data across borders is actually one of the most valuable aspects of the global internet. It's widely appreciated that the applications of the internet have simultaneously given rise to powerful collaborative capabilities, such as the development of a response to the global COVID-19 pandemic, but also to opportunity for harmful cross-border behaviors. It's no wonder that national safety and security concerns have arisen. But to cope with a global system, one must apply global methods, and thus the call for digital cooperation extends to law enforcement and the apprehension of criminals, for example. We have seen recently some very effective cooperation among national and international law enforcement agencies and the private sector in aid of such work, such as tracking down and apprehending ransomware hackers. These examples reinforce my belief that learning to work together to maintain and enhance the benefits of a global internet and increase the safety and security in its use will inform our efforts in the other SDG domains. We have an opportunity to learn together to preserve our global natural and artificial habitats. Now let me turn to SMEs and their role. SMEs are like the stem cells of national economies. They can develop into virtually anything as conditions and circumstances permit. In our increasingly digital world, the term STEM seems very appropriate because our global and local economies are increasingly influenced by and dependent on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, which have brought us a digital environment in which to develop new products and services. But for our SMEs to flourish, the populations that create them must have reliable infrastructure of all kinds: transportation, energy, education, finance, housing, food security. I mean, you can make a longer list. Interestingly, these desirable features align well with the UN Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. Successful SMEs thrive on high quality and timely information about customer needs, supply chain status, service and manufacturing logistics. It's not surprising that the internet and the computing devices it serves are becoming more important to the successful formation and growth of SMEs. But the utility of these information services is very dependent on their reliability, their resilience in the face of deficits, resistance to cyber attack, and flexible evolutionary capability. Moreover, these services really must operate on a global scale because the supply of raw and finished materials that drive SME businesses are sourced around the world. The inherent complexity of achieving global information safety and security reinforces the importance of multi-stakeholder processes for the formation of policy and the implementation of practices that lead to desirable outcomes and benefits for everyone. This line of reasoning leads to the conclusion that transsectoral and transnational cooperation and collaboration are essential to thriving SME-driven economies. In some sense, this is something like the humble community barn raisings of the 19th century, in which the community collaborated for the benefit of every community member to enable their small farms to thrive. But in digital cooperation space, the scale is potentially global in scope. Our challenge then is to learn quickly what kinds of cooperation and collaboration are effective for creating conditions in which SMEs can take advantage of and rely upon digital technology. It is in this domain that the Internet Governance Forum can play a major role. In its national, regional, and international manifestations, we have an opportunity to share what has worked, what has not worked, and why. This shared learning benefits everyone, not least of which are the SMEs seeking to use technology to improve products, services, and awareness of customer needs. It's precisely the multi-stakeholder nature of the IGF that maximizes its information sharing capacity and spotlights opportunities for multi-stakeholder cooperation for local and global benefit. So I'll stop there, Olga, and I look forward to this discussion because it feels to me like our SME, our cohort of SMEs, are the rock on which our economies are being built. And I, for one, hope that the digital economy and the digital environment will assist in that objective.
Thank you very much, Ben. I like the mention that you said that they were stem cells of the economy. I totally agree. This is, as you know, at least in Latin America, and I think it's the same in many developing economies. Most of the economy is based on small and medium enterprises, which is nice, but it's challenging at the same time because some of them find difficulties. And I think that the two focus that you made are totally related. So global cooperation and the challenge of quickly effective use and learn. So this is exactly what we are trying to do for many years with the South School of Internet Governance, trying to help people understanding the basics and the concepts of the benefits of the internet and technology. Sometimes it's not a matter of having the funds, but it's a matter of having how to apply them, how to find them, and how to use them effectively. It's not that they are not there. Sometimes, you have to know how to get there. Thank you very much, Vin, and we will come back with your comments in a moment. Maimouna, welcome. My dear friend Maimouna, she's in Senegal, and I hope that you're doing well and this pandemic was not so bad for you and your family. And let me ask you a question. In the last 2 years, one of the challenges for women was to have equal access to the internet and technology, which seemed to be somehow diminished due to the different responsibilities at home that we have. I'm an engineer and a mother, so I'm both of children that are young adults now, but I know what I'm talking about. And at home, and also problems to access technology, few devices at home, and were shared by several people at home, with kids making the homework for school and fathers working. So how to effectively use this ICT technology and affordability were problems for many families, and especially for women. How this needs of women be addressed in developing economies, how this gender gap be diminished in relation to access to ICT services and also to education. Are there examples you can share with us from your country or your region? And welcome.
Thank you, Olga, and good evening, everybody. Would like to thank you for inviting me to join this interesting session, and a great thanks to Vint for these keynotes. I think it was important to remind that we are in a world where the access is not really affordable for everyone. And before answering to your question about woman gap, which is very, very big one, I would like to raise the issue that Africa has witnessed significant growth in information and communication technology since the start of the millennium, particularly in the mobile telephony. And in December 2020, the internet penetration rate in Africa stood at 43%, which is not bad, but that means that more than half of population does not have access to the internet. And the pandemic has had a profound impact on the digital landscape, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. While vaccination has brought some hope and relief, vagaries in vaccine availability, resurgence of case, and the emergence of challenging variants continue to prolong the crisis. The pandemic has highlighted the importance of a robust and inclusive digital economy, underpinned by universal access to fast, reliable internet and a range of digital services for individuals and businesses. And about the gender, a large gender gap and rural-urban gap in the mobile internet use persists, standing at 37% about the gender gap and 60% for the rural and urban gap. That means that we really have to face this big issue in the continent. But we have several initiatives at the continental level and also at the local level. Specifically in my country, we set up a special program for ICT for women, and it allowed us to have some funds to connect rural area women, and specifically to help them to have access to financial services, which is a key when it comes to have access to the economy. And we also had an initiative which was a kind of coalition within the to bring the Ministry of Health and Prevention, the Ministry of Digital Economy, and all the stakeholders, the telecom operators, the digital service company, the startups. We set up this coalition to bring together our effort to sustain the internet access application, technical solution, communication, building, capacity building, and also to have some platform to raise the issue of digital access during the pandemic. We also set up specific initiative to ensure continuity of learning for the most vulnerable children and young in Senegal during the COVID. And for this, we set a universal fund, and we use this universal fund to provide 5 gigabyte internet capacity to the schools in Senegal. And it was also kind of specific access for the girls in the schools and also at home. But I think the fact is that's not enough. We need to do more, and the gap is there. We need to raise it. I used to study the girls' eyes gap in Senegal, and it seems that we have a lot of smiles before getting, a kind of equity and equality from the men and the woman in Africa. And I think it's the same thing when you talk about the gender gap in Africa. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Maimuna. You brought some interesting insights, especially the rural divide, which is additional to the general divide, and especially for women. Women are responsible for most of the production, or more than half the production of what is produced in the rural areas. But at the same time, they don't participate deeply into the economic process, and so that's another divide, which is bigger also for women. And what you mentioned about the mobile phones in Africa is remarkable, especially for the financial services. I think some other regions like Latin America should learn from countries like Kenya or Senegal. The highest access in Latin America is made through mobile phones. And there could be a lot of enhancement in the use of the mobile technology for financial services. And finally, interesting what you mentioned about the universal fund. In some countries where the privatizations were done in the 90s, the national telephone companies, not all these funds, these were established, but not all these funds were so practically used. So it's good to know that you're using it in a very good way, especially for enhancing the participation of women. Thank you very much, Maimuna. We will come back to you in a moment, and I would like to give the floor to our friend Antonio Garcia Tavares. He works for the Inter-American Development Bank. Antonio, welcome. And a question for you. In developing countries and economies, the gap between the connected and unconnected, as we are talking about, experience a new exposure. In many locations, existing infrastructure is not ready yet. So some people thought that they were connected, but then when 3 or 4 people at the same place were connected, then the quality was low, or they thought they were connected and it didn't work. So that new gap was very explicit during the last year and a half. And those poorly connected have difficulties. Are there regional or international financing for making improvements to infrastructure, and so helping these developing economies embracing the digital transformation, enhancing the infrastructure? And welcome, Antonio.
Thank you very much, Olga, and thank you very much for the invitation, and to the panelists and Bint for the inspiration in the keynote. The question is terribly important and very, very critical for the period of time that we are living. So at this moment in time, according to the IDB, Latin America and the Caribbean is lagging behind in terms of digital infrastructure in a magnitude of around $70 billion just to catch up with the OECD countries. So it is obvious that this is an amount of money that needs to be done in coordination between the public and the private sector. I think that what we are observing these days is that digital infrastructure and connectivity is having a direct impact in terms of social inclusion and also in terms of productivity. So in that particular regard, the roles of the multilateral development banks, such as the IDB, but also the role of the private sector, and more importantly, the role of governments are going to be critical to bridge the existing gap that we have estimated. Where is this existing gap coming from? And this is the first question that probably we need to give answer. So the first is that when we talk about digital gap or infrastructure gap, there are several dimensions. And for instance, one of the things that we are observing in Latin America is that there is a huge dependency from hubs located in the United States. So there is a particular issue related to international connectivity. And more importantly, there is an issue related to improving the regional integration. So the countries are not interconnected among themselves. And this is having a clear impact in terms of the quality of service and also in terms of the prices that the population and the users eventually are paying. So in this particular regard, again, there is a specific role for private sector to deploy additional submarine cables, but also there is an important role from the public side to make sure that there is an existing interconnection across different countries. So there is an issue related to border connectivity that is going to be very, very, very important. And in this particular regard, we have been working closely with governments such as Argentina, Chile, and Paraguay, just to improve the interconnection across them. And the problem and the magnitude of this problem is even greater when we are thinking about landlocked countries or countries that are small in terms of sizes, like, for instance, the Caribbean islands, or even small countries like El Salvador in Central America, that they have a huge dependency of just one country like Guatemala to have proper internet services. So first thing that I wanted to stress, we cannot talk about proper digitalization if we don't have regional integration in terms of digital infrastructure. This is one very important thing that we all are co-responsible. Governments, private sector, and of course multilateral development banks that at the end of the day are working at the disposal and at the particular requests coming from the governments. The second thing that I wanted to highlight is what is the digital infrastructure gap when we are thinking nationally. And in here, I think that we have had already quite a bit of discussion in the past. But the question that comes to my mind is that despite the fact that there are many countries around the world, and specifically in Latin America, that they do have specific digital agendas, I realize that there are not many countries in Latin America, at least, with a specific national connectivity plans. So at the end, we end up having a wishful list of targets related to digital agendas that are built upon, with all due respect, nothing, because we are lacking precisely that digital infrastructure. So at the end of the day, to talk about digital agenda for Paraguay or digital agenda for Honduras or for any country, unless we have a national connectivity plan, that digital agenda is going to be just for those people who are connected. And we cannot forget that at this moment in time, as you were mentioning at the opening, half of the population in Latin America remains unconnected, and the other half are still stuck in 3G technologies, where the quality of the services and the type of services are going to be an issue. So with this, I want to say that we need to have, as a country, a strategy going forward in terms of national connectivity plan, keeping in mind that there will be two specific aspects to keep in mind. The first one is related to productivity. So taking into account the consequences coming from the pandemic situation, we need to understand that for the continuity of the economy and for the continuity of many businesses, infrastructure is going to be very important, and more importantly, to connect areas such as rural areas are going to be a very important aspects if we want to catch up between urban and rural area and have equal opportunities to the people regardless where they are living. So that is a very important thing. The second is the continuity of public services. So in here I'm talking about health service, education service. So countries like, like Guatemala, where, yesterday we had a meeting with some congressmen from Paraguay. Less than 10% of the schools are connected there. So this is equivalent to saying that in the last 18 months, there were literally a stop in all the education system in those two countries. So we need to do something. And again, we are co-responsible of the situation that we are facing. So whenever that we are thinking about this national connectivity plan, we may keep in mind the objective of increasing productivity or the objective of bringing social inclusion in the provision of public services. And I'm about to finish. There are two cross-cutting aspects that we need to keep in mind as well. One is related to the update of regulatory framework. And again, 2 out of 3 countries in Latin America do have telecom law and specific legislation dating from late 1990s or early 2000, where the concept of 5G broadband, internet even, are not captured there. So we need to update those frameworks, and specifically is going to be very important aspects related to rights of ways, universal service funds, and also a spectrum that is going to be one of the fuel for keeping the engine moving forward. And last but not least, the digital skills, which is the other important variables to bring into the equation. It's not just about bringing connectivity. It's not just about bringing or having a proper update regulatory framework, but it's also about having the digital skills that allow the people to take advantage and benefiting from having that access. So I just stop it in here. I'm sure that we will have a chance of going deeper into further discussions. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thanks to you, Antonio. And I always say this: we should move from talking to action. There's a lot of talk about, we do this digital agendas and the agenda for cybersecurity, but we have to move from there to action, especially in the activities that I do for closing the gender gap in technology. And the fact that there is some connectivity installed, it has shown not be enough, especially for, as you rightly mentioned, for mobile phones. It's still lagging behind, and some, especially low-lying countries or small countries, are really facing the difficulties. And the connectivity in schools, I find it relevant. Also, digital skills. It's an interesting thing. In countries like, for example, Argentina, the ICT sector cannot grow higher because there are not enough human resources trained for that. So that's an opportunity there that it's not taken by the people because they are not trained. So that's something interesting to think about, and we will come back to you in a moment. And before giving the floor to our next panelist, I would like to thank all of you who are in the IGF in person in Poland. Hello there. I can see the room. Hola. And we have a remote hub in Abuja. That's very interesting. Hello, friends from Abuja. And thank you for joining with us this morning. And I would like to welcome our new panelist, Vladimir Stankovic. Vladimir, thank you for joining us this morning. I mentioned that you were joining a few minutes later because you had another activity. And as I mentioned, he works in the ITU. And I would like to pose a question for you. It's during the past year and a half, we have experienced and proved the value of new ways of working and learning. So we are having this meeting. It's virtual. I'm in Argentina. Some people are in Poland. You're in the United States, Europe. So based on a hybrid mixing and on-site online training and working. So how can these new capacity building methods help closing those gaps that we have been talking about for a while today in the access to education and ICT services and technologies, and the need for STEM education, especially for young women in developing economies? So welcome, and the floor is yours, Vladimir.
Thank you, Olga, very much. Thank you for inviting ITU to present at your session, and a very warm greeting to all the panelists and those following us in the audience. Definitely the past year and a half has brought us lots of new developments that look very with huge potential and promising. And I will share more about the details of the ITU numbers, and especially those coming from the WSIS Forum, as I'm one of the coordinators of this process as part of ITU. But before I start sharing some insights on the importance of ICTs in the growing capacities for education, for gender mainstreaming and youth, altogether the efforts by ITU and the WSIS, especially during the ongoing challenging times. If you allow me, I would like to just use this opportunity and share a story of how each of us can contribute to the gender equality. So back in 2010, I was a part of a delegation that attended the WTDC in Hyderabad in India. And there was a feeling that more can be done in the gender mainstreaming activities in the ICT field. The last meeting on this topic in ITU was held in 2005, so 5 years before that meeting, in a form of a working level group. And not a lot of activities were held since then. So went back to coming back from India, which, by the way, has a very good system that I would like to mention of open schools, which has been successfully run since 1989, where all different technologies were used to educate all parts of society using radios, television, and now internet. So going back from India, I continued to do research and consulted lots of experts in the field of gender mainstreaming in ICTs. And basically, there was a clear need to start at early age with the so-called STEM education, which would then be supported by a successful transition to the careers, and then later on to having gender-balanced decision makers. So the revision of the ITU Resolution 70 on gender mainstreaming was proposed at the Plenipotentiary Conference in Guadalajara, which very much appreciated by all community there, and several new initiatives were suggested. One of them was the establishment of the International Girls in ICT Day. And I would like to use this opportunity to present to the community that in the last 10 years, millions of girls around the world have been a part of these global celebrations, have been introduced to STEM, have been introduced to ICT careers. And I bet some of them from 10 years ago are now here at IGF contributing to this exciting new moment for gender equality in the ICT field. So what is needed? We need to do this extra step. We could have revised the resolution, point out a couple of things, but neglect to touch upon the very important issue on how and where is, how can we respond to this challenge? Where are the roots? But, this is something that I would like to share at the beginning and invite everyone to who are in position here in IGF at the national level, international level, to do this extra step, do their work, regardless of the result. Often they fail, but in order for them to succeed, they need to be made. So once again, I believe ITU has done a tremendous job in the last 10 years in gender mainstreaming with lots of new activities and initiatives. And I think we are looking into a very promising future ahead. Let me move to the present times. I will repeat something that everyone here at this meeting or at IGF or Business Forum and other ICT-related international events has already mentioned. Never before has there been so much reliance, appreciation, and emphasis placed on the important role of capacity of ICTs, which has given billions of people around the world the ability to continue their work, studies, care of others, and remain connected to their loved ones. It's very important to re-emphasize the importance of ICTs, the importance of this kind of events, the importance of various international bodies that are really there to support and give and connect the world. However, talking about connection, not everyone was able to benefit. So the digital divides are increasingly apparent between different sides, rich and poor, urban and rural, young and elderly, as well as those on gender, but also including people with disabilities and indigenous peoples. So for almost half of the world's population, ICTs are still out of reach. They're unaffordable, unsafe, too complicated to use, or not in the local language. We believe that an increased awareness of importance of getting everyone connected brought about this pandemic, which will make it sooner rather than later that everyone everywhere benefits from technology. As you know, some of the numbers are looking better and much better in the last year and a half than they were before. They say that an estimated 37% of the world population, or 2.5 billion people, have still never used internet. And the new ITU data, for those who are yet to learn about ITU, it is the United Nations Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies. The report has also revealed global growth in the internet use, with the estimated number of people who have used the internet surging to 4.9 billion in 2021, from an estimated 4.1 billion in 2019. It's a huge increase in the last year and a half. Moreover, in the last decade, we have seen the increase of 17%. So all these lockdowns, schools closures, combined with people's need to access the news, government services, health updates, e-commerce, and online banking, contributed to the COVID connectivity boost, with 782 million additional people online. This particular moment has also witnessed an increase in bridging the gender digital gap. I would like to particularly focus on the things that we have witnessed at the WSIS Forum in 2021 and in 2020. And first, thank you, Olga, for being a great contributor to the WSIS Forum and WSIS process. We always appreciate your presence, and we look forward to the outcomes of this session to also be presented at the WSIS Forum 2022. So, starting the discussion about WSIS and gender, we cannot avoid going back in history and discussing and pointing out to the WSIS Declaration in Principles, which is adopted by the representatives of all peoples of the world in 2003, which declared a common desire and commitment to build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society, including the promotion of gender equality and empowerment of women. Almost 2 decades ago, the decision makers at this summit affirmed that development of ICTs provide enormous opportunities for women who should be an integral part of key actors in the information society. We are committed, they say, to ensure that the information society enables women empowerment and their full participation on the basis of equality in all spheres of society and in all decision-making processes. To this end, they say we should remain stream on gender equality perspective and the use of ICTs as a tool to that end. So, discussing about the 2 decades ago and what is happening now and the boost that has happened in the last year and a half, we must say that we are dedicated to the issues of digital gender divide, maintaining gender equality. At the WSIS Forum, we also look very strongly to the 50-50 participation, gender balanced participation at the WSIS Forum. WSIS Forum has launched a special track on ICTs and gender mainstreaming and several other activities, including a special initiative on gender mainstreaming that I will discuss a bit more later. Just to point out what was mentioned by the ITU Secretary General at the recently held UN Women Generation Equality Forum, where he stressed that by holding back half of the world's population, we hold back human progress. And if we do not enforce our efforts now, it will be very difficult to achieve SDG 5 or any other UN SDG before the end of this decade. So we all must make use of this momentum, of this digital transformation that we are a part of, and push for this gender equality in the ICT field. And I will close by mentioning some of the new activities that have been developed in the WSIS forum lately. So in line with also the WSIS Declaration of Principles, the ITU has recently launched the World Summit on Information Society Stock-Taking Repository of Women in Technology. This initiative was born out from the special track on ICT's agenda mainstreaming, and we invite everyone to join this opportunity. It is a global portal that is highlighting national regional initiatives and programs that would be of interest and relevance to the gender mainstreaming. This forum has witnessed a huge increase of participation, and many sessions were focusing on the capacity building towards gender mainstreaming, including STEM. I would like to specifically comment on the session held within the ICT and gender mainstreaming special track called Experience of Young Women and Girls in STEM that was organized by Tech Girls. The recording is available on the WSIS Forum 2021 website, and it was conducted virtually and has introduced some real examples from the ground by the alumni of those who have witnessed and took action in this program. And of course, all these new capacity building methods can help closing the gender gap in the access to education and ICTs in the developing economies as well, which is also one of the focus of the WSIS Forum next year, including the least developed countries. I again warmly invite everyone to join us in increasing the capacity of the ICTs and gender mainstreaming at the WSIS Forum. And I would like now to go back to the panelists and audience for their questions on particularities that WSIS Forum is planning towards next year in the special track on the gender mainstreaming, in the special new initiatives regarding the WSIS youth campaigns, and other capacity building activities that ITU is also holding within its own scope of ITU Academy and many other events towards the gender equality. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. I would like to say that I follow all your activities. I commend ITU for all the activities of the WSIS Forum. I would like you to know that at least in Latin America and Argentina, from the ISOC Argentina chapter and the School of Internet Governance, we always have a celebration for the Day of the Girls in ICTs. We always do that for many years. And those who know me, I've been working on this issue for more than 20 years. So before that, now it's kind of in fashion, but I used to talk about, especially with young women and students and ladies, there's an opportunity here of international careers, well-paid jobs, and go for it. So this is my message, always trying to be positive. And thank you very much, Vladimir. And we will come back to you. Perhaps you can tell us how to get more involved with the WSIS Forum this year. Now, Matthias, thank you for your patience. And I will give the floor to you. But I know that you are very active in Uralo, which is a very interesting part of the ICANN ecosystem. And many developing economies are updating several regulations related to digital economy, cybersecurity, privacy, among many others. But at the same time, a solid multi-stakeholder interaction has proved to be the best environment to develop and update these regulations. But sometimes developing economies and countries don't get the most of the multi-stakeholder process. So how can the multi-stakeholder model be reinforced or even consolidated in developing economies to create an open dialogue among different actors to achieve digital transformation? And I would like to link to what Vint said at the beginning. this cooperation in between regions and sharing experiences. And welcome, Matthias.
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, thank you very much for having me. And also a big thank you to the organizers and especially to you, Olga, for the moderation. Yeah, ultimately, I'm very thrilled and deeply honored to speak with Vint as the father of the internet and all the other distinguished speakers on this workshop on, for me, very interesting and very important topic. And yeah, as you said, Olga, I see myself as millennial, as the next generation within internet governance, and especially as at-large advisory committee member at ICANN, representing internet end users from Europe. This is for me a very interesting panel. So I want to start my talk with the statement, there is a global evolution of internet and data traffic. So, and here I would very much like to refer to the Digital Economy Report 2021 carried out by the ICT policy section of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development's Technology and Logistics Division, which has very interesting insights. Just to emphasize a bit, it shows in general that digital data and their flows are a core factor to all fast evolving digital technologies, such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain technologies, data analytics, cloud computing, and also other internet-based services. So the massive flows of data are substantial to virtually achieve all the sustainable development goals. We can see that countries around the world are struggling to determine how to deal with it from a policy perspective, I would say, and that the approach chosen at national and international levels will affect not only trade, innovation, and economic progress, but also a range of other topics related to the distribution of gains from digitalization, human rights, law enforcement, and also national security, which is very important to mention. And in my opinion, there are three very important points I want to reflect on, and it might be stimulating for a fruitful discussion. So the first point I want to stress is that data flows are growing enormously, but are difficult to measure. So the trend of data flows is steeply upwards, even though it is hard to measure data traffic. The report also forecasts that global internet protocol and traffic in 2022 will exceed all internet traffic up to 2016. So moreover, the internet traffic was heavily impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, you already heard, because most of the activities took place in an online environment. And considering this, the global internet bandwidth rose by 35% in 2020. So the largest one-year increase since 2013. That's very interesting, right? And there is an estimation that approximately 80% of all internet traffic affects social networking, videos, and gaming. So it is expected that this monthly global traffic or data traffic will raise from 230 exabytes in 2020 to 780 exabytes by 2026, and that's really huge. And if we start talking about the measurement of cross-border data flows, it is even more difficult to tackle. And undermining that in terms of volume, the most used measure is the total use capacity of international internet bandwidth. And this refers to the amount of data flowing in terms of bytes, but does not show the direction of the flows, nor anything about the nature and quality of the data. So the available information advocates that international bandwidth use accelerated during the pandemic, and that this traffic is geographically concentrated between North America and Europe, and North America and Asia. The second point I want to underline is that the data-driven digital economy is immensely imbalanced. So firstly, only 20% of people in least developed countries use the internet. Secondly, if used, it's characteristically at relatively low download speeds. And thirdly, with a relatively high price tag attached. And finally, not a surprise, the nature of use also differs related to the region, which is also very good shown in this report. And just to mention one example, while up to 8 in 10 internet users shop online in many developed countries, that figure is less than 1 in 10 in many least developed countries. And again, this is not a surprise. There are also a significant divides between rural and urban areas, as well as between men and women. And the figures in the report show that the largest gender divides are observed among least developed countries and the African region. And regarding the engagement capacities and advantages from the data-driven digital economy, 2 countries are outstanding. Guess which countries? The United States and China. And these 2 countries count for half of the world's hyperscale data centers. So they have the highest rates of 5G implementation in the world. 94% of all funding of AI startups in the past 5 years. They have 70% of the world's top AI researchers. And finally, almost 90% of the market capitalization of the world's largest digital platforms. So what do I mean with the largest digital platforms? Obviously, the tech giants of the big 5, Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Meta, and Microsoft, not to forget Tencent and Alibaba in China. And these corporations are heavily investing in all parts of the global data value chain. So what is the data global value chain? It is the whole chain from the data collection through for example, user-facing platform services to data transmission through submarine cables and satellites to data storage in, for example, data centers, and finally, the data analysis. So the processing and use for this data, for instance, for AI tools or other technologies. And again, the figures also show that the traditional digital divide between developed and developing countries realized regarding internet connectivity, access and use remains high. And it is a persistent challenge for development. And having said that, developing countries may find themselves in even more subordinated positions related to data and the value capturing associated with data, because the control of the use of the user data is in the hands of a couple of global digital corporations or multinational enterprises. And this may lead to the risk that developing countries may become only supplier of raw data to global digital platforms while having to pay for the digital intelligence obtained from the data. And the third and last point is that a global data governance framework would be a meaningful step also in relation to different governance approaches like the multi-stakeholder model. And related to the global governance framework, I want to underline 3 aspects which are important in my personal opinion. First, a global data governance framework which would help enable global data sharing and develop public goods to effectively tackle key global development challenges such as poverty, health, hunger, climate change, etc. Secondly, then a technical coordination, ideally at the global level, would be crucial to avoid further fragmentation of, we know, the internet infrastructure and the digital spaces as such. And thirdly, a global data governance framework becomes more significant when we consider also IoT and 5G. And yeah, in a nutshell and simplified, there are worldwide 3 main governance approaches. So there's the European Union, which favors control of data by individuals based on fundamental rights and values. The approach of the United States emphasis more on the control of data by the private sector. And the Chinese model emphasizes control of data by more or less the governments. And to sum it up, debates regarding digital data having taken place in various fora at regional or global level and in several types. And in conclusion, a more balanced concept to global data governance should be considered. So to ensure data flows across borders are as free and necessary as possible. Also to achieve a fair distribution of benefits within and across countries should be the goal, as well as tackling risks related to human rights and also national security. And I would say the IGF has been always the place to foster the multi-stakeholder model and trying to find broader consensus between various stakeholders and a broad range of issues like economic, social, etc. But the lack of formal rulemaking power has limited its ability to shape policy directions. And therefore, I want to finish my talk with two remaining questions to discuss. So, is it still the appropriate fora for broader global governance discussions? And also, what for potential new global ideas can we develop in terms of institutional frameworks? Is it most likely needed to be more efficient and also more agile? So a mixture of multilateral or multi-stakeholder and multidisciplinary engagement. This would be very interesting to talk with the audience. Thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to a fruitful discussion.
Thank you, Matthias. I think you made the question of the million, as we say in Spanish, la pregunta del millón, which is this proper fora for all of us to discuss these things. And as you can see with the evolution of the internet, every year we have new layers of desire. Now we are thinking about a global data management or coordination before and still ongoing coordination about cybersecurity and the revision of the cybersecurity rules. And so very interesting question. I don't have the answer, but we are together to think about some ideas. And I will go back to Vint. I don't know if you want to react to some of the questions that were made. And I would like to point some of your comments. You mentioned the importance of reliability and resistance to cyber attacks. How do you find the discussions that are being taking place now at the United Nations level and the revision of the Convention of Cyber Crime of the Council of Europe? Do you see this as a proper multi-stakeholder platform where all the countries are participating, some equal footing? How do you see that? And if you want to comment about other statements made by colleagues, that would be welcome.
So, well, thank you. First of all, I really enjoyed the comments made by the other panelists. I've been taking notes like crazy. With regard to this, the whole problem of safety and security, we tend to spend an excessive amount of time admiring the problem, but we don't spend enough time talking about what has worked and what hasn't worked and why. And so IGF is a very good place, for example, where we should be exposing to as much as we can what efforts have been undertaken in order to make the internet a safer and more secure place, and also what has worked and what has not worked. And so it's the sharing of that experience, which I believe is vital. And IGF is as good a place as any to have those conversations. But I want to emphasize how important it is to try something out, as opposed to perhaps trying to establish a set of principles and admire the problem and outline it without necessarily explaining what people have successfully been able to do. The stories about the takedown of various criminal networks, for example, are really quite revealing because they tell you about what vulnerabilities were made use of in order to tackle the problem. People who are abusing the network are not necessarily smarter than everybody else, and in many cases, they make mistakes that can be used to track them down. So I would like to see more discussion about the successful efforts to improve safety and security. That is not only the technical side of things, which is what some of the efforts that are underway in Europe tend to focus on. How can we set up rules and reporting arrangements? But it may be that those practices are not really tackling the real problems that we're experiencing online. I actually had two questions, if it's okay, from any panelists that would like to respond. One of them has to do with the Starlink infrastructure, and I'm curious to know whether the low Earth orbiting satellites are going to be helpful or not. And I think the economics of it and the deployment of ground station capability will be part of the answer to that. The second question has to do with content distribution networks because they're designed to reduce the need for long-haul transport across the internet backbones in order to deliver commonly desired content, whether that's games or videos or web pages and so on. But I'd like to hear from the other panelists if there is, whether CDNs are turning out to be an important part of making the internet more useful and responsive to local populations.
Thank you, Vint. I don't know who would like to react. As per the Starlink, I've been following the news about this project, and it's mentioned like the way to close the gap. I see it for the moment a desire in developing countries, in developing regions, and there are some concerns that I've been talking about with the local national regulator about the. Well, this is what I work about is the coordination of the frequencies. So that's something that I've worked many years with, and that's a kind of worrying from the local, from the national regulators about the coordination of frequencies and the amount of the satellites that will be launched. As per the price, I find it, for the moment, the information that I saw, it's kind of expensive for those that are disconnected, unless there is a company that it's located in the middle of Patagonia or the mountains. I see it expensive for those families or small and medium enterprises that would like to buy the kit, which is, I think it's starting to be available in Latin America. I don't know if other colleagues would like to comment. And also about CDNs, which is, I've been studying about that for a while. What strikes me is that most of the traffic is going through CDNs now, the content delivery networks, and not really through the internet. I wonder it has an impact in the, I don't know, neutrality or whatever. But any reactions to Ben's questions?
Olga, if I
see not. Yeah. Who was that?
This is Vladimir from ITU.
Yeah, Vladimir, please, and then I have Maimuna.
Vint, my answer will probably not hit the point, but perhaps you would like to know that as one of the coordinators of the VISIS process, I'm also leading the VISIS Prizes contest, which is supposed to promote the best ICT practices. And in 2021, SpaceX company has submitted the Starlink project to this global prize. Okay. They were recognized first by the experts in ITU as an idea that is a part of the information and communication infrastructure, VISIS action line. And as among 20 nominated projects within this action line, the public community voted fairly well for this project, and it was among the 5 most voted. So I guess, the story behind or questions behind are very popular, and people are also looking forward to see the progress. And I hope that your question will be answered soon, if not already by Nadeh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you very much. Maimuna.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, Vint, for the question. I think if it comes to Africa, we definitely have to raise this issue of building a universal access to affordable and good quality broadband. And the African Union estimates a need of 109 billion to address this issue. And the satellite technology is definitely one of, I think, the solution if we need really to address the accessibility, because we have a large continent where there is several difference at the economic level. And if you look at the infrastructure now, you can see that several African countries launched their satellite. That means that that's one of, I think, the solution we need really to look carefully to be sure that we will have the resource to bring internet to everywhere, because it's kind of equity. I think at a political level, we need to work at this, to join this equity and to give access to everybody, even they are in a rural area or in the mountain or elsewhere in the country. They need to access to the internet, and I think the satellite is one of the solution. About the content, I talk about the Universal Access Fund. They have also the mission to work to have more content and local content, and also using our local language. And I think it's very important if we need to address the issue of universal access. And if you take the case in Senegal, where you have more than 72% of the people who are illiterate, we need definitely to have content and local content. Thank you.
Olga, I wonder if I could ask Antonio.
Sure, of course.
Antonio, you brought up something I consider very important, and that's the continental connectivity within the LATAM region. I remember early stories in Europe where the European countries were interconnected with each other by going across the Atlantic Ocean and back, mostly by way of the research and education networks that were promoting connectivity for research and education purposes. But then over time, inter-exchange points were developed locally, and that allowed for much more interconnection. I wanted to strongly endorse the idea that inter-exchange points within the Latin American region is an important infrastructure investment worthy of undertaking for precisely the reason that it improves resilience as well as connectivity and reduces cost for everyone. I hope that you and I are both aligned on that.
Thank you very much, Bint. I totally agree with you. There is a big challenge on that particular regard, but the good news is that there are a number of initiatives, ongoing initiatives in the countries led by the governments. For instance, the Chilean government is at this moment in time already have a pre-feasibility study, so they are with the financial structuring associated to a submarine cable between Chile and Asia. And this will be not only good for Chile. So one of the things that I'm stressing to the government of Chile is that probably the amount of traffic that Chile is going to generate, it doesn't justify the amount of money that is going to that cable. However, if Chile improves the interconnection with all the neighboring countries, then they create, precisely as you were mentioning, a regional IXP, making more sense in terms of the economics associated to the deployment, that particular submarine cable, and making of Chile and a regional hub, a digital hub for the Southcom. So that is one ongoing initiative with the government of Argentina. We are precisely helping them with border connectivities in 13 different locations, which is another initiative. And another one that we are starting to have conversation with is with the government of Jamaica as well. So it is not just a matter of big countries or medium-sized countries, but it's also a matter of small countries. Actually, this is the biggest problem that they may have. So if they want to implement a specific national connectivity plans or national broadband plans, they need to have the, I would say, if you allow me, the pipeline that is entering and getting out from the country that allows all the traffic flows in particular terms and conditions, to make sure that there is no citizens which are enjoying, particular access, and some others which are in some other areas that are not enjoying this particular benefit. So I totally agree. There were some initiatives at regional level to improve this interconnection, but unfortunately, they are taking some time because of particular changes, political changes that are ongoing. And I hope that the IDB will have specific discussions at a regional basis, bringing very importantly the private sector. And I think that the role that yourself and Google is playing on this particular matter is going to be instrumental. And recently Google was deploying a new submarine cable, Filmina, that is going directly to the south part of Latin America. I'm sure that it could be something that, it could be of interest for many countries that are passing by. So thank you very much for the question, Dr. Arvin.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Olga.
Yes, thank you, Antonio. And I would like to chime in and comment about what Antonio and Vint were asking. Especially internet exchange points have helped a lot. In many countries in Latin America, there have been a way to avoid going with the traffic to the United States and come back. This has changed substantially. And Argentina, Brazil holds the 60% of the IXPs. We have more than 30 in Argentina, and we have the one at the southern internet exchange point in the world in Ushuaia that was installed thanks to some funds get from Internet Society with our chapter. That was a nice story. And also this cable coming from China to Chile. There is important conversations between the countries of the region to get interconnected, because as Antonio said, these intentions were not concrete so far. Matthias, you want to comment something?
Thank you very much.
You have your hand up.
I just wanted to comment to Vince's interesting question. So I think related to internet connectivity through satellites, it's in my opinion a little bit a double-edged sword. So it depends from which direction you're coming from. On the one hand, I would say it brings more connectivity to the global population, but also gives more power, on the other hand, to private sector, to a highly regulated areas, telecommunications. And here again, I mean, it depends. I think if you're living in for example, in an unstable state, and like, for example, there's a dictatorship and the dictator says, okay, I will just stop the internet exchange. Then when you're maybe getting internet also via satellite, it will help maybe privacy advocates or activists, even though to stay still connected. So I think it depends a bit. It's not black and white. It depends on the situation in general. And related to content, I think for me, as I'm coming from the ICANN world, I think also internationalized domain names and universal acceptance is a very important topic also related to this area, because we still see that like the content or the domains you use are still highly related to your region and also the website you serve on. And of course, maybe you also like to use your language if possible. So I think like universal acceptance is very, very important also worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I would like to ask Vladimir if he could. We have one. I always confuse the applause with the hand up. Sorry for that. So we have applause from Jessica. Thank you, Jessica. And thank you for the audience. And audience, we have some minutes for you to react or make comments or questions to our panelists, whether in the chat or live with taking the floor. So let me know. Vladimir, we enjoyed very much the WSIS Forum since its beginning, but the last virtual edition, I think it was very successful, and I've been taking part of all this activities related with gender balance and also the girls in ICDs and all that. So could you share with us some more information about the activities that you will organize in the next year?
Yes, with great pleasure, Olga. Everything that takes place at the WSIS Forum is thanks to our stakeholders. WSIS Forum agenda and program is fully crowdsourced, and we depend on the submissions of the stakeholders. So it seems that the communities that are interested in gender mainstreaming have recognized the WSIS Forum as a platform where they can join, share their challenges, and provide solutions. So we are growing, as you mentioned. I will just briefly try to present and ask the IGF organizers to allow me to share the screen.
I'm not in the position to do that. They
It
have
will
to allow
be
you.
from the technical support.
Yeah, if technical support can allow Vladimir to share.
Yes. Yeah, I have already been given.
Okay.
You're now the co-host, Vladimir, so I think you do have the ability to share.
Yes, you're
Wonderful. So thank you very much for allowing me this. This will be very brief, colleagues, but I would not feel as useful as if I haven't shared this. It's a special initiative. It goes beyond the special track at the WSIS Forum. So we are doing activities not only as part of the annual event. As you know, WSIS process is an ongoing activity. We are now in the second half of the second mandate given by the United Nations General Assembly, which ends in 2025. So towards 2025, linked to the Sustainable Development Goals, the WSIS Forum started in 2009, and for now a couple of years, we've been launching. Actually, from the very beginning, 2009, we started working on the gender mainstreaming, promotion of the gender equality in the ICTs, working really with different stakeholders who have brought in innovations to the WSIS Forum. We've been recognizing, engaging women in technology, raising awareness about this issue. It's been a very important segment besides just gender equality participation of 50-50. So some of the networks and educational activities that we are planning throughout the year is all kinds of networking events and sessions with leaders in the ICT field, workshops in knowledge cafes that will tackle particularly the capacity building in developing countries, especially with the focus on the LDCs, provide master classes, boot camps, of course, hackathon. We already have 2 hackathons, one on preservation of indigenous languages, which again is always beneficial for this gender mainstreaming. And of course, we'll be presenting and highlighting those that have something to share with the world. Some of the things that have taken place in 2021, you can see in this slide, numerous sessions tackling gender and ICT. This has really been a very successful year at the WSIS Forum, the 2021. Of course, as I mentioned, the participation increased due to being virtual. I have to say that WSIS Forum, since the very beginning, had the opportunity for the remote participation. Now, people not being able to physically go there, and perhaps us only promoting the virtual format. This was even more successful than the previous remote participation. We look forward to the hybrid formats in the future. These are some of the contests that we invite all from this community to also contribute, nominating women in technology, promoting the good work that has been led by women behind the ICT projects. As I mentioned, special repository where we are definitely focusing on the capacity building for young women and men, led by those women experts and decision makers. Finally, we're also launching the trendsetters. As we know, often we need those ambassadors, those campaigners who are already well recognized in their communities to lead this. We invite all of you to take this opportunity and contribute. WSIS Forum starts mid-March and finishes last week on 30th of May to 3rd of June. So thank you, Olga, once again for this opportunity.
Thank you, Vladimir. I can tell you that we organized a workshop last year and it was very interesting, and I followed several activities. I have to tell you, we were candidates for the prize and we never win, but we will keep on trying with the School of Internet Governance. I never give up. If those you know me, I never give up. So we have like 5 minutes, and as you can tell, this is the journey is the destination about this issue about digital improvements for developing economies. So I will give the floor to each of you for the last comments. And as you know, I am always an optimistic, and I know that we will work together, especially using the connectivity and the internet and this virtual or in person in communication and cooperation to overcome these challenges. And Ben, you have the floor for the last minute.
Well, I would just say drive cost out. That should be one of our primary goals. Drive cost out, because that's one of the biggest barriers to the adoption and use of the internet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for your generosity and sharing your thoughts and your time with us. And always a pleasure to have you among us. And Maimuna, your final comments.
Thank you, Olga, for this opportunity. I think my last comment will be on how we can address the gender issue. In Senegal, we have a parity law since 2010, and we made significant progress, but a lot of things has to be done, continue to be done. And I just want to share with you a power survey that shows that the amount reason given by women for not opening an account to Bound is 34% of the reason are related to the distance. That means that most of our women are where they don't have any bank infrastructure, they don't have access to ICT infrastructure. That means we really need to work on giving these access to the women at the rural area, and also where they are, also at schools, and give them the skill to be sure that they will be part of the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maimuna. You bring a very important issue, which is the access to financial services. Developing economies have a big part of it, which is informal, and that is a problem, because then there's a problem for taxes, and for the government to become money from the community, and also give this money to schools and health and other services. So that's a big challenge, and I think that mobile telecommunications and technology can help that. This, at least in Latin America, there have been some improvements, but in my opinion, still there's a lot to be done to include everyone in financial platforms. And improve from ICT usage. So I have Antonio, your last comment.
Thank you very much. I would just stress the importance of having a collaboration between the public and the private sector. And more importantly, to have Minister of Finance and President Office in the countries getting very much involved in the definition of that strategy going forward. Because at the end of the day, one has the decision where to go, and the other one has the money to contribute and support the private investment. Thank you again.
Thanks to you. So the relevant people has to be there and make the decisions. Thank you for that. But we can reach out to them with some messages. That is also possible. Vladimir, the floor is yours. Your last comment.
Thank you again for inviting us. Thanks for Olga doing always your extra step, your extra mile. This is my last comment. We all come from different angles with different capacities. Whenever we are invited or not, we should try to do our best. And I would like to congratulate all the panelists here for doing so. So once again, reach out to us at the Business Forum, and we'll be happy to host you next year.
Thank you, Vladimir. Before giving the floor to Matthias for the last comment, I've been told that there are some questions from the floor in Poland. Maybe we can take them. How can we know them? You can share them to us in the chat, or I didn't know. Monica, Elizabeth? If someone can help me with that, or
I think
there's a mic, but the mic, I cannot hear the mic. Can you speak up? So maybe I see people in queuing in the mic, but I cannot hear. I mean, we cannot hear. At least I cannot hear.
I can't either. It's Vint.
No, maybe someone can. Maybe someone can write down the question or in the chat.
Their mic are off.
Yeah, the mic is off.
No.
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, Madam
Sorry
Chair.
for that. Sorry for that.
Madam Chair, distinguished panelists, very thankful to you for your brilliant ideas. Actually, you have mentioned a lot of challenges that countries are witnessing regarding digital transformation, but I, as a person who is coming from a developing country, we are witnessing another challenge, which is a foreign challenge. I mean, using of sanctions against countries that impedes their development in digital transformation. You know, I, as an Iranian citizen, I'm witnessing two types of challenges. First of all, it is the access is blocked from Iran inside to many technical solutions. When I'm using this iPhone mobile, I don't have any access to Apple Store or a lot of Google technical solutions. It is very interesting that, you know, from inside, we don't have any access to Garmin International. Garmin International is producing digital watches, and the site is not accessible. It is a big issue for me as a citizen. I mean, this using of economic and political means as a coercion means against a lot of Iranian citizens, it's making a lot of hardships. And another issue is, from 2011, we are witnessing digital sanctions against Iranian digital platforms. In the beginning, it was in the form of soft regulation techniques. And after that, we are witnessing the hard use of law in the form of sanctions. I consider that international community and international summits such as IGF and WSIS and even ITU has any attention to the challenges which are imposed by other countries that they are impeding the digital transformation, and how this challenge is important for all this international community. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you. This is a very important comment. I don't know if someone wants to comment, but I would like to say that it's you bring an important issue which is not related with technology. Technology doesn't have boundaries. It's about other problems. I see Vint raising his hand. Vint, the floor is yours.
I wish I had a simple answer to the question. It's a very tough one because the relationships among countries is complex, as you obviously know. One thing I will say, though, is that the IGF is a place where that issue now you have and have raised in order for us to understand and appreciate some of the barriers to digitalization and to use of internet. I'm not sure that we are going to solve that problem for you in this context, but the fact that you could raise the question in this session, I think, is very important. And at the very least, we can make note of that additional barrier to the adoption and use of technology, internet technology. I'm sorry I don't have a cleaner answer for you than that, but the fact that you raised the question at all is important.
Thank you, Vint. I fully agree. As I said, I think it's not a technology issue. It's an issue related with, as rightly mentioned by Vint, the relationships in between countries, which is, as we all know, sometimes complex and sometimes time is needed. But I agree. This is recorded, and some others can perhaps build upon your question and give you an answer. I see Vladimir has his hand up. I think we're running out of time, but this is very interesting.
Just briefly
Vladimir.
Thank you very much. Thank you as well. Briefly on behalf of ITU, as an international organization, we are equally treating all member states, making sure that they can benefit from the work and contribute to. On behalf of WSIS Forum, each year we are collecting information from the stakeholders to see how we can best choose the platform, if you're virtually, how we can just best choose the platform to accommodate all all people in the world. So we do invite you to contact us, the SysTeam, for any particular issues that you are facing, and we will find ways to overcome them.
Thank you, Vladimir. People from the secretary are telling me that we don't have more time. We are right over the time. Sorry, Matthias, I couldn't give you the last word of the floor, but we have to close. I want to thank all of you for your time, for your willingness in participating in this workshop. We will follow up with another WSIS forum workshop. I promise I will send you the request. And we're talking about this, as I said, this is the process that is continuing ongoing. And thank you very much for your time, and send you my regards from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Thanks to all of you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Have
bye.
a nice day.
Thank
Ciao.
you.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao. Bye.
We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the workshop Framing Meaningful Access for Inclusive Digital Policies. The workshop was organized by Instituto NUPEF, Alliance for Affordable Internet, Web Foundation, and CGI.br. I'm not Bia Barbosa. I'm Laura Tresca. Bia had a last-minute work appointment, and she asked me to cover her up. I'm a journalist. I'm a social scientist. I also third sector representative at CGI.br. I have been working with digital inclusion for over 15 years, and I'm very glad to join you in this workshop. As online moderator, we have Luisa Mesquita from NIC.br. As a reporter, we have Juliano, that is also from NIC.br. I asked for the speakers to introduce themselves at the beginning of their speeches. The session will start with 10 minutes presentation on the involving discussion about universal and meaningful internet access, the key elements that constitute its concept and how it can be measured. This block will be held by the representative of the Alliance for Affordable Internet, Sonia. Next, we will have 10 minutes presentation to access the set of elements which should be considered for the concept of meaningful access. Carlos Afonso from NUPEF will make this presentation. Then we will have an open debate and the presentation of 3 concrete experiences of connectivity to discuss the important elements to the concept of meaningful access. Finally, Sonia will wrap up the session with a summary of the contributions to improve the comprehension of the elements that structure the concept of meaningful access, and she will open the floor for the audience, gathering several points of views. Well, in the context of a global pandemic, the range of daily activities that are done exclusively online has increased for many, but half of the world's population has been deprived of access to basic services like education, health, and civic participation because they don't have access to the internet. Even among those who can afford the use of the internet, many do it only through mobile phones with low quality access. Then we raise the questions. What are the key elements that constitute universal and meaningful internet access? How can it be measured? How is the concept evolving in time? And what does the evolution mean for policy? Sonia, the floor is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you, Laura. It's really a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Sonia George. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Affordable Internet, and I lead up the digital inclusion programming at the Web Foundation. Excuse me. I'm also the co-chair of the IGF Policy Network on Meaningful Access that some of you might have heard with my colleague Sylvia Cadena of APNIC. And I'm mentioning that because we're doing this session not just to clarify what is meaningful connectivity, but really to understand and help you learn more about how do we think about meaningful connectivity in the context of this more holistic approach to meaningful access, and how do we see these two concepts and their parts as a way to allow us to think about internet connectivity not just as a technical solution, but as a human-centered solution to support livelihoods around the world, and especially, I would say, in the global south, in low and middle income countries where digital inequality and exclusion is still and remains a major concern to all of us interested in digital development. So in addition to myself presenting today, I have the real pleasure of also having my colleague Ana Rodriguez joining me. She and our colleague Teddy Woodhouse are really the masterminds behind the analysis on meaningful connectivity, and especially an upcoming report that we are going to give you a little bit of a early a kind of a soft share of some of the findings of these new research that we've done to measure meaningful connectivity around the world. So you have a very special moment here today, not just to hear from us on our thinking, but also to get a glimpse of the early findings that we are going to publish in January of next year on meaningful connectivity. And Anna will share that with you within the context of how we've developed the concept of meaningful connectivity. But let's first define and clarify what all these terms are and why are we here today to talk about these. Some of you have already heard, but please bear with me. It's really important for us to think about meaningful access as a whole, as something that facilitates meaningful use. And why is that? And I'm trying to think of these in a very pragmatic and basic way. Ultimately, our goal in digital development overall is really for every human around the world to have the opportunity to engage with technology however they choose, but with the right protections, safety, and a really good connectivity that allows them to do and to make the choices that they want to make. This is really important. And the reason why for us it was important to clarify these concepts is because, thank you, Anna, it's because meaningful access as a way to facilitate meaningful use, so the digital opportunity that every individual, women, man, girls, boys, rural population, what have you, can take, is really based on three important elements of meaningful access. First, affordable access. We are the Alliance for Affordable Internet, so as you can imagine, we care a lot about the cost of access to the internet, and affordable access remains a key barrier around the world, especially in low and middle income countries, for people to have access to connectivity. So affordability is very important, and we can never take it away from this very important equation of meaningful access. Just as important is what we call meaningful connectivity. And note that I am distinguishing the terms here, meaningful access from meaningful connectivity. Meaningful connectivity is the technical foundation that allows meaningful access to become a reality. Okay, Anna is going to tell you a bit more about that. So affordable access, the cost, meaningful connectivity, the technical elements that allow us to have quality, reliable connections, and just as important, the social environment that bring the possibility together with affordable and meaningful connectivity that then allow us to take full benefit of that access, okay? And when we talk about the social environment, we talk about skills, education, content, right? Ability of having content in different languages. For some of you who just heard us speak at the main session around these issues, I'm sure you've learned a lot about multilingualism on the internet, for example, and these kinds of issues that are absolutely critical to make sure that the construct, this concept of meaningful access, is in fact meaningful to every individual on Earth, regardless of what language they speak, regardless of the level of education they have, regardless of the cost, regardless of the type of connection. Everybody should be afforded a baseline connectivity that allows them to fully benefit from the opportunity that digital access affords them. Okay, so with that in mind, for us, that is really the foundation for meaningful use. Use of the internet for a purpose, use in development for any kind of possibility, from education, agriculture development, crop management, health sector, information sharing, knowledge acquisition, you name it. And again, for everyone, regardless of their background and regardless of who they are and where they are in the world. Okay, this is really important for us. And so I'm going to pass on to Anna to tell you more and really focusing on that concept of meaningful connectivity and why that is so important as the foundation for everything that is built around meaningful access. So that blue dot that you see on the slide, Anna is going to really zoom into it and share with you not just what it means, but also what does it look like in the world right now. Anna.
Thank you, Sonia, for that introduction. And I'm going to talk about that technical concept of what's meaningful connectivity that we have developed in the Alliance. So this meaningful connectivity concept is an attempt to raise the bar of how do we measure internet access worldwide. We invite everyone not to measure internet just with that binary of who is connected and who's not connected, but really bring that to another level and understand how people are connecting around the world, and especially shed a light on how the global South is having issues when connecting. And so meaningful connectivity for us, it's that we developed this because it's insufficient to measure the internet just with that binary that I was telling you before. It's not enough to understand who's connected and who's disconnected. We need to understand how people are connecting and understand if this connection is really meaningful for them, if they are getting everything that they need from the internet, and if that connection is allowing them to do everything they want and need. When we measure internet just with that binary of who can access and who cannot access, that gives us an illusion, a false illusion of coverage. So when we measure just with that binary, we can think that, for example, in Colombia, where I'm from, 60% of the population is using the internet. But when you really look at the numbers of meaningful connectivity, you understand that that 60% of the population is not having meaningful connectivity. Only around 20% is having that access that allows them to use the internet in a powerful way to change their lives and have an impact on their lives. So that's why we developed this concept, trying to raise that bar of how to measure that and develop this technical concept of meaningful connectivity to be able to understand how people are connecting and what are they getting when they connect. So what's meaningful connectivity? From surveys and research that we developed in the Alliance, we understood that there are 4 aspects that are important and are the main things that people need when they connect. First of all, we think that people should have the right speed when they connect. They should have 4G at least to be able to have the right speed to be able to download videos and use everything in the right way. The second thing is that they should have an unlimited connection. It's not enough to have 1 giga in your cell phone. It's not enough to have 2 or 10. You should have an unlimited connection that allows you, again, to do everything you want and need in the internet. The third thing is that you should have the right device. You cannot use the internet if you don't have the right device in your hands. So our minimum, we suggest that the minimum thing that you should have as a device to be able to connect is a smartphone. Of course, we encourage people to have desktops, laptops, or tablets, but the minimum should be a smartphone with the right with the right thing so you can connect and use the internet. And the fourth aspect of meaningful connectivity is that you should be able to use it daily. It's not enough to use the internet one every 3 months. It's not enough to use it one every week. For us, it's key that people can use it every day so they can access healthcare information, updated information, contact their family members, follow the news on new variants, for example, on COVID, and keep themselves informed daily about the internet. And of course, to work. I mean, if we cannot access the internet daily, some of us won't be able to work or connect to different conferences, Zoom calls. So we encourage people to use internet daily, and that should be the minimum. So what's meaningful connectivity? Someone has meaningful connectivity when they can access the internet daily through an unlimited connection, the right speed, and with a device that allows them to connect to the internet. So these are the dimensions that I have been telling you before. Having the appropriate device and a smartphone, connecting with the right speed, minimum 4G, with enough data, unlimited data, and using it daily. So as Sonia said, we have been developing this concept from a couple of years ago, but now we have done a new research with surveys in different countries in the Global South. With my colleague Teddy Woodhouse, we have been developing these, and we want to share with you some numbers here. And just like a soft launch and sharing with you some numbers. The report will come on January, but we wanted really to share with you these numbers. So here you can see that in we measured these in 9 countries. You can see that the percentage of users, it's high for some of them. For example, in Colombia, it's nearly 60%. But then when you see the meaningful connectivity number and how many individuals in that country are connecting through a meaningful connectivity, you see that that number goes really down. And most of the countries, the gap between the internet users and the ones with meaningful connectivity is huge. And the gap there is what we need to close and connect people not only with an internet that they can access every 3 months, but really through a meaningful connection. We measure, these are the different milestones of meaningful connectivity. And here you can see that we have identified with this new research that the main bottlenecks are insufficient data and the right speed. People are not getting unlimited data and they are not getting the right speed to be able to connect meaningfully. And with this new report that will come in January, we are going to as well highlight the differences that are present in rural versus urban, because we have identified that there are huge gaps as there, not only in gender, but also in the geographic location. So meaningful connectivity differs a lot between urban locations and rural ones. As you can see here in this graph, when you look at the internet use in, for example, India, is at 20%, and the urban-rural ratio is 0.62. That's the urban-rural ratio. But then when you look at the urban-rural ratio in meaningful connectivity, it goes down to 0.58. So it's more than what you have in the general internet use. And that's the situation for all the countries that we measured. All of them have a larger gap when you look at meaningful connectivity between the geographic location of urban and rural. And these gaps are not only present in the geographic location, but also in the gender. So women and men experience the internet in different ways. And this is not only in the general internet use, but also in meaningful connectivity. And it's worse when you look at the meaningful connectivity numbers. Women are suffering more than men when it comes to meaningful connectivity. They are not able to connect through a meaningful connectivity. We know that there are disparities in the general internet use, but these get larger when it comes to meaningful connectivity. And that's it for now.
Thank you, Anna. This is really great. So I'll just finish with a couple of points. I hope these made sense to all of you, including our colleagues who are online. Two things to consider as we close on this initial presentation. One is, again, don't think of internet access as simply that binary that Anna was mentioning. This illusion of coverage, this illusion of connectivity that exists is really an illusion. The reality in many environments is actually quite different. The other thing that is really important is that, and this is why it's so important for us to have these discussions on meaningful connectivity and meaningful access in general, is that we need to call for much greater quality and reliable connections to everyone in the world. We cannot accept this kind of reality that Anna was sharing with you, where not only internet access is considered okay if people have access just once a month or once a week or once every 3 months. We cannot accept that. That is not the kind of internet connection that we want to see the world cheer about. We want to be able to see a world cheering about meaningful connectivity that allows for also meaningful access. And that's what we need to work for. So making sure that the quality of internet connection, the also affordable, and the social environments all come together to make sure that meaningful access is possible and meaningful use becomes the standard reality, right? So that people can choose how they use the internet. And this is what we want you to get out of, hopefully, the rest of the discussion as well, is how do we get to that point? So I'm going to pass on to our moderator, Laura, to continue. And of course, we would be happy to answer any questions, and we are happy to share the slides as well. So Laura, you don't probably see the room. We already have a few hands up. I don't know if you want me to help you with moderating the hands that are up here in the room, or if you, because I don't think you see the rest of the room. You only see us on the speaking line, right? So let me see if someone can share a mic. There's 2 people with hands up. Should I do that, or do you want to go to the next one first?
I would prefer if we could let Carlos to make his presentation, and then we open the floor for the participants.
Okay, sorry, colleagues, but in just a few minutes. Thank you.
And thank you, Sonia and Anna, for your amazing presentation. We know that the COVID pandemic has spotted and growing inequality, which makes the whole of the internet for socio-economic development even more relevant. Public policies aimed to reducing digital divide today have been mainly focused on connectivity issues. Beyond the lack of infrastructure, there is a broad research agenda warning about the new forms of exclusion emerging from a world mediated by the massive adoption and use of ICTs. I invite Carlos Afonso. Welcome, Carlos, to do his presentation, and then we open for the participants, okay? Thank you, Carlos. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I share my presentation, my screen? Host disabled. I can't share my screen.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, you can.
No, it says host disabled participant screen sharing. Okay, now share. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes,
we
can. Thank you.
Okay, let's go. Well, first of all, thank you for the excellent presentations which mention or refer to things that I will try to comment on, but that are very well covered in the previous presentations. First, for a very quick historical record, when this idea of universal access and the importance of inclusive information society came to be. First, there was a governmental track deriving from an ITU resolution in 1998 proposing that the UN lead a summit for the information society, and the civil society track, which is the people that are here from NGOs, from civil society organizations. Remember the CRIS campaign, Communication Rights in the Information Society, in 2001 started, which derived from the McBride Commission, UNESCO, New World Information and Communication Order, and they started to build a concept of communication rights in the information society from there. Then we came to Geneva 2003 to develop and stimulate a proposal to establish the foundations of an information society for everyone was the big objective, taking into account specific interests of each sector. That's the expression translating into multi-stakeholder collaboration. And the mission in the first phase was to elaborate a concept of internet governance, which we did through the creation, the work of the working group on internet governance. Then came the second phase of WISIT's plan of action with 122 items, 10 of them dedicated to the future IGF. Policies to stimulate universal access, again, relevance of idioms and cultures, which is exactly related to our concepts of meaningful access, no? And then the definition of what an internet governance forum should be. The IGF should be a non-binding dialogue space on policies, etc. We know basically what the IGF has been accomplishing. Then the impacts of the IGF is important to recall. It stimulates national and international dialogues on internet governance, stimulates the creation of many national and regional annual forums, influences multi-stakeholder dialogue process, and even decision-making process in some cases in the field of internet governance and information society. In 2015 came the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and these helped drive the IGF to prioritize universal access. And we end up at the IGF 21, which we are now. Universal access and meaningful connectivity is one of the two main focus themes, especially driven by the consequences of the pandemic. This is a map of the national and regional internet governance forums, so that you have an idea of what through the IGF was accomplished in terms of the worldwide discussion of internet governance. Framing meaningful access started actually with the Geneva Declaration of Principles, the WISIS 2003, which said that we should build a people-centered, inclusive, and development-oriented information society where everyone can create, access, utilize, and share information and knowledge, enabling individuals, communities, and peoples to achieve their full potential in promoting their sustainable development and improving their quality of life. No? And the same declaration said our challenge is to harness the potential of information and communication technology to promote the development goals of the Millennium Declaration. At the time, it was the Millennium Goals, and now we have the Sustainable Development Goals. In the policy paper published by UNESCO and CETIC.br in Montevideo 2019 said, digital exclusion refers to existing inequalities in the access, use and appropriation of ICTs resulting from interactions with other social, economic, and cultural inequalities, such as urban-rural contrasts, socioeconomic levels, education level, gender inequalities, etc. So, however, the digital divide is also linked to other aspects, such as the quality of technological infrastructure, devices and connections, digital skills, and above all, cultural capital to transform available information into relevant knowledge at an individual and or collective level. You see that the idea of universal access is coming from the 90s, and especially from the beginning of the 21st century. And these are an interesting information regarding the obstacles to universal access. No? Statistics show that more than half of the world's population has some form of internet access. Most of them precarily via prepaid cell phones and relatively high costs with ridiculously so low data caps, while more than 3.5 billion have poor or no access to the electricity grid. In the later case, about a billion as found by the IEEE Village Program. And 20% of homes in the world are still without electricity. As Michael Auger recounts, how can we expect the people in communities who don't even have access to the power grid to participate online in language they don't speak, or with a device that when they can get it, they can't even easily charge? No? This is important. A characterization of meaningful connectivity is sought so that parameters can be quantified, that is based on evidence of relevance by the users themselves, that is universal for all genders, socioeconomic positions, and ethnicities, and that is open, unrestricted, without data caps or walled gardens. Universal access assumes sufficient speed for contemporary internet multimedia standards, sufficient functionality on the user's device for creation and interaction, without data caps and with quality compatible with everyday needs. Which are these needs? Distance learning, teleworking, teleconsultations, unrestricted use of e-government services, and of course, entertainment, which is important. We are humans. No? Universalizing access without data caps and with permanent connectivity in all households is a challenge that very few countries have managed to overcome, even the most advanced ones. And households here must be understood depending on the social settings that we are in. A community in a rural areas has a different need than households in an urban area, and the setting, the geographic organization, etc. It can be said that almost no national broadband plan, no matter how sophisticated and well-planned, has effectively managed to universalize permanent fixed internet of a quality compatible with today's multimedia internet in all households, in all homes. Even mobile internet via 3G or 4G still has dark areas, even in advanced economies. Many initiatives to circumvent or mitigate the connectivity challenge are mainly carried out by local organizations, the many versions of community networks, with or without support, usually with the indifference of local governments. These community networks generally have precarious alternatives for accessing the internet. In some cases, they function as local networks with access to a small local server with pre-recorded content that is updated periodically when possible. In most municipalities, remote communities are beyond the reach or interest of local provider when they exist. And there remains the alternative of contracting a satellite link, expensive with ridiculous data caps and long latency for many applications, in addition to a security risk. Sharing a public IP via CGNAT. No, it's the same IP shared with many communities, many users. Low orbit satellite alternatives are usually not available to reduce latency. No? Typically, there is no strategic plan to make fiber backbones reach all municipalities. In general, this is left to the market, resulting in the deepening of inequality of access. How to provide solutions to the challenge of lack of access to devices, computers, tablets, smartphones, to properly use the internet is a question. No country universalizes 4G or the new phase, 5G, the new is fashionable now, without a future-proof universal fiber network. Mitigate meaningful access in addition to widespread connectivity at reasonable cost and quality in all homes, encompasses all public and private structures and facilities, especially schools, health facilities, and government services at all levels. It's not enough to be connected. It is crucial to remain connected with the quality compatible with the reality of today's multimedia internet. So this is all these questions and issues brought IGF to organize the policy network on meaningful access, as you know, which is to pursue the dialogue on advancing universal access. The IGF created the PNMA, preferred term over meaningful connectivity, because it encompasses all layers of the network and all modalities of use and applications. It's with this holistic view that access to the network is considered a decisive element for achieving the 17 SDGs. Access to infrastructure is critical, but if this access is not inclusive, useful, sustainable, and accessible, and linked to the development of capacities and the provision of content that make them viable, it will not achieve this relevance. The IGF will support the network through co-facilitators of the multi-stakeholder advisory group and will encourage the participation of experts. The network will work along the existing IGF-related initiatives, such as dynamic coalitions, best practice forums, youth engagement, etc. This is all to, at the end, to stimulate all of you to try and participate in the ongoing policy network on meaningful access created by the IGF. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, to share with us all your knowledge. It's a pleasure. Considering this is a round table, I will open for 4 interventions and comments from Sonia and Carlos. And then after, I will ask for Adriana and Roberta and myself to share with you our concrete experience for the debate. We have a question in the chat for Sonia and Anna. They are asking, Joseph No is asking, what is the economic dimension of meaningful connectivity? Sonia, you said there are some people in the room that would like to make comments or questions. Please invite them to make their interventions.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So Anna and I can answer the first question. And then there's others here, Laura, that have questions, so I can take them as well, if that's okay. Let's start, if that's okay with you, can we start with the ones that had their hands up earlier so I don't forget? There were 2 people, and then we'll go to Joseph's question, and there's a few others. It was that gentleman back there, and wait, there was a lady here. I think you next. Okay. I think you should be able to hear, Laura. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Ucha, for record, from Georgia, and working for the community networks and some other related directions. My question actually related to the presentation and to the data. Thanks for this interesting information, and good luck with this. It looks very interesting and very important. First of all, what's the source of the data? Next question related, do you have the information about the Eastern Europe and some other, maybe the European countries, maybe about Canada and some other developed countries, because drivers of the selection are quite interesting. And my last question, it's enough. Okay, too many people, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then the lady, was there anybody else had their hand there? No. Yes, Nima. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Sonia. Actually, I was rather shocked to hear I was also vulnerably connected, since I'm also living in urban areas. So speaking of meaningful connectivity, And as the report shows that we are not yet there, and it's a long way to go. So I wanted to know and have you as affordable, A for AI, what do you have in terms of plans or entry point on how you're going to start so as we can reach to meaningful connectivity? Because we are seeing that the right devices maybe we cannot have everyone in the world to have the right devices or get online whenever they want and have unlimited internet. So what do you have an entry point, or do you want to work with organizations that are already doing something on the ground to ensure that you are arriving at the goal of meaningful connectivity that you have in the future? Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then Nima, and then we'll start answering all of them.
Thank you. I was very much interested with the gaps that you showed in terms of the number of internet users versus meaningful. And something that's happening quite a lot, for example, in Tanzania, we are reporting that we have about close to 30 million people using the internet. But I always ask myself, is it 30 million people or is it 30 million gadgets? So I think when we're talking, so I wanted to just get your experience on how do you also divide, how do you get to the level of, drilling down further, that is it actual people or is it handsets? And then I applaud your work on making sure that there is rural connectivity and the gender divide. Yeah, but it's just to understand the data. How can you segregate the data to inform policy? Thank you.
Great, thank you. So let's start with some of those questions that are about the actual methodology, the data source, and the economics behind it. Anna, do you want to take those first? And then I'll talk to you about what we are doing as A4AI, as the Alliance, to address some of these things and what kind of guidance. So you start with that.
Richard, thank you for your question. In terms of the sources of the data, for the internet users, we use ITU. And then for the meaningful connectivity figures, we have done ourselves surveys in the 9 countries that we are reporting, household individual surveys in each country to get the meaningful connectivity numbers. So those are our sources. So ITU and ourselves. And then unfortunately, we don't have numbers for European countries or Eastern European countries. Our focus is on the Global South. So most of the countries that we do surveys in are from low and lower middle income countries. But so yeah, unfortunately, we don't have figures for European.
Let me just add one thing, Anna, but I just wanted to let you know, and we can tell you a little bit more about it later, that as part of this process that Carlos was explaining of the evolution of understanding universal access and meaningful connectivity and the policy network, is that working with the digital cooperation process of the UN Secretary General's office and the ITU, there is now an effort that is going to be in place to collect data on measuring exactly these kinds of things and beyond, what's called the connectivity framework of the digital cooperation process. And that data is going to be collected hopefully in 2022 for the first time in collaboration with the ITU and its partners for all the countries for which they get data. So hopefully by the end of next year, we'll have more detailed data, including the countries in your region here. Anna, back to you.
And on the question of the gaps and how do we measure and how do we make sure that we don't include gadgets but individuals, in our surveys, in the methodology, we always make a point so we can collect data from individuals and not gadgets, because we recognize that when we measure gadgets, it brings the numbers up and it doesn't let us see the reality. So we make a point to measure individuals connecting to using meaningful connectivity.
The economic
dimension of meaningful connectivity, yeah, there's always the economic dimension is embedded in meaningful connectivity. We measure, we have different data sets that measure that economic economic dimension. We measure every year data pricing in several countries because we recognize that we need to understand how affordable is the data in all the countries. And also we recognize that an important barrier to meaningful connectivity are the devices. So we also have a data set measuring the cost of the devices around the world. This year we have one covering most of the countries in the world.
And just to follow up on that and then answer the last question, we haven't published yet, but we hopefully will do that sometime soon if our team manages to get there. But we collect the information and actually have really interesting analysis about affordability across income quintiles in the different countries, so that we don't just look at the aggregate numbers, but say, for example, Nima, you are asking about Tanzania. We actually look at how affordable connections are in Tanzania, not just for the aggregate average person that often is not really the average person, but across the 5 key income quintiles of the population. So a good example that I like to use is, for example, South Africa, country that on paper in the aggregate appears to have achieved affordability as it is measured. But for us, we don't just look at the aggregate. We say, okay, so let's look a little deeper. And is it affordable to every South African? And clearly is not. So even though on the aggregate, it appears that the country has reached an affordability target, the fact is 60% of South Africans cannot afford the internet, because 60% of South Africans have much lower incomes than the top 40% of South Africans. So that's how we look at the analysis, and we are encouraging and helping many of our country partners to do that kind of analysis. Laura, please tell me to stop if you want. There's just one last question that I think I didn't answer, which was what next? What to do. So in fact, here in the room, my colleague Eleanor Sarpong is also present. She leads our policy work and our country engagement work in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And through our work on this process around meaningful connectivity and meaningful access in general, we've developed not only a meaningful connectivity guide to help policymakers and regulators understand, as well as civil society and private sector understand what kind of actions can they take to change this picture and to really move in the right direction. And we also work with a selected number of countries to put these actions in practice. And if there's time, we can have my colleague share some of those, or you can ask her directly, but I'm conscious of the time, so I want to make sure that I get back to Laura so that she can manage the rest of the session with the panel. Laura, back to you. I think I covered everything.
Thank you,
well. Yeah.
Ana. Carlos, would you like to comment the questions too, or should we move forward? Carlos?
Yes, Laura, probably I missed the question. Could you repeat it, please?
It was 4 questions, and I think we could move on with the sharing the experience, and then you comment all by the end, okay?
Okay.
So I would like to invite Adriana Lombardini from Rhizomatica to tell us her experience with connectivity. Adriana, please present yourself and share with us your experience.
Thank you so much, Laura and Sonia, for this wonderful workshop and the panel on meaningful connectivity we just witnessed a couple of hours ago was really magnificent. Well, I'm a Mexican lawyer. I've been involved in regulation, public policy, and competition issues in the, let's say, ICT world, telecoms, broadcasting, and ICT. For many years, I was a commissioner at the Mexican regulatory agency, IFT, and have worked with civil society for many years in the issue of access to infrastructures, to services, to justice, to equality.
And now collaborating with Rhizomatica and APC, and founded Conectadas, an NGO that is fighting for gender equality in the ICT ecosystem. And so for me, the past 3 years have been a wonderful look and working also bottom up on all these concepts that I'm so glad are being revisited, reframed, and by A4AI and the whole community. And when we get into the communities, when we visit the rural areas, we can then see and feel and touch what this meaningfulness would look like at the local level. And in that sense, I agree with Jane Coffin and Carlos Rey, where you see that we also have to listen to what meaningful connectivity would be for a community. And it might be very different the one in the Amazonia, in Brazil, Mexico. Some want voice, other ones intranet, other ones, of course, mobile broadband, others need and want a broadcast radio, and some of them want all, and they want to produce content and their stories, their language, and use this technology to preserve their territories, identity, culture, and also to access, of course, information and health services. So in research program, and we have worked in Brazil, in Mexico, in Ecuador, both in the policy level, supporting community networks as a good alternative to market failures. So where the state or the market have not been able to provide affordable, meaningful, and I would say sustainable connectivity, because we also see sometimes in rural areas these cemeteries of satellite dishes, some towers that could not keep operating even with state subsidies. Large operators leave them. Rhizomatica, with, like, first of all, with a very important methodology of respecting the autonomy and identity of every community. It has been working with them, but they lead to see first what they dream of, what they want, what kind of services, infrastructures, and content. Then we map. So that's where you can sense, okay, if we want this meaningful use, what meaningful inputs do we need? What do we have in the area? Do we have some kind of backhaul, some kind of fiber? Would Wi-Fi work here? How are we going to get a backhaul of 400 kilometers across the river in the Amazonia, etc.? In the case of Mexico, because it's also led a very disruptive and revolutionary support for community networks. The people of Oaxaca were able to become a licensee of a mobile network, initially a 2G network. So they have like 21 sites, base stations, connecting 64 villages across the mountains of Oaxaca. They have applied now they got spectrum in the 800 megahertz band. It's not enough. They only got like 5 megs. So now they are applying for at least 10 megahertz so they can pass for the. That's what's triggered the possibility of local villages with very low incomes to deploy their own infrastructures. The technology is there, more affordable prices, when we have both unlicensed spectrum or not. Of course, these nonprofit networks need access to spectrum, meaningful access, with no charge for that spectrum, because they are already doing the job of either the market of the state. So there's no way any state should charge for that use. But we've seen there's tons of spectrum that is not used, that was licensed for 20 years, but never deployed because it's not profitable in those areas. So we, more and more, for meaningful access, should fight for spectrum sharing, or the regulator authorizing the use of spectrum in rural areas on a secondary basis, even when there's a licensee. But licensees, commercial licensees, do not own the spectrum. It's a public good, and it should not be left without use. In other regions, really remote regions, Rhizomatica, and this is really wonderful, is supporting other technologies where internet is really a long shot, like the high frequencies radios in the Amazonia. That is an efficient technology that is allowing to send voice and messages. And the community networks are developing also hardware. They are developing their devices. Altermundi in Argentina, another really good practice, has developed the Libre router, an open source router. So we see when there's funding for
Adriana, we are losing you. I just want you to know that we are
capacity building. When there's a universal service funds. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think your connection is getting a little bit difficult.
We also have to look bottom up. Okay, I've shut down my camera, hoping that will help.
Perfect, that should help a little.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
You see, we don't always have, even in the big cities, we don't have a really robust connectivity sometimes.
You don't have meaningful connectivity,
So
you mean?
whether it is, yes, we don't, not on a continued basis.
Absolutely.
No, high latency, low speeds. So it is important that we start mapping at the local level what meaningful inputs we need to be able to have backhaul funding for capacity building, devices, and a local project, which of course entails skills and the purpose of that connectivity. We do want to see connectivity used to have a well-being of the communities, not only have full day, full-time connectivity to become digital addicts. We want sustainable development goals achieved at the local level, but with respecting the culture of each peoples, of the indigenous cultures, and see how the tools, the ICT tools, can help them defend their land, their language, their culture, and access fundamental rights like education and healthcare. And so it's proven that this mobile network in Oaxaca and this mesh networks in Argentina and this HF radios in the Amazonia are proving sustainable. They could use, of course, help in many ways, in backhaul, in easy licensing, in access to spectrum in Brazil for these HF radios. They could also use some money from the USF that are hardly remain unused. So that's another paradigm we need to change. Not that USFs are destined only for the big operators, that were the ones who left these communities behind. We have new stakeholders, new access models and a lot of knowledge in the communities. We want them to be able to share that knowledge through the ICT tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. I would like to invite Roberto Zambrana to share his experience and his thoughts with us. Roberto, please.
Thank you very much, Laura. And great to be here with a great panel. Well, I would like to comment a little bit of our work that we did in Bolivia from 2017. When we started, I started and I'm still the coordinator of our local IGF in Bolivia. So from that year, 2017, until now, we just recently have our IGF, the fourth IGF, back in November. The main issue, and it was continuing to be faced, is universal access. And that's why when in 2020, I was appointed to be a MAC member now in my second year. We found a common agenda with several colleagues coming from particular countries in the Global South. And we found that universal access was something that we needed to face immediately. So we started to work in a proposal of a BPF. Carlos Afonso mentioned something about it. And we started to look for different documents. We had to research because we needed to actually justify the new proposal BPF. And we had three important documents that we went through. One was the report of the ITU, which it was the 2019 report about connectivity. And there was a shocking information there. And you may know about it, perhaps you don't, but most of the territory, we're talking about maybe 90%, is already covered with at least 3.5 or 4G mobile infrastructure. So it's shocking to know and analyze why we're only connecting half of the population. And of course, one of the main things is because of the price, because of the affordability of the service. And Sonia and Anna already mentioned that. The second document, and I'm mentioning Sonia because the other document was a report that Alliance for Affordable Internet published those days. And again, confirming this kind of figures and confirming the situation in our region. And another thing which is important to understand is, despite all the statistics that we had, many of our countries have, usually presented by the private sector, by operators, showing up interesting figure, interesting situation, saying that mobile internet penetration is over 60, 70%. We all know that the reality is totally different. And it's different because one thing is to have the possibility to be connected, and it's another thing to be actually connected. Because to be actually connected, we need money. That's the main problem in order to be able to pay the packages that we have in a very old-fashioned business model. And the other document, because we reviewed several documents, but the other important document that we needed to review was, all these sustainable development goals. And one particular, as you all know, goal is number 9 that says, build resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. And particularly the target 9C that says significantly increase access to information and communication technology and strive to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in least developing countries by 2020. But of course, we all know back then, 2020, we failed to arrive to that target. And that was again confirmed us that we were to the right track. And remember that I'm talking that in a time before the pandemic. So when we finally agreed to present it, and we decided to do a main session on last IGF, etc., we realized that it was important because the Secretary General, as you all know, also in parallel convened the high-level panel. They presented in 2019 the report. In 2020, we received, as you all know, the roadmap for digital cooperation. And it's not a coincidence that the very first theme is about global connectivity, because it continues to be the most important subject for all the humanity. And again, the recent document, which is the Common Agenda, again mentioned it as a one important subject. So I think mobile sector, as you know, right now is presenting us the new evolution of mobile services, 5th generation mobile services. But in some of our countries, most of our countries, we didn't took the total advantage of 4G yet. And again, it's not because of lack of infrastructure, but because of the current business models. And that's one of the good things and efforts that in the side of private sectors, in the side of mobile providers, could be a very good thing to contribute to this goal, hopefully, as well as some other actors as government, in order to maybe reduce taxes, maybe reduce the right to use of license and frequencies, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, everyone needs to do our role in order to finally have this goal achieved soon. So I think I'm going to stay there, hopefully to listen to some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. I want to jump in the conversation too and share with you my experience. A couple of years ago, I had the opportunity to install a local network in an indigenous village of Yanomami people. It was in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. There is no connection at all, even with satellite. The closest city, it was 5 hours boat ride. All indigenous people had cell phones. Why do they had cell phones with no connection? They used to buy memory cards with movies or music, and they used to exchange the memory cards between them. So the devices were a multimedia player. What we have done in that community, we installed a VoIP app called Elastic, and they finally could use their phones for the first time to receive a call. And why do they need to receive a call? Sometimes they were in the middle of the village and they need to walk into the river bank just to call someone to tell, oh, the food is ready or the meeting is starting. And now with that local network, they could call them by the phone. From this experience, what I learned as meaningful access is that devices are not enough for a meaningful access. I also had another experience of installing a community network in the Amazon region in a riverside community. I consider it my most challenging and at the same time the most successful experience. It was a Montanha Mangabao community in Tapajós River. It was challenging because it was in the middle of the forest again, but in that context, we have mountains. That is difficult for internet infrastructure. And in this case, there was a satellite connection, and we taught them how to set up a mesh network. I consider it my most successful experience because we were able to put fire on that people. I mean, they extend the network with new nodes in an autonomous way. In this case, meaningful access was knowledge to be autonomous. And I share with you a third example. That is my favorite example. That is Casa dos Meninos. Casa dos Meninos is a grassroots organization in a very poor neighborhood in a big city in São Paulo. In their case, they had a local network without access to the internet by option. They did not want access to internet. Why does they not want access to the internet? Everyone wants access to internet. In their words, we do not want to create more Facebook users. Imagine the situation. You have a network that covers a public hospital and a funeral site. You are in a line in the hospital waiting 8 hours for an appointment. You have a phone, but you have no money to buy a data pack. What do? Oh, let me check if I'm lucky and if I find an open network. And you find that local network. And in that local network, there are local videos and other multimedia content produced by that community. 8 hours. What we watch that videos? Then, from this experience, as Adriano Labardini said, I learned that meaningful access is to have the opportunity to share local content too. For a moderator, I have talked so much. I would like to give the word to Sonia to wrap up the session and ask if someone have comments in the room and give us your inputs. Sonia.
Thank you, Laura. There were a few questions that I think we still need to answer. I think there was one more question. I don't know if there's more than one online. So I'll try to answer that. I think there was one from Joseph. Let me see. My team was trying to WhatsApp me so that I could see. And let me know if there's anything else. I think one was about... or maybe it was a comment. I believe that we need specific regulations for leave no one behind. Any costs are too high. We need to look at alternative solutions. So tell me if there's anything else online. Okay. So on that, and Joseph is here in the room, actually in the back of the room. So you don't see him, Laura. So absolutely. I mean, one of the reasons why I invited also our colleagues earlier in the main session, and I invite you all here too, and those online to check, is the meaningful connectivity guide that our team developed. Actually, my colleague Natalia Fodishu is also here online, very much worked very hard on that with the rest of the team. And one of the reasons why we prepared that guide was because we wanted to not just have the data and to create more evidence to show the reality, but also say, okay, what next? What are actions that can be done? And so the guide gives you a bit of an initial roadmap of different policy and regulatory actions that can be taken to address the 4 dimensions of meaningful connectivity that Anna went through and described earlier. But most importantly, too, and this is very much part of A4AI's, the Alliance for Affordable Internet's philosophy, is that we cannot leave everything to the market, right? We have to accept that markets and market competition not only is not a silver bullet, it's no bullet at all, and in fact is not the only solution. It is a solution up to a certain point, but we have to understand where is that point in every single country, in every single community, so that we can fill those gaps with the whole gamut of public access solutions, just as Adriana was mentioning was done in Mexico, as it is being done in many countries that we were shared earlier in another session in Kenya, in Brazil, and etc. Countries that are, being more innovative about filling those gaps. And in some countries, because of incomes, because of economic development conditions, it may be that you need that kind of balanced approach to reach 50% of the population. In some will be 10%. We don't know. We do know that from our analysis and a lot of the research that we've done is that on average, this is a very kind of top level average, on average, 10 to 20% of populations in many countries cannot afford the internet, even if you bring it to a point that we call it affordable. And so for that percentage of the population in many countries, we need to have alternative solutions. And those alternative solutions, to the point that you were making, I think, in that comment, they have to be either free or almost free of cost. But most importantly is that in many countries, it's actually a lot more than 20%. In many countries where incomes are very low, it could be as high as 30%, or as low as just 5%. You don't know. Either way, we need to make sure that everyone, regardless of the affordability threshold, can have access to what we call meaningful connectivity through alternative ways. I see the colleague that was speaking earlier shaking his head, and I'm thinking, well, actually here in this region of the world and in many parts of the world, including what Adriana mentioned in Mexico, many communities are finding alternative ways of providing connectivity, and providing connectivity either very low cost or free in some cases. And there is a reason for public interest and public policy to address those. So I just want to say for us, it's really important to find that balance of where the market can go, how far the market can go, allow and incentivize the market to go as far as it can go, but then government, civil society, and private sector absolutely have to take the responsibility of filling that gap. And if we don't, then we are not contributing to inclusion and equality. We, in fact, are contributing to further inequality and further exclusion. So I hope that makes sense. I see that Joseph stood up, so maybe he has another comment. But Laura, I just wanted to make sure that you and the colleagues online, if you have any other questions or if that makes sense. And maybe Adriana and Roberto want to add more to that question.
Roberto, I just had a comment to the business model, and I want to share with you something what we achieved now in Kenya, which is really, I would say, the game changer. We got Safaricom in Kenya to deliver us SIM cards with 5 megabits per second without the cap for $58 per month for connecting schools. And that, to my mind, is really the first time that we got a telecom operator to change the business model to help us in connecting the 45 schools, which we connected in the last 2 months. And I really believe that these models, we need to make them public. Because as you say, Sonia, the market only reacts if the market gets the pressure and gets the result. And what Safaricom has done, I'm so thankful.
Fantastic news indeed. And this is the kind of light that we see through the tunnel. And it's this kind of experiences that we need to share in the policy network of meaningful access. It's very, very important for us to know about these experiences, to get together with all the stakeholders in our countries, to share them with this kind of experiences, and hopefully to make them understand that there is a big room of activities and actions and strategic actions that we can do. So fantastic news.
Thank you, Roberto. So if there's no other questions, Anna, would you like to add a couple of more points based on this discussion? Sorry?
My hand is
raised.
raised.
2 hands raised. Okay, so I don't see them. I'm sorry. So Laura, you have to help me online with the moderation. So Carlos, I think I heard your voice. Maybe you the first one. Go for it, please.
Okay, I want just to make a point which is, I think is very, very important. Is spectrum, not a ghost, one of those horror films, but the spectrum, the electromagnetic waves that connect us. It's very important that we follow very closely in our countries the regulation of spectrum, which may or may not allow universalization, democratization of spectrum. There are a few initiatives by regulators in some countries which are very positive, others are not quite so. But this is fundamental that the community, the local communities can use spectrum creatively with the new technologies, secondary use of spectrum, software-defined radios, whatever, for their local communication. No? And Rhizomatica is one of the organizations in our group that is very specialized and has very good experiences in that. And other organizations as well in Africa and so on. So we should really organize ourselves to follow very close the policy regarding democratization of spectrum, because this is crucial for meaningful access. Thank you.
Very good point, Carlos. Thank you. I think, Adriana, you next. You have your hands up. And my colleague tells me that Giuliano also has his hand up. So, Adriana, you go first and then Giuliano.
Thank you, Sonia. Yes, it is very important to keep emphasizing in what are legal and regulatory barriers that are hindering this democratic use of spectrum, but universal access in general. There's a lot of opportunities to reduce barriers so that these other models and even the market-based models can flourish. An important policy would be, for instance, to, like in Brazil, to promote small operators with much less regulatory burden. You don't want to regulate small providers as if they had market power. You put heavy regulation in those operators which have market power. There's also a huge need, and this goes also in Africa, in this continent and everywhere, for more effective competition. We don't want a world of one mobile operator at the national level, and not even two, because they can coordinate and collude. So much more work on effective competition, lowering barriers for small operators, both commercial and not for profit, and we all have to keep an eye of the innovation in spectrum management with all the technologies and models available, and making sure that this dynamic databases that make it possible to share, like for instance in the TV white spaces, but that they are affordable, because this dynamic spectrum sharing databases could be very expensive for rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Really good points. Giuliano, I think it's your turn.
All right. I'm trying to step back, and there's a question in my mind, which is if internet is helping vulnerable society groups to improve their lives. There are enough research to support the existence of what we could call collateral damage of internet access, especially within vulnerable groups. We have also research to support internet plays a role in weakening public institutions all around the world and even threaten democracy. This is a result, among other causes, that derives from the deep imbalance in political disputes in society, most exercised within or mediated by the internet. Some groups are appropriating the internet to explore other weaker groups. In this sense, internet is a tool of the stronger to achieve their political goals, regardless boundaries, regulation, and even the governance social construction we built up so far. And of course, that I'm looking through a negative lenses, which you may agree it's also a necessary approach. Well, in this case, shouldn't we question the extent that the concept of meaningful connectivity is increasing the reach and the power of the strong? Or we have to go beyond meaningful connectivity. We have to go beyond connectivity. We have to understand and agree over what are the key elements of internet access which could help urgently the vulnerable or weaker social groups to gain autonomy and capacity to act in order to achieve their political and personal goals. I think the concept of meaningful access should encompass these elements, and I think that we should start to guide public policy to address connectivity, considering these elements that could help internet to improve society. This is my comment.
I think someone might want to respond to you. Not. Oh, you wanted to say something? Okay, why don't you go to that mic? Sorry.
Maybe can add something about also the framework, legal framework. By our constitution, meaningful access to the internet is a human right. So I think it's the beginning of the whole story. I agree with our colleagues from different countries. We have European regulation. We don't care actually about the radio frequencies because it's free. I'm talking about 2.5 and 5. And we don't have these bottlenecks. But when we talk about the business models and business sustainability of the community networks or such kind of networks, it's very important to understand how can we cover operational costs, because it's existing challenge for every network. That's my very small expression about.
Thank you. Thank you. Adriana, I don't know if you want to address that. It reminded me of many things that I heard you say in the past. So about sustainability of community networks. And it also is related to a lot of the policy solutions around not just reducing, in many cases actually eliminating costs associated with spectrum, but facilitating a completely different framework for connectivity that is for social purpose, for rural areas, for low-income communities, etc. We're running out of time, and I'm supposed to, as Laura just reminded me earlier, to have a quick summary, and we have exactly 2 minutes and 26 seconds to do that. So first of all, thank you to those of you who participated in the session today. Thank you to Ana, to Roberto here in person. Thank you to Laura, Carlos, Giuliano, Luisa, everybody that has made this possible, including my colleague Natalia, coordinating everything. Thank you, Adriana, for joining from Mexico. I hope it was useful. We invite you to look at a lot of the information that is being published that we have on our website, and then many of the organizations that you heard here speak are also sharing. So maybe my team also shared some on the chat. Feel free to reach out to us anytime. I wanted to say as a closing remark, hearing some of your questions, having spoken to so many people here at IGF, first, I'm really pleased to have had the opportunity, and thank you, Roberto, and to your colleague Karim and Carlos and others for bringing me to this policy network. I'm really pleased that we are thinking about this in a new way. I'm also very pleased that we are using this momentum in a way that is unique. You know, for many years, as Carlos pointed out, and you made me feel very old, Carlos, just so you know. He kept looking at the history, and when all of the discussions on universal access started, and to me, it's like, well, that means I've been doing these for close to 30 years. That's not a good sign, because that means we didn't make as much progress as we thought in 30 years. We did make some progress, but there's many more demands. There's many more things. Technology and innovation have evolved in completely new ways, right? I was telling some of my team that about 25 years ago, I was timing my ability to go transfer files at night at midnight on a dial-up connection to send my work back to the office, to my colleagues. And this was just 25 years ago. We live in a very different world, and that also comes with very different responsibilities and duties. And so what I always like to remind myself and others is that as digital citizens, as citizens of a digital society, we have rights. We must demand for better and for the right quality of connectivity, but we also have a duty as citizens. And that duty, it's both in terms of how do we use, how do we share, can we be safe, do we know how to use privacy, do we have the skills, the digital skills, to allow us to be really strong digital citizens? And if we don't, we need to work at that, and we need to help the next person next to us to do the same. And I think this collective responsibility of not only making sure that we can bring better and more connectivity to the world also comes with a personal and collective responsibility is really important. So I want to leave you with that meaningful connectivity and meaningful access in general comes with that collective responsibility, and we all have a role to play. We as the Alliance for Affordable Internet, the MAG here at IGF, all of you present here, we all have a role to play as private sector, civil society, governments, foundations. Do it. And if you don't know what to do, I can tell you that our Meaningful Connectivity Guide has some good ideas for you. So take a look at it. And if you want to know more, ask anyone from our team. There's many of us here. And thank you again. Thank you to the colleagues at NIC as well for organizing, for pulling it all together. Laura, Luisa, Giuliano, thank you, thank you, thank you. From Katowice, we say goodbye to you and thank you for everything. Bye-bye.